To control the trajectory of one's attacks effectively, strong mental strength and focus are essentially needed, as only then can the attacks be manipulated with precision. Asher, who is attempting to flaunt his mental prowess, pushed himself to guide 10 fireballs simultaneously using his limited mental power, which eventually caused the sweat to pour down from his forehead. Even he had never expected the battle to reach this point. His plan was simple: cast exploding fireballs, allow them to get close to his opponent, then detonate one to trigger a chain reaction that would force Katie off the stage in a fiery blast. But things hadn't gone as planned. Katie not only evaded every attack with surprising agility, she had also destroyed 2 of the fireballs while maintaining her distance. Asher was left straining to direct the remaining ones, as his mental energy was rapidly draining. With the pressure mounting on him and a pulsing headache beginning to take hold, it was almost like he got a warning, asking him to release the spell. Yet Asher refused, as canceling it now would cause mental backlash, and detonating them carelessly might backfire since he was within the range all remaining 8 would cover. To make matters worse, he suddenly realized Katie wasn't just dodging anymore. She was advancing directly toward him now, and with the remaining 8 fireballs trailing behind her like flaming hounds. Now, even if he wanted to escape, it was already too late. His overuse of mental energy had locked up his body, making any physical movement twice as stressful, leaving him unable to move as the fireballs and Katie closed in. He wasn't used to this level of coordination. Yethai's mental strength was still underdeveloped, and trying to multitask in the middle of a fight only left him vulnerable to Katie. With no other choice, Asher quickly canceled the spell, as the remaining 8 blazing fireballs, which had been trailing Katie toward him, dispersed instantly. But the moment he retracted the spell, a trace of blood rose to his lips as a backlash of withdrawing such energy. He bit it back, forcing himself to stay composed, but Katie was already closing in. He crossed his arms in an X formation, taking a rushed defensive stance. It was sloppy and far from his usual form, but he still underestimated her and didn't feel too much pressure. Until now, Katie had only shown speed, so he assumed she was a mobility-type fighter. Special ability, super strength. As soon as she reached striking range, the air around her shifted, thick and oppressive, as ancient-looking runes surged up her arms as she activated her ability, choosing strength enhancement without warning. Her right fist smashed directly into Asher's hastily raised guard, and it shattered instantly. Bang. Time seemed to pause. Mages from the Royal Mage Academy stared in disbelief as Asher's body crumpled from the impact. His face contorted in pain, but before anyone could react, a crimson flame, unlike Asher's usual blue own, erupted from Katie's right elbow. The explosion that followed rocked the entire battle ring as the ground beneath her cracked, and a powerful sound wave rippled outward from the collision of raw energy. The next moment, gasps echoed from the Royal Mage team as they watched Asher's body soar through the air, completely overwhelmed. At this moment, no one could tell if Asher was merely unconscious or seriously injured, but one thing was clear: Katie wasn't finished. She twisted her stance low and whispered speed, before launching herself off the ground, soaring just above Asher's limp body as he began to fall. In a flash, her right leg snapped out, kicking him back down with brutal force. But before he could even hit the floor, she had already appeared at that spot his body was heading, and invoked strength this time again as the runes covered her arms. She slammed him in another direction, again and again, every time she invoked speed, runes flaring along her legs as she darted across the ring like a blur, while striking him mid-air before he could even reach the destination with her strength runes. For over 30 seconds, it was as though Katie was using Asher as a living ping-pong ball, as her afterimages flickered around the arena as she battered him from one point to another. Finally, when it seemed she had exhausted her barrage, she stood calmly at the center of the stage and delivered a single, devastating uppercut to his jaw, while Asher's body snapped back and collapsed in a heap. He was out cold, completely motionless. It was over. The mages from the Royal Mage Academy were stunned, their eyes darting between Katie and Asher in disbelief. Some members of the reserve team even pinched themselves, trying to confirm if this was real. Both fighters were supposed to be in the low Tier 6 realm, yet Katie had made it look like a one-sided beating. Asher might as well have been a rookie. The first win goes to the War God Mage Academy. Royal Mage Academy, you have approximately 60 seconds to choose your next fighter and evacuate your unconscious member from the stage. The judge's voice echoed across the silent arena. The announcement snapped them from their stupor. The easy first win they had been counting on had just been torn away, right before their eyes. Asher had been defeated by a mage they knew nothing about, not even her name. He hadn't even allowed them to gain any real insight either from the battle, as it had ended in under 4 minutes. All they could gather was that she possessed a special ability and likely had a low-level affinity for flames. The reserve team of the Royal Mage Academy wasted no time, as they swiftly carried Asher, Blaze's unconscious body, off the stage, while Liam clenched his teeth in frustration. The battle had barely begun, and things were already slipping out of his control, something he couldn't stand. Though the Royal Mage Academy had brought in a new fighter to replace Luca's twin brother, who was a part of his old main team and hadn't returned to Academy after the first-year holidays, and the new addition was stronger. However, he had expected all this, as he knew addition was from the Tudor family, just like Liam, and clearly strong. Still, none of them had anticipated that the War God Mage Academy would be hiding someone with such a special ability too. They didn't even recognize Katie, despite having seen her before. Because she hadn't stood out during the previous encounter in the capital, they had dismissed her as unimportant and failed to realize she had been an original member of the War God team. As they waited for Liam to select the next fighter, Kylian Zero rose to his feet. "Let me take this one, Captain," he said. Liam nodded, confident in Kylian's strength. He was sure Kylian would have no trouble defeating Katie. In his mind, if Asher hadn't been so focused on showing off, his loss wouldn't have been so humiliating. He blamed Asher's defeat on his excessive underestimation of Katie. But that didn't matter to the War God Mage Academy. They had secured the first win. Kylian stepped onto the stage, standing opposite Katie, who was doing her best to recover some mana before the next round. "Are you both ready?" The levitating judge called from above, scanning the arena. Kylian grunted his confirmation. However, before Katie could reply, she heard Alec's voice in her mind. "Surrender." Her eyes widened slightly as she turned to look at the War God Mage team section, just to realize Alec was no longer lying down. He was now standing close to the battle ring, watching intently. There was a fire in Katie's eyes that said she could still fight, even if it meant she lost. Even Alec, who is still blindfolded, could read her feelings with unsettling precision. This time, instead of sending a mental message, he spoke aloud. "Seriously, you've already proven yourself. There's no need to push further. It's not like we need you to be hard on yourself. If you were at your best, I might have let you continue, but not only are you not his match right now, you've also burned through most of your mana in the last fight. How long do you think you'd last against him in this state? I'd rather welcome you back with a win and no injuries than see something happen to you because of their revenge." Katie let out a long sigh, then turned toward the levitating judge and raised her right hand. "I surrender," she said. The judge shifted his gaze toward Alec at the edge of the battle ring, his eyes glowing faintly as he tried to decipher the strange dynamics surrounding the War God Mage Academy team, especially their blindfolded leader. It was clear that, despite Alec having the lowest cultivation realm, the rest of the team respected his judgment without question. Just as the judge tried to peer through the restriction device on Alec's body, he too received a mental message urging him to hurry things along, since the War God Mage Academy had forfeited from one of his colleagues. "The win goes to the Royal Mage Academy. War God Mage Academy, you have 60 seconds to choose your next fighter," the judge announced. "Agnes, you're up," Alec said, turning toward her. When she stepped forward, most of the War God Mage team didn't look particularly hopeful. They assumed Alec was simply giving her a chance to gain some battle experience, since she had barely fought during the last tournament. But while many of their teammates thought that way, the Gordons, Sophia, and Indrik exchanged knowing glances. They had a feeling Agnes was about to shock everyone. As she passed by Alec on her way to the battle ring, he said just one thing: "Go wild." With both fighters now in place, the atmosphere shifted. On Kylian's side, his hands were already coated in a sheen of crystallized ice, frost hissing into the air around him. On Agnes' side, she calmly swiped her hand, revealing a wriggling tattoo like runes on her left palm. With her right hand, she dragged at it as she extracted her wand out of her hand. Although Agnes owned a complete set of spirit equipment, she had long since outgrown it in terms of realm. Alec simply hadn't had time to upgrade her gear yet. Still, her wand, which is capable of transforming into a staff, and her aquatic stride boots remained powerful tools that enhanced her combat ability slightly. The moment her wand was drawn, the judge deemed both sides ready and gave the signal to begin. Instantly, Kylian vanished in a blur, racing toward Agnes from across the stage. She didn't let him close in so easily as her wand shifted into staff form with a flick of her hand. Clang. She tapped the staff lightly on the ground, and a wave of water rippled outward from her position, spreading across the battle ring as she retreated to maintain distance. Two ice blades suddenly streaked through the air, one from the left, the other from the right, both aimed directly at her neck. It was a ruthless tactic, as if Kylian was inviting her to choose which side she'd prefer to be cut from, as even if she chooses to move forward, she would be playing into his hands. However, Agnes remained unnervingly composed. Her calm demeanor shocked not only those in the War God Mage Academy team, who hadn't expected her to stay collected under pressure, but also the Royal Mage Academy team, who had been eagerly waiting for signs of panic. Her tranquility only unsettled them further. Without hesitation, she shifted her staff back into wand form, as a small earth rune shimmered at its tip as she pointed it toward the approaching ice blade from the left. At the same time, she raised her left hand to intercept the one coming from the right. When Kylian saw Agnes raise her bare hand to block his attack, he grinned darkly. He assumed she was acting on impulse and would regret the reckless move once it backfired, but nothing went the way he expected. A compact beam of energy shot from her wand, canceling the incoming ice blade from the right. At the same time, her left hand caught the spinning ice blade coming from the other direction. It seemed to slice into her hand, triggering a sharp ice explosion that spread across her forearm. Kylian was already preparing to celebrate, thinking he had disabled one of her hands, until he heard a distinct cracking noise. The thick ice casing shattered and fell away in chunks, revealing Agnes's hand completely unharmed. Like Alec, she had also advanced her stone skin spell to the mid-rank level, and what appeared to be her hand caught in the ice was actually the stone-encased version, acting as a solid defense. The ice blade hadn't pierced her flesh at all. It had latched onto the hardened stone layer, and with the stone skin absorbing the impact and isolating the cold, she calmly retracted her hand without a scratch, completely unfazed by the supposed trap she had averted. "My turn," Agnes declared as her wand shifted once more into its staff form. She slammed it against the ground, and Kylian's expression darkened as glowing lights flared beneath his feet. "Shit," he cursed, realizing too late that he was standing in the middle of 5 rune circles. He hadn't even noticed when they were set. All the while Agnes had been retreating, she had been inscribing her summoning runes with each mana lace step. What made it unknown was the subtle trick at the start of the battle. Agnes had cast a thin, spreading stream of water across the arena floor. Kylian had dismissed it as harmless, failing to realize it was meant to mask the summoning patterns beneath. Now, the very element he ignored had been used to camouflage a battlefield trap, and he had walked straight into it. All this time he believed he was the one planning ahead, scheming and staying a step in front, but now it dawned on him he had been overconfident, just like Asher. And though he would never admit he had anything in common with the Blaze Boy, the bitter truth was they had made the same mistake, underestimating their opponent, and Kylian was determined to fix it. Before he could react further, 2 long muddy hands erupted from the wet ground, gripping his ankles tightly to pin him down. At that same moment, 3 golems appeared in a triangle formation around him. Directly ahead stood a stone guard golem, wielding a large Legion-style shield as if preparing for a crushing bash. To his left and right were 2 other golems. One looked like a compact version of Titan in his base form, a low tier 5 ice golem, and the other a low tier 5 stone gunner golem already taking aim. "Fuck this," he growled, mid-tier spell Frozen Kiss Touch. Kylian shoved his crystallized hands into the muddy restraints, as frost surged from his palms, rapidly spreading through the muddy grips and freezing them into solid ice in a desperate attempt to shatter their hold. But while all this was happening, the stone guard golem had already begun its charge toward him at high speed, letting out a booming war cry. "Ah!" The shout echoed across the arena, and Kylian's instincts screamed at him. He needed to act fast. Something told him that if he took a direct hit from that attack, it wouldn't end well for him. Still trapped and waiting for the frozen mud hands to crumble and free his legs, Kylian raised his right hand and sent a stream of ice-infused mana into the water ahead of him. Drawing on his mental power, he manipulated the energy with precision, instantly raising a tall, reinforced ice wall from the frozen water. It happened in an instant, so fast that even he was surprised. The pressure of battle had pushed him beyond his normal limits, allowing him to achieve something he hadn't realized he was capable of. Normally, casting a similar defensive move with a spell would have drained a chunk of his mana and required casting time, something he couldn't afford right now. But as a Tier 6 mage, his growing familiarity with his mental powers allowed him to bypass that process, with even minimal mana, as he created a more solid ice wall defense. Bang. The stone guard golem slammed hard into the ice wall. The impact was jarring, but the ice shield held firm. Meanwhile, the frozen mud hands finally crumbled away, freeing Kylian's legs. He immediately began to retreat, trying to reassess the battle, but it wasn't like Agnes's golems had any intention of giving him breathing space. He had barely taken 3 steps back when he suddenly felt a threat racing toward him from behind. Without hesitation, he ducked just in time as a tightly compressed ball of earth, like a spinning bowling ball, whizzed past his head. Another followed right after, both projectiles streaking through the air. As they reached the edge of the battle ring, the arena's barrier flared to life with a dull boom as the impact echoed across the stage. This time, the mages seated in the Royal Mage Clan section were watching the battle with rapt attention. Things weren't unfolding the way they had expected, at least not according to Liam's script. Everything was spiraling out of his predictions. Though the earthen balls fired by the stone gunner golem wouldn't have killed Kylian, they still posed a real threat. Even minor injuries could throw off his focus, and the biggest issue right now was that he had completely lost sight of Agnes. That was a grave mistake. It was after all common knowledge that one must never give a magic path mage time and space to cast freely, or they would pay the price for their negligence. But saying it was one thing, doing it while being swarmed by golems was another. All the while, Agnes had quietly remained at the edge of his blind spot, gathering mana for a powerful spell. Kylian, who had just dodged the initial combo attack, frowned deeply. He had believed Alec was the only one capable of fielding such irregular golems, but Agnes's golems, though only in the low tier 5 range, were causing him serious trouble. He couldn't understand how she was able to control all 5 so precisely. After Alec had helped Agnes evolve her golems, they upgraded in rank 2, and now Agnes herself had noticed the change. Commanding them became effortless. A simple order was enough for them to execute with intense precision, giving her the mental space to focus on larger spells. Just like now, she wanted Kylian distracted and boxed and too busy to notice what she was building up. Kylian glanced around at the 5 golems, though none posed a lethal threat individually. However, taking them all out would burn through a significant amount of the mana he had been trying to conserve. He hadn't just wanted to defeat Agnes, he had planned to face another mage from the War God Mage team after this. Though the Royal Mage Academy and the War God Mage Academy had 1 win each, but the Royal Mage Academy's victory had come through a surrender, something Alec had insisted on. To him, it didn't feel like a true win, and he had resolved to secure 2 decisive victories for the Royal Mage Academy himself. However, once he realized he had been thinking like Asher arrogant and dismissive, he changed his mindset. He began to view Agnes as a worthy opponent who demanded his full respect, or he'd pay dearly for underestimating her. Mid-tier spell Blizzard. The moment he cast the spell, the temperature plummeted, as a massive amount of his mana was consumed to amplify the storm to the level he desired. Snow and ice burst into a ferocious spiral around him, swallowing the entire stage in a freezing vortex with him at the eye of it. All 5 golems were engulfed by the raging storm, their forms quickly obscured as continuous damage was inflicted. The spectators could hardly see through the chaos. The swirling frost reduced visibility to near zero. Then after 30 seconds, all 5 golems were violently flung out of the ring, crashing hard and tearing through sections of the arena. A split second later, a deafening explosion followed, and a powerful shockwave blasted across the battlefield. But when it reached Agnes, it passed harmlessly through a shimmering veil of water in front of her. The barrier rippled under the force, but held firm. It was clear that taking her down would require far more effort. "Second round," Kylian said coldly, stretching out both hands and conjuring a pair of jagged, inverse-shaped ice daggers. Across from him, Agnes stood still, smiling confidently. "You made the mistake of giving me too much time. Hopefully you won't suffer too badly by the end of this," she said calmly. Her words struck a nerve. Kylian's irritation showed. He dropped into a battle stance, this time ready to go all out. Whether or not he made it to the second match no longer mattered. As long as he won this one, that alone would be enough for him. Kylian moved in to close the distance, but this time Agnes no longer retreated. She calmly twisted her staff before her as Kylian launched strike after strike, jabbing and slashing with precision. Yet every attempt proved futile, as the water veil surrounding her remained perfectly still, only rippling under the pressure of his attacks. "Water arrows," Agnes commanded. From the veil, dozens of water-formed arrows shot out toward Kylian. He twisted his body at unnatural angles, narrowly avoiding each one. For the few that came dangerously close, he countered by hurling frost chi at them, freezing the arrows mid-flight and severing their link to Agnes, causing them to crash to the ground uselessly and breaking. Just as he finished evading the barrage, he noticed something behind her. It looked like a miniature flood dragon. Its eyes lacked intelligence, but its presence loomed with a dangerous aura that instantly made Kylian wary. This wasn't an ordinary spell he could brush aside. It reminded him of when Asher had attempted to use his mental energy to control 10 fireballs, but this wasn't 10 small attacks, it was one massive creature, and its sheer size and concentrated power made up for the lack of numbers. More importantly, it wasn't a modeled spell like Asher's, it was a mental construct Agnes had formed herself, crafted and sustained directly by her mind. Mid-tier spell Ice Prison. Without hesitation, Kylian cast one of the strongest defensive ice spells he had, Ice Prison. Although commonly used for restraining opponents, it could also serve as a powerful barrier in dire moments. He knew he couldn't afford to take chances with the incoming attack. In a flash, a large coffin of solid ice formed in the air before him. With thick chains extending from its 4 corners, it slammed down with a deafening thud, encasing Kylian within. As frost energy immediately coated its surface, making it difficult to see what was happening inside. At that very moment, Agnes completed her incantation. Her flood dragon momentum surged forward, ready to be unleashed. Just so you know, I won't be able to control this once I release it, Agnes warned, her voice strained. It'll move on its own. If you want to back out and surrender, now's your chance. Her mana was close to being completely drained in the process of conjuring the water-based flood dragon, as layer upon layer of compressed mana had been infused into its form, shaping a more defined and lifelike body. At this point, it looked more alive than any spell construct she'd ever made, all because it had a lot of her mental energy inserted into it, which passed her will to the flood dragon, yet she still had no control over it. Unlike Asher, who prioritized control with his fireballs, Agnes, who had willingly pushed beyond her limits, didn't. She had instead created the flood dragon not to maneuver it with precision, but to make it so massive and overwhelming that no matter where Kylian hid, he would be forced to face it. Too much talking, less fighting. Let's get this over with, came Kylian's cold voice from behind the coffin. The audience leaned in, knowing this moment would most likely decide the match. On Kylian's side, the upright ice coffin stood like an unbreakable fortress, frost and mist blanketing the area in an ominous fog trying to breach into Agnes' side of the ring. On Agnes' side, the contrast was striking. Her half of the arena resembled a flowing water kingdom, while the flood dragon loomed behind her. Small water serpents danced and leapt from shallow pools forming across the stage. Both sides stood in stark contrast, ice and fog against liquid clarity and life. Among the Royal Mage Academy spectators, there had always been the belief that ice, as a higher sub-element of water, held the advantage in a clash. But seeing the flood dragon's presence, its lifelike aura, the raw force behind it, and after witnessing the poise of Katie earlier, many of them thought twice and wisely held their tongues instead of bragging. Go. Agnes finally released the flood dragon, her control slipping away as the massive body of water surged forward, with a piercing cry, the creature weaving through the air before dashing from behind her like a spear. Zoom! It tore through the icy fog, cutting a straight path as it smashed its head into the center of the ice coffin. There were no dramatic sparks or explosions, just an immense wave of cold chi spreading outward from the impact. At first, the coffin held firm, or so it seemed. Then faint cracks began to snake across its surface. 10 seconds later, the cracks spread like fractures in fragile glass, and the coffin shattered with a shattering sound that echoed across the arena. With the barrier gone, the flood dragon slammed into Kylian, its watery body swirling to engulf him as it opened its jaws, intent on swallowing him whole. But Kylian wasn't going out like that. He had risked too much for this fight. Innate spell absolute 0. As he invoked the spell, a dome of pale ice burst outward with him at the center, as his once gray hair turned snow-white in a flash, and he raised one arm above and the other below, forcefully grabbing the open jaws of the flood dragon, stopping its bite in its tracks. He knew instinctively that if he was swallowed, he would lose not just the match, but something more. The fear gripping him wasn't logical, but primal. The flood dragon pushed him relentlessly, dragging him across the stage until his heels dug into the very edge of the battle ring. Normally, touching a creature made of water should have been impossible. However, Kylian had coated his arms in chi and ice mana, extending his energy with precision. Every second, he focused his mana on freezing the parts of the dragon he gripped, turning fluid into solid just long enough to hold on and resist. That was how he managed to accomplish such a feat, though his hands now looked more like blocks of ice than flesh and blood. For someone who wasn't a high-ranked mage yet blessed with an ice elemental, body pushing himself to this extent would definitely come at a cost. But he didn't care. He had already gone all in. The only reason he wasn't groaning in pain was because of his high affinity for the ice element, which granted him a natural resistance to the cold ravaging his body. While the flood dragon struggled to push Kylian off the stage, its body was slowly freezing over, because the sheer amount of ice mana Kylian was releasing had already turned the dragon's entire head into what looked like a detailed ice sculpture. As the cracking sounds of spreading ice continued to echo through the arena, Agnes made her final move. Though she had used most of her mana to conjure the lifelike demonic beast in water form, it was her infusion of mental energy that had given the spell its complexity and purpose. Without it, the flood dragon would have been just another predictable spell, with the option of being read and counter. She raised her hands with the right hand still gripping her wand, and a barrage of jagged earth shrapnel shot toward him. Bang. Strangely, the impact didn't create a scene of piercing violence. Instead, a frosty mist exploded outward, coating Kylian entirely. His body became a statue of frost, frozen stiff. Even the flood dragon, with its head long turned to ice, shattered as it slammed into Kylian's supposed frozen body and knocked it off the stage. It all felt surreal. Agnes felt a strange mix of triumph and dread until she noticed the cold bite of an ice dagger resting against her neck. She shook her head in silent defeat. Victory had been within reach, but in the end, she still lost. Yet she didn't mourn the outcome. Instead, her eyes burned with anticipation. She could already imagine the kind of threat she'd become once her golems reached tier 6. Though she knew it was incredibly difficult for golem mages to push their golems to that realm, even within the Gordons clan, however, if there was one thing Agnes had learned from staying close to Alec, it was that he always seemed to have an answer to all their problems. No matter how impossible things looked, he found a way. "I surrender," she began, but before the words could leave her lips, Kylian struck her on the head with the base of his dagger, knocking her unconscious. The sudden act made the War God Mage Academy team flinch, but the reactions from Alec, Brandon, Arthur, and Knight were far more intense. Alec, without hesitation, had appeared on the stage without many realizing how it happened. He lifted Agnes gently while brushing her hair aside before slipping a pill between her lips. "The winner of this round is the Royal Mage Academy," the judge declared as Kylian stared at Alec, who remained calm and focused, his movements precise and unbothered. Though Kylian couldn't see the exact runes on the pill, the surge of potent energy it emitted in those brief seconds was unmistakable. It was a Tier 6 pill. By now, it was no secret among the top 8 academies that Alec Gordons had access to such high-grade healing pills. For a student from a supposedly underfunded institution, carrying around Tier 6 pills was more than suspicious. It was alarming. Many among the great academies had suspected that War God Mage Academy was backing a high-tier alchemist. However, they never found evidence, or were they able to poach the alchemist. Unfortunately for them, the War God Mage Academy had now broken away from the kingdom's central authority, making any direct investigation difficult. "Why did you do that?" "You had clearly already won. After casting that ice decoy, not only did you avoid elimination, you secured a flawless victory, but to strike her after she was about to surrender, don't you think that was too excessive?" Alec questioned. "Don't lecture me about what's right or wrong. If you want to correct me, then come on stage and fight me," Kylian snapped, his voice sharp with irritation as Alec calmly pointed out the truth behind his actions, exposing the real source of his anger. Kylian had believed that no matter how skilled Agnes was, he would ultimately win. He had confidence in his superiority, but instead of dominating the match, he had been pushed to the brink of elimination and forced to use his ice decoy, sacrificing a rare and valuable ice puppet in the process. The ice decoy spell was a precious technique that only a selected few of the Zero Clan's genius mages are allowed to learn, a last resort spell that could save the user from fatal danger. However, it required rare materials and expert craftsmanship to form the ice puppet, and only the top-tier prodigies chosen by the clan, which the clan believes in their future achievements, are assisted in creating one ice puppet. For Kylian, who didn't fully understand the complexities of the spell, crafting another one by himself was impossible at this stage, even with the full materials before him. Losing it in a tournament battle rather than a life-or-death situation gnawed at his pride. Deep down, he knew what it truly meant. If not for the ice decoy, he would have lost. His only real advantage in the battle had been his longer time in the Tier 6 realm, his firmer foundation, and the overwhelming resources of his clan. The shallow taste of victory, earned not through dominance but survival, filled him with frustration, and that frustration had spilled into his actions. But rather than give Alec the satisfaction of a reply, he simply snorted and returned to his side of the battle ring, silently awaiting the next opponent War God Mage Academy would send. Exhausted from the last fight and low on mana, he still refused to back down. He wasn't expecting to win again, but he wouldn't hand over an easy victory either. He is ready to force the next War God Mage Academy participant to earn it and, if nothing else, show his team members exactly what kind of opponent they were up against before he lost. And while at it, Kylian was planning on deliberately prolonging the battle, intending to harass his opponent and drain as much mana as possible from whoever came next. He smiled slightly at the thought of his plan, believing it would redeem his unsatisfying victory. "War God Mage Academy, you have 60 seconds to send out your next participant," the acting judge announced, just as Alec carried Agnes' unconscious body toward their academy's resting area. As he gently laid her on the back seat, as he saw Pale standing nearby, "Alec, let me take the third round and make quick work of him. I still have a grudge to settle because of what his grandfather tried to do to me last time," Pale said, but Alec shook his head. "You can settle your family matters at your clan house. This is now a Gordon's matter, and only a Gordon's is worthy of punishing him for that action. Besides, we're still sticking to the lineup I created. Wait your turn." He tapped Pale's shoulder lightly, but with each tap, Pale felt a strange weight pressing down on his left shoulder, as if he were carrying something invisible. It was at that moment he understood Alec, though more composed than the rest, was furious. The blindfold he wore obscured his eyes, and his lower face remained unreadably stoic, but that subtle pressure revealed how deeply his anger ran. "Brandon," Alec finally called. Brandon stood immediately. No further words were exchanged between them, but something passed in the air, an understanding deeper than speech, and Brandon knew exactly what Alec wanted, down to the finest detail. "Don't worry," Brandon said calmly, as he made his way toward the stage. Brandon's approach to the stage was slow and deliberate, almost too casual. His movements lacked any urgency, and he gave off no aura of a warrior preparing for battle. Yet he walked steadily to the battle ring and took his place opposite Kylian. Once the judge saw the new participant of the War God Mage Academy standing ready, he saw no reason to delay the match. Begin. At the judge's command, Brandon reached for one of the weapons on his back with his right hand. Brandon's weapons were always wrapped in cloth, resembling a mummy's bindings. They had never been seen in a traditional scabbard before, since his father had gifted them to him that way and instructed him to care for them just as they were. Since then, his sword and saber had remained wrapped, strapped lightly across his back, aided by the type of clothing he wore, which made carrying them easier. On days when his outfit didn't allow for back placement, when the proper straps were absent, Brandon would simply hug them in his arms rather than storing them. He rarely used the low-rank space ring Alec had given him after their last issue in the second dimension to store his weapons. His father had emphasized the importance of forming a deep connection with one's weapons, and Brandon took that advice to heart. Carrying them with him constantly was his way of strengthening that bond. Now, for the first time in a long while, he decided to unsheath one. As his hand moved, the cloth wrapping his weapon began to unravel, swirling around his arm and coiling neatly over his right hand like a makeshift fighting glove, resembling the wrapping style of Muay Thai fighters. While this display of control was subtle, it wasn't lost on the audience. Still, most assumed it was just Brandon showing off his mental control, a trait common among newly upgraded Tier 6 mages. They didn't know that this wasn't just flair. Brandon didn't care to put on a show. He had simply forged a bond with his weapons strong enough to make the cloth respond like an extension of his will. However, Kylian's gaze was fixed on the blade in Brandon's hand. It looked intimidating, especially with the faint red line running down its length like a vein of power. He narrowed his eyes, conjuring small ice spikes in both hands. Though the judge had already announced the start of the battle, neither mage had made a move yet, as it felt like they were still measuring each other. Finally, Brandon began to move, but not in the way Kylian expected. He didn't charge forward with explosive force like most mages would at the start of a duel. Kylian had assumed the War God Mage Academy would send someone aiming to end the match quickly to conserve mana, but Brandon clearly wasn't in a rush. Despite being slightly taller than Brandon, Kylian felt an invisible pressure building with every slow, calculated step the other mage took, and it was unsettling. Kylian finally lost his patience and struck first, launching the 2 ice spikes he had conjured, but Brandon calmly raised his right hand and deflected them with his saber, the clash of ice against steel echoing sharply through the arena. What unnerved Kylian most was how relaxed Brandon looked. His pace didn't change, his expression remained unreadable, and each deflection came with casual precision. It made sweat begin to bead on Kylian's forehead. Frustrated, Kylian intensified his assault, his hands blurred with motion as he sent a barrage of ice spikes screaming through the air, their speed fast enough to leave faint afterimages. But Brandon's side of the battlefield told a different story. His movements weren't a blur, they were slow, deliberate, almost lazy by comparison. And yet, somehow, each of Kylian's attacks was parried, redirected, or knocked aside. Step by step, Brandon advanced, his blade always in the right place, his body always in control, as if reading the future. It all seemed too magical for those who didn't understand the mechanics behind Brandon's every move. Mid-tier spell Frozen Tide. Kylian roared, thrusting his hands forward, as he poured all his remaining mana into a final, desperate attack to take Brandon down. The temperature plummeted as waves of razor-sharp ice blades surged toward Brandon like a crashing tide, and for the first time, Brandon dropped his lazy demeanor, as he placed his hand on the second weapon strapped to his back and drew the Sword of Tranquility. The cloth wrapping it unraveled smoothly, coiling around his left arm like a woven brace. Then, without hesitation, he dashed forward straight into the oncoming storm. The crowd held its breath. Brandon, who had been calm and composed the entire fight, now seemed reckless, charging headfirst into a barrage that could shred him. Even Kylian felt a surge of satisfaction. In his mind, Brandon had underestimated the scale of his attack, as he started to think that maybe, just maybe, this could turn the tides. If Brandon didn't survive this, then he might actually win. Boom. The moment Brandon collided with the frozen tide, a thunderous explosion rang out, followed by a thick cloud of freezing fog that enveloped the entire middle of the battlefield. Everyone watching, Kylian included, stared into the mist, trying to make sense of what had happened. 15 seconds passed with no movement, no sound. Lucas and Pale exchanged uneasy glances. Worry crept in. Perhaps Brandon had taken on more than he could handle. They didn't understand why Alec had placed so much confidence in him. However, they only had his doubts because they hadn't spent time together like old times since the new academy term began. They hadn't yet seen the full extent of Brandon's growth. Should we move in to get him? Pale asked, barely able to hide the eagerness in his voice. He was itching to fight, and while it wasn't exactly honorable to feel good about a potential loss from a teammate, a part of him was secretly thrilled at the chance to step into the ring, and he wanted to do that before Alec decided he would be changing the lineup again. Move. He hasn't even warmed up yet, and you want to intervene. Trash that thought, Alec said calmly. As Pale, Beatrice, and Lucas all turned to him in shock, surprised by the weight of his words and the calm conviction in his tone. Meanwhile, Kylian stood proudly, confident that his frozen tide had done real damage. With Brandon still hidden in the fog, he broke into wild laughter, raising his hands as if already victorious. But then it happened. A hand reached silently out from the ice fog. No sound, no warning. Brandon's left hand gripped Kylian's throat and effortlessly lifted him off the ground. Slowly, he emerged from the fading mist, his body being encased in the activated Terra Sovereign set. Even while being choked, Kylian's wide eyes drifted down to the hand gripping his neck. The wrapped cloth still coiled around Brandon's arm shimmered with forged handguard enchantments, as layers of elemental energy swirling around it. He felt it an overwhelming pressure like staring at an ancient warlord returned from the grave. Brandon now looked every bit like a battlefield general from the legends. All he lacked was a towering warhorse and a massive polearm to complete the image. Behind him, spectral hands of sand gripped his weapons, while beneath his feet, a shifting cloud of sand carried him smoothly across the arena. That was why there had been no sound, no footstep, no echo. Brandon had never been hurt. He had simply been approaching with the quiet authority of someone in total control. How Kylian choked out, barely able to form the words. He couldn't understand how Brandon had emerged from the tide of frozen blades without so much as a scratch, or even looking slightly flustered. Even though Kylian had exhausted a large chunk of his mana from the previous battle, he had still poured everything he had left into that last attack. He'd expected it to at least rattle Brandon a little, but instead, the result crushed what remained of his confidence. He tried to fight the feeling, but the weight of despair was slowly dragging him under. Simple, Brandon replied calmly. I cast my stone skin spell alongside activating my spirit equipment set, so all the damage was absorbed externally by the stone skin spell. The few that pierced through were taken care of by my spirit armor, so here I am, completely unaffected by that little cold storm you threw my way. He paused, then added with a tilt of his head, so I wanted to ask, are you done now? Kylian's mouth twitched. He wanted to shout, to curse Brandon for mocking him, especially after calling his move a little cold storm. But the truth hit him harder than any insult could. He was outmatched. He opened his mouth to surrender, but before the words could form, Brandon's fist crashed into his gut, driving the air from his lungs. His mouth hung open in shock as he gasped for breath. If that's all from you, Brandon said coldly, then it's my turn now. His fists moved with purpose, slow, heavy, and brutalach strike pounding into Kylian's face with a deep echo. One punch, then another, then three more. 5 crushing blows, and then Brandon flung him aside like trash, his body tumbling across the ring. Kylian groaned, his face contorted in agony. He could barely see or breathe, but still tried to raise a hand to speak. He wheezed, trying to surrender. Another punch silenced him, this one directly to his face. His eyes swelled shut, and his lips puffed grotesquely, misshapen and cracked. At that moment, Kylian no longer looked like a proud mage. And for the first time, Kylian genuinely began to question what was happening. He couldn't fight back, no matter how simple Brandon's punches looked. He couldn't dodge or defend against them. Deep down, he understood that Brandon was deliberately humiliating him for what he'd done to Agnes. However, knowing that didn't help as long as he couldn't surrender with his mouth. Brandon had every right to continue turning his face into a punching bag, just to see how much more he could endure. All traces of arrogance had left Kylian. His body lay sprawled across the battle ring, unmoving and completely unwilling to rise again. Seeing this, Brandon turned his gaze toward the War God Mage Academy seating area, directing his attention specifically to Alec, who stood calmly with a blindfold on. In that moment, Alec gave a slight nod, as many observers on the Royal Mage Academy side realized something unsettling. Despite the blindfold, Alec seemed perfectly aware of what was happening, confirming that he might possess some form of mystical sight. Receiving Alec's approval, Brandon jumped down from the levitating cloud of sand beneath him. As he calmly walked over to Kylian, who was coughing up blood, and without any dramatic flair, he swung his leg back as if preparing to take a penalty shot. Then without hesitation, he launched his foot forward, slamming it straight into Kylian's stomach. Silence fell over the Royal Mage Academy side. Their mages stared at Brandon in a mix of shock and unease. From start to finish, Brandon hadn't needed any elaborate moves, just his body and resilience had been enough to endure a powerful mid-tier spell and dismantle Kylian. Now, everyone was worried. If this was just one facet of his strength, what else was he hiding? But amidst the tense atmosphere, only 2 members of the Royal Mage Academy team didn't seem troubled at all. Liam and Austin Tudor both believed they had what it took to take Brandon on, though they didn't know the full extent of his powers. Neither of them seemed particularly concerned. The winner of this round goes to the War God Mage Academy. Royal Mage Academy, you have 60 seconds to send out your next participant, the judge announced. Austin stood up, ready to head toward the stage, but he was stopped by Asher Blaze, who casually extended an arm in front of him. "Nah, this one's mine," Asher said confidently as he rose to his feet and began strolling toward the battle ring. With his hands still tucked in his pockets, he effortlessly leapt onto the stage. "Let's do this, Gordon's boy," he added, as his entire academy uniform suddenly ignited in flames. Luckily, his clothes had been designed to suit his abilities. Though it looked like he was engulfed in fire, the flames were contained, helping him compress his energy instead of consuming him. Tattoo-like markings began to emerge, snaking across his skin as his body was soon clad in a complete spirit equipment set. Like Brandon's, his was also a Tier 5 set, though he didn't appear to wield any weapons. With his transformation complete, Asher bent slightly into a predatory stance, eyes locked onto Brandon. On the other side, Brandon opened his arms slightly as the cloud of sand behind him spread across the arena. A 10-meter-wide patch of quicksand formed beneath him, placing him at its center. He reached back, gripping his two wrapped weapons again just as the judge raised his hand. "Begin," the mage announced. Boom! The moment the words were spoken, Asher shot into motion. In an instant, flames erupted from his back, acting like thrusters as he vanished from sight. He sacrificed mana efficiency for explosive speed, far surpassing his normal pace. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of Brandon. High in the air, Asher raised his right leg and struck down, but his kick was met by Brandon's crossed weapons, forming a solid block despite successfully defending. The sheer force of the impact caused Brandon to slide backwards several steps. As Asher landed, he didn't hesitate. He followed up immediately with a twisting kick, slamming his leg once more against Brandon's guard. Again, Brandon was forced back. "What are you, a turtle? You're too damn passive," Asher taunted, his frustration surfacing. This time he launched a flaming punch. His right hand ignited as he activated his flaming fist spell. Unlike the usual projection of flame that flew out towards the target, his own flaming fist was compressed and fused directly into his clenched fist that was scorching red. With a shout, he drove it forward toward Brandon, who again raised his arm guards to block. Boom! A loud explosion echoed through the arena as Brandon was sent flying, but he flipped mid-air and landed steadily, showing no visible signs of injury or fatigue. His expression remained unchanged, calm, unreadable. Asher hesitated for the first time, watching Brandon more carefully. That's when he noticed it. 4 glowing rings revolving around Brandon's handguards. 3 glowed with fiery energy, but the first one shimmered with an icy light. Something about it made Asher uneasy. "Hey, one more hit," Brandon said casually, stepping forward and bringing his weapons together. The cloth-wrapped saber and sword began to merge, forming a large, imposing great sword that radiated the merged auras of the saber of slaughter and the sword of tranquility. "You know, I've never been that good with sabers or straight swords," Brandon said with a grin as he rested the heavy blade on his shoulder. "But great swords, that's my thing." He stretched out his left hand, palm facing upward, and gestured for Asher to come at him. Seeing Brandon, who had maintained a calm and modest demeanor, suddenly acting so smug, seemed to ignite all the restrained anger Albert had been bottling up. He had been eager to face Brandon not just for himself, but because of Alec. Since the inter-academy competition, the younger generation of the Blaze clan had been constantly ridiculed and belittled wherever they went, and they placed the blame squarely on Alec's shoulders, because to them he was the symbol of their humiliation. Even within their own clan, some of the elders often sighed in frustration, lamenting the fact that none of their promising youths had been able to halt Alec's rise in the inter-academy competition. The shame was amplified by the fact that Alec had passed through the Royal Mage Academy team, which had 2 highly regarded members of the Blaze clan. That only deepened the clan's collective disgrace. At social gatherings, even when words weren't spoken directly to them, both Albert and Asher often heard whispers behind their backs, mocking how they couldn't outperform a bastard from their own bloodline. Some even went as far as to say that the ancient Blaze clan was losing its edge in raising strong successors. In the past, such disrespect would have been met with outrage. But this time, the clan members knew that the criticism always led to something else, an undeniable truth they could win against. They couldn't even argue back, as doing so would only make them look more pathetic and give others even more reason to mock them, and whenever they did push back in heated debates, the final blow was always the same. As the others would say, if only they have fought with Alec using such energy, maybe they would have been able to get a draw against him, which ended up forcing them into silence. Normally, they wouldn't hesitate to lash out at anyone who spoke to them that way, but now, with all eyes on them, pulling such a stunt after losing an argument would no longer be overlooked. Even if the city guards decided to turn a blind eye to them fighting, they'd still have to face the clan's judgment. Things weren't as favorable for them anymore. It felt as though everyone was just waiting for them to slip up. So when Albert got the chance to face a Gordon's, he saw it as a form of redemption, hoping to vent his frustration by beating Brandon senselessly. However, Brandon's infuriatingly calm smile only added fuel to his rage. "You're a dead man," Albert muttered, as a sonic boom echoed from his step and flames erupted behind him, and in a blink of an eye, he was beside Brandon, wielding twin swords aimed with deadly precision, each slash targeting a vital spot. Time seemed to slow for Albert as his blades pierced forward, but just as it seemed the fight would tilt in his favor, something disrupted his tempo. His momentum halted abruptly as a sinking sensation tugged at his legs. Frowning, he quickly realized he had stepped into a cleverly hidden quicksand trap. "You're slow," Brandon's voice came calmly. While Albert was still processing his predicament, he'd made a critical error. He had entered Brandon's attacking range himself, gotten stuck by the quicksand, and allowed his focus to waver. In a battle like this, even a second's distraction was unforgivable, and he had blanked out for more than that. And when he finally processed the words that were said to him, what echoed in his ears was that he was too slow. Hearing that from Brandon, same Brandon who had practically been strolling around the battle, nearly made Albert cough blood from sheer frustration. But he didn't even get the chance, because when he looked up, all he saw was Brandon's massive great sword descending straight toward his chest. "Shit," Albert muttered right before the blade struck him. With a devastating swing, Brandon launched him into the air using nothing but brute force and the weight of his great sword. The impact echoed like a bat hitting a baseball, a perfect arc in motion. Brandon's stance, his angle, even the follow-through, it was raw power refined by sheer technique and amplified by his spirit equipment set augmentation. Albert, who had still been trapped by the quicksand beneath him, couldn't dodge and was helpless as his body soared skyward. His insides rattled and breath knocked from his lungs. But Brandon wasn't finished. As Albert ascended, a twisting sandstorm erupted below, accelerating Brandon upward as he overtook Albert in a blur of speed. From below, Albert caught sight of Brandon rising above him, with the great sword gripped in one hand as though it weighed nothing. How is someone with that build swinging such a massive blade like it's weightless? Albert thought in disbelief. But his concern quickly shifted to dread, because the wind around him grew violent, the air itself vibrating as Brandon channeled an immense amount of chi into the great sword. Blade-style first-form blade hurricane. With both hands now gripping the hilt, Brandon swung downward in a single decisive arc. The chi gathered within the blade erupted, bursting forth in a blinding flash of blue sword light that cleaved through the air. It was so intense that even spectators on the ground watching could only squint their eyes to see properly. Albert was slammed downward, as his descent tripled in speed than his ascent, as he was going down in what seemed would result in an unstoppable crash toward the arena ring below. He hadn't even had the chance to execute any of his special moves. He'd been ruthlessly overwhelmed by pure brute force and a simple trap. That was the last thought on his mind before everything went black. His body slammed into the battle ring with a heavy crash, unconscious before he even hit the ground. His skin was riddled with fine, sword-like cuts, and a faint trace of lingering sword energy still clung to him. And the win goes to the war god Mage Academy. A heavy silence fell over the arena, not out of celebration, but from the sudden tension that came with the scoreboard leveling out again. With both academies now having only 2 fighters left, everyone knew the next few rounds would decide everything: victory or bitter defeat of their respective academy. Funny enough, only the dean seems worried at the War God Academy zone. The atmosphere around the Royal Mage Academy's seating area was especially grim. Their side wasn't taking the outcome well. When they had arrived, they believed the War God Mage Academy would be easy prey. After all, they had all grown tremendously since the last inter-academy competition. Many of them didn't even consider the possibility that the War God Mages could keep up, but that assumption had been flawed. The truth was that the War God Mage Academy had been surviving on scraps for years. Even before they decided to cut ties officially with the Northern Kingdom, the academy had been neglected for far too long. Now, the only real change was that the school instructors and battle-hardened students no longer took mercenary jobs in Northern Kingdom cities to supplement the academy's income. Everything else had already been stripped away long before. The fact that the team of War God Mage they faced still looked like a component of a reserved team, and a few main fighters made the Royal Mage Academy team more ashamed at how it was going, because they knew truly the War God Mage Academy team had held back in the lineup selection. "Austin, I don't care how you do it, just don't you dare lose to that boy," Liam said through gritted teeth as Austin stood up. But Austin only ran a hand through his blonde hair, brushing it back to reveal his sharp, handsome features. His confident smirk said all that needed to be said. "What do you all think I care about your opinions? Austin muttered, his tone laced with annoyance. I just want to get this over with and get back to my ladies. I'm practically sick of being in this academy. If you weren't all so incompetent, I wouldn't have been forced to join this team in the first place. Austin's words were sharp, and though he spoke casually, his irritation was clear. He had wanted to fight earlier, but Albert insisted he had things under control, only to get thoroughly humiliated. Now, Austin wasn't just annoyed with the team, but with the entire situation. Unlike Liam, who took his responsibilities seriously and cared about the Academy's reputation, Austin was famously known as the Academy's carefree lover. Boy, he would rather spend his time charming his many girlfriends than bothering with anything that resembled effort, especially fighting. Liam clenched his jaw at Austin's words, but he had no real comeback. Despite being equals in rank, Austin was the more talented of the two when it came to time-related abilities. His time-related abilities were far superior to Liam's low-affinity version. Liam's strength mainly came from his rare mimicry skill, which acted as a sub-branch for his time abilities, and it made him versatile, but in the Tudor clan, time users reigned supreme. What burned Liam most, though, was that even without trying much, Austin was still able to keep up with him in cultivation speed. Austin Tudor strolled up to the stage with a lazy sneer, casually glancing at two Royal Academy teammates as they carried Albert's unconscious body down to be treated by the healing mage. Are you prepared? Asked the judge mage, raising an eyebrow at Austin's laid-back demeanor. Yes, Austin replied as he summoned a sword from his Alec ring, casually eyeing Brandon, who stood with his great sword embedded in the ground beside him. Begin, the judge declared, but neither of them moved. Brandon had assumed the mage in front of him would come at him and try to test his stamina, to see if he was worn out from his last match. However, he swiftly realized how much he had underestimated Austin's arrogance. He was being underestimated. Despite everything Brandon had shown in the last round, Austin looked completely confident in his victory. That alone made Brandon decide to push himself further. With a calm breath, he gripped his great sword in a reverse hold and began walking forward. His slow, deliberate steps soon transitioned into a sudden sprint, the screech of his blade dragging against the ground ringing out across the battle ring. Once he crossed the center line, Brandon launched himself into the air, spinning his massive blade with him in a 360-degree arc before slamming it down toward Austin. Austin raised his broadsword just in time, meeting the descending strike. Brandon's great sword was enveloped in powerful chi, while Austin's weapon shimmered with temporal mana. The moment their blades collided, Austin felt the raw strength behind Brandon's swing and something else. The chi felt as if it had a penetrating edge, biting into his defense, causing his right hand, which was holding the blade, to become numb. Reacting quickly, Austin slid his blade downward, redirecting Brandon's weapon along its edge and breaking the momentum, as he followed up instantly, slamming his right elbow into Brandon's jaw. Brandon stumbled 2 steps back, a copper taste flooding his mouth. HMPH, Brandon grunted, spitting blood to the side. Mid-tier spell temporal bullet. Austin raised his left hand in a gesture resembling a gun, mimicking what the Gordons called Alec's signature pose. With 2 fingers pointed at Brandon, he released the spell as a follow-up attack. A sharp swish echoed as the bullet, formed from concentrated temporal energy which vanished into thin air after it was unleashed. Heading toward the distracted Brandon, who still had his left hand on his bruised lips, assessing the damage, which is why Austin had decided to capitalize on the opening. But in the next split second, Brandon raised his great sword with his right hand. While still feigning distraction, he twisted the weapon slightly, using the flat side to block something. Peng. A sharp sound rang out. Austin, who had already retreated to create space, was stunned. Brandon had somehow anticipated the spot the vanishing temporal bullet would appear from and blocked it with precise timing. Before Austin could fully register what to do next, Brandon did something completely unexpected, something no one would have predicted. He hurled his massive great sword. Yes, Brandon threw the enormous blade straight at Austin with incredible momentum, with the weapon spinning violently through the air like a flying guillotine. Mid-tier spell time freeze. In a split-second reaction, Austin cast a spell, as a bubble of temporal energy formed around him, bending time. As the great sword reached the barrier, its speed sharply decreased, dragged down as though moving through syrup. Gotcha, a cold voice whispered near his ear, demonic, sudden, and terrifying. While Austin had focused entirely on the approaching blade, Brandon had already closed the distance, dashing in from his blind spot. Mid-tier spell Earth Fangs. Clapping both hands together, Brandon unleashed his spell. From the ground, a colossal row of jagged, compressed earth erupted. Massive fangs shaped like a beast's jaw lunged upward to clamp around Austin's waist. Austin's eyes widened in shock, realizing too late the scheme he'd fallen for. Mid-tier spell time jump. Desperate, he cast another spell, attempting to blink out of danger in the nick of time. The moment Austin activated the spell, his body disintegrated into particles, vanishing completely from his previous position, leaving Brandon visibly surprised. Just as the earth fangs clamped shut around empty air, the temporal bubble surrounding where Austin previously stood shattered, and the massive great sword, which was previously stalled in a distorted timeline, surged forward once more at full speed. This time, however, Brandon caught it effortlessly, reclaiming the weapon he had thrown moments ago without the slightest strain. He used his hand to grip the handle and stop its momentum despite how fast it had been moving. A few meters away, Austin reappeared breath-ragged, his body damp with sweat, as he stared at Brandon, this time with genuine concern flickering in his eyes. Brandon's lips twitched into a faint smirk as he muttered, "I see it now." Many of the elders from the Royal Mage Academy present couldn't help but look at Austin with eyes that seemed to say they had just discovered a rare gem. Their astonishment stemmed from the last spell Austin had just casted, Time Jump, an advanced spell of the time element, though it bore superficial similarities to the more common Blink spell, which is rooted in spatial manipulation. However, Time Jump operated on an entirely different principle. While Blink allowed a space elemental mage to teleport instantly to another point within their line of sight, Time Jump was far more elusive. It enabled a time elemental mage to shift themselves a few moments forward into the future, effectively dodging an incoming attack before it ever landed. They didn't require anything, just the casting of the spell, and they would disappear from existence for a few seconds. There were ancient tales of a legendary time mage who used Time Jump to escape death countless times on the battlefield. Yet no one in the Northern Kingdom had ever witnessed the spell firsthand, and this was because time elemental mages were exceedingly rare, with most known practitioners originating from royal bloodlines. As a result, Time Jump was often dismissed as nothing more than myth, an exaggerated tale crafted to heighten the mystique of the royal families. But now that Austin had used it before their very eyes, its existence could no longer be questioned. It was real and evidently powerful. Still, the toll it took on Austin was obvious. His drained expression and unsteady breathing showed just how taxing the spell was to perform. It wasn't just difficult to master, it was punishing to use, considering it could save the life of a mage at a critical moment, which is no wonder so few royal mages had ever demonstrated it publicly. "You're good," Austin finally said, his voice steady despite the fatigue. "Well, you're not so bad yourself," Brandon replied, adjusting his stance as he prepared for another swing. "Then let's end this." With that, Austin sliced his palm with his blade, allowing a thin smear of blood to coat its edge. The moment his blood touched the blade, it began to tremble faintly with unstable energy. Austin surged forward again, swinging with renewed force. Brandon, undeterred, swung his great sword in response. This time, as their weapons clashed, Austin wasn't pushed back. He held his ground, digging in his heels as the force of their collision rippled through the arena. Brandon exclaimed in surprise, but this act definitely wasn't enough to make him wary. The two of them pushed against each other, using the momentum to create distance between them. As Austin reset his stance, sword raised and ready to continue his offensive, something unexpected happened. Brandon drove his great sword into the ground. "You know what I've noticed about people like you, those born with privilege and talent? You think you're better than everyone just because fate handed you an easy start," Brandon said, his voice low but steady. He paused, eyes narrowing. "Well, guess what? That belief is only true if you actually work to become the best, but someone like you, blessed but lazy, loses sight of what really matters." His tone hardened as he continued, a flicker of memory flashing in his eyes, as he reminisced on his father's words about his mother's disappearance echoing in his mind. "That's why you'll never defeat me. While you're busy squandering your gifts, people like me, those without powerful families or elite bloodlines, work twice as hard just to stand on the same stage." "Too much talking," Austin interrupted coldly, slashing his sword toward Brandon and releasing a blazing arc of sword light. What happened next stunned everyone. Brandon charged straight toward the oncoming attack, moving at high speed as though running into a death wish. To the onlookers, it was pure madness. But just as the sword light closed in, Brandon raised his left hand. The two rings of energy rotating around his hand guard pulsed brightly. Bang, the sword light struck, but nothing happened. A bubble-like shield of energy shimmered around Brandon for a brief moment before vanishing along with the rings of energy on his left hand, absorbing the full force of the attack as he ran straight through it unharmed. Austin's eyes widened in disbelief, clearly unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. However, it wasn't like Brandon would offer him any explanation. He had already closed the distance. Planting his left foot firmly forward, he followed through with two swift jabs, using his left hand fast and unexpected. Caught off guard, Austin scrambled to block the strikes. Each blow made Austin's hand tremble as he struggled to maintain his defensive stance, but as he braced for a third strike from Brandon's left, he realized too late that he'd made a critical mistake. Brandon's right fist was already swinging toward his stomach from the opposite angle. Austin had been too focused on defending against the left-hand barrage, leaving his right side completely exposed, and Brandon had been counting on that opening. The remaining 3 glowing rings orbiting Brandon's right hand suddenly lit up and fused into his fist, which now shone with blinding intensity. Peng, boom, the punch landed with no sound at first then, a moment later, a deafening sonic explosion tore through the air. The battle platform trembled as visible cracks spread across it. The very arena said to withstand attacks from low Tier 7 mages had been damaged by Brandon's strike. Austin's academy robe was shredded, revealing a concealed spirit equipment armor beneath his elegant, long-sleeved uniform. But even that wasn't enough to stop the momentum. His body was hurled across the arena, crashing violently into a section of empty chairs. Liam, watching from his seat, clenched his jaw in frustration. His lips twitched with suppressed anger. The War God Mage Academy hadn't even fielded their full strength, and now he was the last remaining representative of his academy. He was left to carry the burden alone. Meanwhile, the War God Mage Academy still had 2 untouched fighters in reserve apart from Brandon that was on stage. The disbelief burned in Liam's chest as he was thinking how an academy that had supposedly fallen in strength all these years, a now low-tier school barely respected in the capital of the Northern Kingdom, still able to produce mages this powerful. It defied all logic that Liam understood. This round goes to the War God Mage Academy. Royal Mage Academy, send up your next fighter, the judge announced, turning toward Liam, who remained seated, simmering with rage. Behind him, the reverse teammates rushed to retrieve Austin's unconscious body, though the other defeated fighters of the Royal Mage Academy had regained consciousness. However, none of them dared speak. No one tried to inflate Liam's ego or give him false hope, because deep down they all knew this match was far from being in his favor. And just like that, he stood up with a steel resolve, feeling that no matter what, he was going to crush the remaining War God Mage fighters and claim victory for the Royal Academy, no matter the cost. Brandon, step down. Alec's voice rang out just as Liam began climbing the stage. Brandon twisted his neck, glancing at Alec, who remained surprisingly casual through it all. After a couple of seconds of silence and realizing Alec wasn't going to explain why he had asked him to withdraw, Brandon just sighed. As his spirit equipment set began to recede smoothly back into his body. At first, it returned to its tattoo form, briefly visible on his skin beneath his academy uniform. However, within a second, even that faint mark vanished entirely, leaving no trace. The elders from the Royal Mage Academy took note, clearly impressed by Brandon's refined control of his gear. It took most mages considerable training to retrieve their spirit equipment so seamlessly like that. He then approached his great sword, kicking the base where it was embedded in the ground, as the blade twisted free, and he grabbed the hilt with his right hand. With his left, he slapped the flat of the blade, activating a soft pulse of light. In a flash, as the great sword split back into its 2 component weapons, the Slaughter Saber and the Tranquility Sword, Brandon then proceeds to rotate his wrists. As the cloth wraps that had covered his forearms unraveled and coiled around the weapons, the wraps continued until both blades were fully secured, allowing him to slide them into the back compartments of his custom academy uniform, where they locked in place like they belonged there. Watching Brandon stand down at Alec's command stirred something unpleasant in Liam. It felt like a blow, though it was the War God Mage Academy taking a loss here. However, Liam just felt it was some kind of blow to him too. What really bothered Liam was that Alec had orchestrated it. There was something about Alec that rubbed him the wrong way, a kind of unreadable, calculated air. Every single Royal Mage Academy participant had fallen so far, and the one calling the matchups behind the scenes was always Alec. It was a chilling reminder of how deeply Alec understood them all. At the War God Mage Academy seating area, Pale was already on his feet, stretching his arms in anticipation as Brandon made his way back. He could hardly believe it. He was finally getting the chance to face the captain of the Royal Mage Academy. Excitement buzzed through him, and like many mages that comes from ancient clans, Pale had regained his confidence over the holidays and was convinced he could win this battle. Just as he was about to step forward, he turned toward Alec, waiting for the signal. After all, this was supposed to be his turn, just as Alec had promised. But Alec didn't even glance in his direction. "Lucas, don't you think it's time to stretch those stiff muscles?" Alec called, his voice calm, and Pale froze on the spot. Pale struggled to form words, but nothing came out, no matter how many times he opened his mouth. "I can't let you fight right now, Pale. You and a few others are our aces. If I let you all show your cards now, we'd be revealing our full hand before the real competition begins. That's exactly what I'm trying to avoid," Alec said with a composed, almost humble tone. Pale could only nod silently and sit back down, his expression dark, though he acted like he accepted Alec's reasoning on the surface. However, deep down he was frustrated. He hadn't expected to be selected in the first place, but when his name was called for, something stirred inside him. As each battle passed, his blood boiled with anticipation, waiting for the moment Alec promised would come. But now that moment had been snatched away with carefully chosen words, and in that instant, Pale couldn't help but view Alec as a hypocrite, punishing him for a crime he didn't even know he'd committed. War God Mage Academy, send the next representative of your team up, the judge announced. Lucas, who had been seated with his arms crossed, finally rose to his feet, towering over Brandon as he passed him. They bumped fists in quiet camaraderie before Lucas made his way toward the battle ring. Two distinct weapons were strapped to his back, drawing curious glances from the crowd, but the odd arrangement didn't shake his confidence. He just walked with his head held high, a calm smile playing on his lips. As he stepped onto the stage, Lucas once again crossed his arms and locked eyes with Liam, who stood opposite him. If you know what's good for you, step down now and let Alec take the stage, otherwise you'll regret wasting my time, Liam threatened, trying to instill fear into Brandon. Lucas laughed heartily at the warning, his voice echoing through the arena. Unfortunately for you, Alec isn't fighting. In fact, he's not even part of the lineup, Lucas replied the moment his laughter subsided. Liam's expression twisted in shock, as though he'd been struck by a speeding magical vehicle. Seeing Lucas emerge as the second-to-last fighter, he had naturally assumed Alec would be the final match, just like in traditional academy competitions, where captains would be the last in a face-off to protect their teams. What? Liam blurted out, stunned. Lucas remained unfazed, calm as ever. This is probably the last fight of the match. And even if for some unforeseen reason I do lose, it won't change a thing, as the War God Mage Academy's victory is already sealed, he said with the air of a ruler issuing commands rather than a mage about to duel. You'll pay for underestimating me. Draw your blade, Liam snapped. There's no need for that, Lucas said coolly as he extended his right hand. Clenching his fist, a light blue chi surged from his elbow down to his palm, crackling with restrained power. The chi energy wrapped around Lucas's hand resembled a shimmering bubble of water, yet it radiated the intensity like it was a blue flames. It gave off a surreal, ethereal heat. Seeing Lucas make no move to draw his weapons despite standing face to face with him ignited something in Liam. His jaw tightened, teeth clenched as he fought to suppress the fury rising within him. Good, good, Liam hissed through gritted teeth, repeating the word like a promise as he visualized all the ways he'd dismantle Lucas. Begin, the judge finally declared. As if summoned by divine timing, the moment the word was spoken, Liam vanished from sight in a burst of speed. Gasps echoed through the arena as he reappeared behind Lucas in a split second, his right hand engulfed in blazing flames and shaped like claws. With deadly precision, he struck at Lucas's back. A thunderous boom rang out as the attack connected, yet what shocked the spectators was Lucas's complete lack of response. He didn't flinch, didn't attempt to dodge, and showed no sign of pain. It was as if he had allowed Liam to strike him on purpose. However, while others were watching with curiosity or awe, Liam, on the other hand, had a sinking feeling in his gut. He had landed a striker, so he thought, but only he knew the truth that his attack hadn't connected with anything. There was no resistance, no sensation of his claws strike piercing flesh, and that realization triggered his suspicions that something was wrong. Just as doubt clouded his mind, he noticed something chilling. The body he had struck was dissipating like mist. How much longer are you going to stare at my afterimage? Lucas's voice came from behind him. Startled, Liam spun around and jumped back from both his current position and the direction of the voice. How the hell did you do that? He demanded, raising his arms as arcs of lightning sparked between his fingertips. If I told you, I wouldn't be able to use it against you again, now would I? Lucas replied casually, as Liam froze, unsure of how to respond. In his heart, he wanted to believe it was just a technique, some illusion or speed-based skill Lucas had picked up, because if what just happened was Lucas's base speed, then Liam knew he was in serious trouble, as he hadn't even been able to react to that. Still, he wasn't some weakling. He was a Tudor royalty born with both bloodline and talent. That privilege had always fed him with a certain unshakable confidence, no matter how dire the situation. So even with the odds looking stacked against him, and even though the voice in his head warned him otherwise, Liam threw aside his hesitation. With renewed resolve, he lunged at Lucas, fists flying and kicks whipping through the air. His attacks came in fast blurs, but no matter how precise or swift, they failed to connect. Lucas didn't even unfold his arms. He simply tilted, weaved, and stepped around every blow with calm precision, like a shadow dancing through light. Mid-tier spell lightning discharge. Liam finally unleashed his first spell, after realizing that landing a physical hit on Lucas was almost impossible as he couldn't match his speed. He switched tactics, opting for an AoE lightning spell. His goal was simple, to paralyze Lucas, even if only for a moment, so he could land a few meaningful blows. However, what followed was completely unexpected. The wave of blue lightning bolts surged outward like a storm ready to consume everything, but instead of evading, Lucas charged straight into it with his right hand, which was still cloaked in chi energy. He stretched out his hand toward the crackling bolts while performing some hand signs with his left hand, which was drawn back. Chi technique absorption. To Liam's disbelief, Lucas began absorbing the lightning. It was as if his arm had become a conductor as he grabbed one of the arcs mid-air, and the scattered lightning bolts shifted direction, drawn to him like moths to flame, pulled by some unseen vacuum. Arg! Lucas roared in pain as the lightning coursed through his body, and Liam involuntarily shivered at the sight. Even though he had cast the spell, Liam didn't possess a natural lightning affinity. His special ability allows him to mimic spells he had previously seen, and before the match, he had observed 6 different mages, each from varying elemental paths, demonstrating their strongest spells, so he could carefully select 6 of those spells to memorize and temporarily wield for the next 6 hours. That is the longest duration he could save a mimicked spell at his current realm. However, even those spells are limited to mid-tier rank powers. Even if he decided to go off copying a high-tier one, it would only result in a downgraded prowess back to the mid-rank spell model. It was one of the limitations of his rare talent. Still, casting spells from elements outside his natural affinity came with risks. Like Austin, Liam wore a customized spirit equipment set beneath his uniform, specially crafted to mitigate the backlash from using elements he lacked resistance to. And since Liam had only copied the lightning spells and wasn't really using his body to create the lightning, the recoil wasn't too severe. He is using himself as a gun and his mana as the bullet which recreates the copied spell. As long as he is not in the range of the attack, he won't be affected. Even if he was, that is why he had the spirit equipment armor under his school uniform that was specially crafted for him. But watching Lucas absorb the lightning with his body made him realize just how insane his opponent really was. By now, Lucas had completely absorbed the lightning bolts, as arcs of blue electricity danced across his body like writhing snakes, crackling over his skin. Even his hair had turned spiky, standing on end from the sheer energy surging through him. How? Liam muttered, barely audible, so soft that Lucas almost missed it. Simple, I've always had a low affinity for lightning. In my clan, elemental affinity wasn't something we showed off about, so I never thought much of it. Lucas replied, his voice calm despite the current running through him. He paused, his gaze briefly shifting toward Alec. But then I met someone who embraced even the element he didn't really like, all just because it made him stronger. That changed my perspective. Lucas took a deep breath, the lightning crackling louder around him. I realized I was being childish by ignoring my affinity just because it was weak. It made me stronger, so I decided to go back to training. It wasn't easy when I started training again. Having a low affinity meant I had to burn through more mana just to summon a spark or even use lightning to enhance my attacks. It was frustrating. But while my elemental affinity is low, I have an absurd talent for chi manipulation, so I began training my body to store lightning through chi control, painstakingly shaping my body into a perfect vessel that can house lightning. He smirked, raising his lightning-covered arm, and just when I was almost empty, you generously recharged me, so of course I'll make use of it. Lucas concluded his small explanation. However, Liam wasn't listening anymore. The moment he heard that Lucas had been using his body to store lightning, his mind began to spiral. Such a cultivation method was not only dangerous, but also brutal. The very idea of letting lightning flow through one's flesh sounded like madness. Even the Royal Mage Academy elders were surprised, as they have always warned the Royal Mage Academy disciples that the pain could cripple a man, or worse, kill him outright if he followed such cultivation method. They could only imagine how much agony Lucas had endured, using his chi to shield his internal organs and keep the lightning from tearing him apart from the inside. Practically everyone was stunned by Lucas's revelation, everyone except Alec Gordons, who already had an idea of what was going on with Lucas, though Alec hadn't known from the start. However, after the incident involving his eyes, everything changed. Now, as he looked at Lucas, he wasn't only seeing the outline of his body through the 3D blue light display created by his evolved vision. What stood out even more was the massive amount of residual lightning energy swirling inside him. Alec had simply given him the perfect platform to test his new cultivation method. Let's start all over now, shall we? Lucas said, his stance shifting as if he were about to dash at Liam. The sight instantly put Liam on high alert, as the memory of their earlier exchange was still fresh in his mind. Mid-tier spell Water Barrier. Not willing to take any chances, Liam quickly activated a water element defensive spell, causing a swirling sphere of liquid rise from the ground and enveloped him in a protective shell, forming a circular defense around his body. This was all part of Liam's plan. He had already figured out why he couldn't keep up with Lucas's speed, and he felt it had to be due to his lightning affinity. After all, it was no secret that lightning and wind element mages were notoriously fast, and even though Lucas had confessed to only having a low lightning affinity, the crazy training he'd gone through made it so Liam wouldn't underestimate him. So he focused on minimizing his disadvantages. While he hadn't found any advantage yet against Lucas, Liam had adapted quickly, knowing one of his disadvantages was that he couldn't match Lucas's speed with ordinary measures, so he opted for a stationary defense, one that could react from any angle. With a circular barrier in place, he'd have at least a split second of warning no matter where the attack came from. But even as the spell formed, Lucas had already vanished from his view. This time, however, Liam was able to catch a flicker of movement, a blur of blue lightning streaking toward him. The arcs of energy around Lucas's body made him slightly visible, even at blinding speed. "First punch," Lucas said as his body reappeared before Liam and slammed his right fist into the watery sphere. A muffled boom echoed as the barrier rippled violently. Without pause, Lucas twisted and delivered a crushing left hook to the lower side. The barrier gave in this time as cracks split through the watery surface before it shattered completely, collapsing under the pressure of Lucas's strikes. Just as the water droplets closed in, momentarily obscuring Lucas's vision, a sudden sense of danger surged through him. A sword lunged from within the collapsing barrier, aiming straight for his neck. Liam's expression was twisted with tension and desperation as he pushed his body out from the water screen. Mid-tier spell time freeze. Without hesitation, Liam cast another spell, despite the backlash energy turmoil he was experiencing from his shattered water barrier, which would normally subside after a few seconds. He still pushed through and activated a spell, and it was from the rare time element. Temporal energy wrapped around the few meters around them, freezing everything around in slowed motion. Everything except Liam moved as if submerged in syrupy molasses. Even Lucas was affected, though his hand still moved slightly. However, it was sluggish, too slow to counter the imminent strike. Liam drove the blade forward, confident the time freeze would grant him the upper hand. However, just before the sword made contact, a sudden arc of lightning surged across the ground. In an instant, the time freeze effect dispersed like it had been dispelled by a greater power, and Lucas regained full control of his body. Reacting swiftly, he slapped the blade away with his right hand, as it narrowly missed his neck, grazing his left arm. He gritted his teeth against the pain and immediately followed up with a palm strike, his left hand shooting forward like a trained martial artist. Bang! The strike landed on Liam's chest with deceptive ease, but it carried a charge of lightning. Liam, who had just begun to retreat, felt the electric current tear through his body. The paralysis was instant as his limbs stiffened, and though he tried to move, he realized he'd need at least a full second to recover from the numbing effect. But with Lucas still standing before him, 1 second felt far too long. That seemingly casual move from Lucas was already bordering on the level of a spell. Just like Alec, Lucas too had begun to show potential of reaching the high ranks with ease. While Alec possessed abnormal mental strength, Lucas had a rare form of chi that seamlessly fused with his attacks, giving them the subtle impression of high-rank techniques. After delivering the palm strike, Lucas took a quick step back before launching a powerful roundhouse kick aimed at Liam's neck. Bang! His chi-coated leg slammed into the side of Liam's neck, generating a shockwave as the paralyzed mage was sent hurtling through the air. Gasps echoed from the Royal Mage Academy's team as they watched their captain soar toward the edge of the battle ring. Just before he could be flung completely out, Liam managed to regain control of his body as the paralysis wore off. Mid-tier spell time freeze. Once again, Liam activated time freeze, but this time he wasn't casting it to slow down others. He targeted himself, allowing the temporal energy to cocoon him. With that split-second advantage, he twisted mid-air and launched himself back into the ring, before the temporal field shattered around him like a bursting bubble. At that moment, even Austin, who had regained consciousness, was watching the fight, and he was utterly stunned. Liam's mastery of time-based abilities had clearly improved. Despite having a weaker natural affinity than Austin, the way Liam wielded the time element now left no doubt. He had already surpassed him. Austin tried to act unaffected, but deep down, a bitter emotion stirred. He clenched his fists, realizing something that sent a chill down his spine. In their household, the only reason he had been allowed to indulge in arrogance without reprimand was because of his superior affinity. But if Liam continued growing at this rate, their family might begin ignoring him. The privileges he enjoyed could easily be stripped away and handed to Liam. That fear lit a fire in his chest, as Austin made up his mind that he would train, seriously this time. Meanwhile, on the stage, Liam, who had just leapt back into the ring, summoned the full set of his combat gear. Within 30 seconds, he stood fully clad in gleaming knight armor, polished to a mirror shine under the midday sun. A new sword now rested firmly in his grip, replacing the other one. "Let's go again," Liam declared, his confidence renewed. Now that he had revealed his full Tier 5 equipment set, his abilities surged to a much higher level. The gear didn't just enhance his strength and defense, it also amplified his control over time-based spells, making him significantly more formidable than moments before. Yeah, let's go again. I'm actually enjoying this, Lucas replied, his tone casual yet dangerous as he reached behind his back and gripped the handle of his glaive. The moment he unsheathed it, a metallic clang echoed across the battlefield. For the first time in the duel, he revealed one of his weapons. Even Liam had to pause for a moment. The glaive was a masterpiece, clearly crafted by a master forger. Its upper blade was broad and heavy, appearing capable of splitting boulders with ease, while a smaller, razor-sharp blade extended from the opposite end. Lucas shifted into a stance, as he pushed the rest of the lightning in his body and his chi to flow into the weapon, causing a faint crackle to echo like distant thunder, and a sharp sonic hum pierced the air as energy surged along the blade. His eyes narrowed, focused and unflinching, mirroring the intensity now burning in Liam's. "Let's finish this," Lucas growled, and with that both combatants dashed forward, weapons drawn, their final clash imminent. Both mages dashed at each other as time seemed to slow to a crawl. Lucas gripped his glaive tightly with both hands, the blade arcing forward as he swung. Behind him, streaks of lightning trailed in the weapon's path, slicing through the air with an electrifying roar. His expression had shifted, gone was the casual calm. Now a wild grin stretched across his face as his muscles tensed, fueled by his raw chi energy that surged uncontrollably. Thunderclaps echoed across his half of the stage, where lightning and chi collided in chaotic harmony. On Liam's side, a different kind of power reigned, a temporal field wrapped around him, distorting time itself. Everything outside his body moved sluggishly, slowed by the spell's influence, everything but him. Ah. Both mages let out cries as they clashed and then passed each other in the blink of an eye, switching places on the battle ring, and the crowd held its breath, eyes straining to understand what had just occurred. Lucas's body trembled but remained standing. He drove the butt of his glaive into the ground with a thundering slam, sending a shockwave rippling through the arena. Then, like a puppet with cut strings, Liam's body collapsed with a loud thud, unmoving. It was a chilling wake-up call for the Royal Mage Academy. Their hopes had risen for a moment after watching their captain fight so valiantly. However, in the end, he had still fallen. Match concluded. War God Mage Academy wins, the judge declared. The dean of the War God Mage Academy erupted in laughter, pride radiating from him as Lucas walked calmly toward Liam's fallen body. "You fought well," Lucas muttered, passing the unconscious form of Liam before rejoining his team. Cheers broke out as they celebrated their hard-fought victory, already exchanging words about the match. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Northern Kingdom, just minutes after Lucas had claimed victory, the king paced anxiously in his private chamber. As he turned, he froze his eyes, falling on a figure cloaked in black standing silently at the entrance. "My king, the match has concluded," the cloaked figure announced, bowing slightly with his right hand pressed over his chest. "Speak, who won?" the king asked sharply, his impatience leaking through his voice. The figure hesitated, taking a few seconds before finally answering. "It's the War God Mage Academy." The king slumped into a seat close by, his expression unreadable. Whatever thoughts stormed through his mind, the figure before him could only guess. Without another word, the king waved him off with a final respectful bow. The mage vanished from sight, leaving the king alone in the silence of the chamber, deep in thought. But he wasn't the only one receiving the news. Within the next hour, the 7 other institutions that formed the Great 8 Academies each received the battle results via enchanted message birds, that the War God Mage Academy had triumphed over the Royal Mage Academy. While the message lacked specific details about who fought or how the victory was achieved, it was more than enough to stir the academies. Across the Northern Kingdom, expectations for the upcoming Origin tournament skyrocketed. Each academy and ancient reacted differently to the news. Some were shocked, others cautious, but all were intrigued, because the Royal Mage Academy had been in top form since the inter-academy competition, as the royal clan had invested in the team to raise their prowess, which is what made their defeat even more impactful. Yet one academy among the Great 8 Academies remained calm, and that was the Battle Mage Academy. They had long been betting on the War God Mage Academy to win, and were hardly surprised by the outcome. Back at the War God Mage Academy, a portal shimmered open at the center of the Dean's Peak as the returning team of students stepped out, fresh from their match in the capital. One by one, the entire squad emerged through the space gate as the Dean watched them with silent pride. They were barely second-year students, yet they had already carved the name of the War God Mage Academy into the capital's memory time and time again. No matter how he looked at it, the Dean couldn't help but feel proud. "You all did a great job," the Dean began, his voice firm yet proud. "But this is just the beginning. I'm sure you all understand that the real battle begins at the Origin competition. What we just participated in was nothing more than a qualifier." He paused before continuing. "The main competition starts in 5 days, so don't hesitate to use the killing arrays. We have made them fully accessible, and all the cultivation rooms will be open exclusively for your use during this time. This is to ensure that each of you performs at your peak. After his short but impactful pep talk, the students began dispersing toward their respective masters' peaks. But before they could fully leave, Alex stepped forward, making sure to address the entire team at the bottom of the dean's peak. "I want to see each and every one of you before we leave for the competition," he said, his tone serious and commanding. His rare display of leadership made them visibly excited. After all, the last time Alec had called them together like this, he'd handed out mid-tier cultivation pills that helped many of them break through bottlenecks and strengthen their mental fortitude back at the capital. "We'll be looking forward to whatever you've got planned," Pale said with a grin as he and Katie headed off. He had completely forgotten his earlier frustration about not fighting. Even though he had already received Tier 6 cultivation pills from his clan, he wasn't about to turn down anything extra Alec might offer, not when Alec's gifts always came with unexpected benefits. One by one, Sophia and Indrik exchanged farewells and words of gratitude with Alec before leaving. Only Lucas and Beatrice remained behind with Alec gang, their expressions unreadable. Noticing their solemn demeanor, Alec turned to his clansmen and gave them a subtle nod, silently signaling them to give him space. The group understood instantly and walked off, heading toward their own master's peak. Alec turned to face the duo. "To what do I owe this honor? How do you know?" Lucas said as he stepped forward. He didn't elaborate, but Alec caught the meaning immediately without speaking. He pointed toward his own blindfolded eyes, though Alec didn't offer Lucas a clear explanation. However, the air of mystery he left behind was enough to make Lucas drop his line of questioning. Instead, Alec shifted his attention to Beatrice. "What's your current realm? Because I seriously doubt you're still at peak tier 5, Beatrice asked without hesitation. "I'm at low tier 6 now, but unless I'm pushed into a situation I can't control, I won't be using my full strength," Alec replied calmly. "Then let's fight," Beatrice said, cutting in the moment Alec finished his sentence. Her challenge caught both Alec and Lucas off guard. "Hey, that's my line. I wanted to fight him first. Besides, ladies shouldn't be getting involved in things like this," Lucas interjected quickly, stepping forward. He was clearly eager, not wanting to miss the chance to finally test himself against Alec. Ever since returning to the academy, that desire had been burning inside him. He needed to know just how much stronger he had become. Only Alec seemed capable of making Lucas fight properly without holding back. Back at his clan, Lucas couldn't properly duel with the younger generation of the Blades. They viewed every spar as a life or death battle, as the result could affect their standing in the clan, and even if he won, it would only make them wary of him, especially if the gap in power was too wide. For the younger mages of the Blades clan, when someone meant to live out their life as a regular clansman suddenly began showing signs of brilliance, it didn't just attract favor and admiration from the elders, it also stirred envy. Envy from those who couldn't rise to that level, and resentment from others who saw it as a threat to their authority within the clan. "At the moment, both of you should focus on training," Alec said coolly. "There's no way you can beat me. Don't forget, fighting me means facing 8 golems at my realm too. Even if I'm not using my full power, I'm far from helpless." With his hands clasped behind his back like a young master lecturing juniors, Alec began walking away. As he did, he cast one last glance toward Beatrice, the ice-cold beauty. "Like I said before, you should smile more often. I think you'd look 3 times more beautiful." Then he turned and continued on his way, but neither Lucas nor Beatrice were hung up on his final remark. What unsettled them more was the quiet confidence in his voice when he warned them. Somehow, Alec gave off the uncanny feeling that he knew exactly how strong they were. Lucas, for one, believed he could defeat any ordinary peak tier 6 mage if he fought seriously, and if he donned his spirit equipment set, he was sure he could clash with a freshly advanced tier 7 mage for a few minutes, and still escape, as long as they didn't specialize in speed. That was the source of his confidence, though he'd never sparred with Beatrice. However, the coffin she always carried radiated a dangerous aura. Lucas didn't need to know what was inside to believe whatever she had hidden there could definitely allow her to fight him to a standstill. However, even with all their recent improvements, Alec had calmly stated that there was no way either of them could defeat him, not when he had 8 golems at the same realm as himself. That meant 8 low-tier 6 golems under his command. Normally, that number wouldn't intimidate either Beatrice or Lucas, but Alec's golems were anything but normal, and it would be foolish to gauge their strength based solely on realm classification. Which brought them back to the question that had been bothering them both: just how stronger had Alec become? Could he now defeat a tier 7 mage, something neither of them was confident they could do? Unfortunately, that was a question they wouldn't be getting an answer to anytime soon. The day passed quickly as the rest of the team headed to the training department to choose their preferred cultivation areas. Some selected the Killing Array, others went to the Sword Palace or different advanced training facilities. Everyone was focused on increasing their power, even if only slightly, before the upcoming Origin competition. Meanwhile, Alec was at home, going through a list of items he planned to get for his teammates on the system store, especially those in his inner circle. As he scrolled through the catalog, one thing was clear: they were ridiculously expensive. To keep up with these costs, he'd need to hunt Tier 7 demonic beasts in the Beast Forest with ease. And just thinking about it sent a chill down his spine. His last encounter with a creature of that caliber had been brutal. Still, a small smile crept onto his lips as he remembered that the loot from the red salamander was still waiting for him inside the amulet world. He had much to accomplish before diving into that, though. Laid out in front of him were two familiar relics: the Shadow Fang armament, which Knight had long outgrown, and the Woven Tide relic that he had given to Agnes too. Alec planned to reforge both into Tier 6 spirit equipment set, since he wasn't starting from scratch. The cost was more manageable, 5 million system points for each, compared to the 10 million it would take to craft entirely new ones. Alec still felt it was doable. However, that 5 million was still a heavy hole weighing on his mind, but he was determined. He felt it was long overdue for his team to receive proper power-ups. Though he still planned to upgrade Brandon's spirit equipment set and eventually his own, however, those would have to wait until he accumulated system points again. For now, his focus was on Knight's and Agnes gear, as theirs were far too underpowered. They rarely even tried to use them in combat. He decided to start with Knight's set, placing it at the center of the room. Alec sent a strand of his mana into the Tier 3 equipment. Instantly, a system notification chimed. There were various upgrade paths: Tier 4, 5, and 6. However, Alec skipped straight to the Tier 6 option, which stood at the top and came with a hefty price of 5 million system points. Without hesitation, he selected and confirmed it. Immediately, white light burst from his body like a surge of pure energy. Though it poured out from him, Alec didn't feel any physical loss. He knew the light was the system's way of extracting points, its currency being manifested in elemental form. When he opened his status panel and saw the deduction, it felt like a dagger had pierced his chest. He'd held onto those points for so long, and now, spending them like this stung more than he expected. Still, the sacrifice had to be made. Within seconds, his entire room was flooded with blinding white light. Slowly, Alec removed the blindfold from his eyes, the first time since his mental surge incident. The moment he did, it was as if the entire world snapped into sharper clarity. He tried visualizing the world again in 3D layers, and suddenly his irises shimmered with a pale blue hue. And then he willed for it to turn normal again, and as if responding to his will, they returned to normal. Ding! Special ability awakened, energy eyes. There was a small moment of freezing from Alec, as he didn't expect he would just awaken a special ability like that. Though the means sounds so simple, however, after his experience with his Black Ash's powers, he knows better than to underestimate the special ability. However, the reforging of the Shadow Fang armament was about to begin, so he directed his attention back to the most important thing at the moment. Part of the light that surged out from Alec's body swiftly filled the room, transforming it into a space bathed in radiant white with a faint blue hue. At the center, an astral figure took form, an elderly man with a long beard. Though he didn't resemble a traditional forger, however, the moment he began working on the materials provided by the system, Alec was reminded again why questioning the system's choices was futile. As usual, a system prompt appeared, requesting a blood essence sample from the future host of the spirit equipment set, and Alec tossed a vial containing Knight's blood toward the spectral figure. The elder summoned using part of Alec's system points. As the air was also filled with different resources Alec was unaware of too. Prior to this, Alec had already answered several system queries needed when creating a specialized spirit equipment set: the intended realm of the host Mage, her elemental affinities, and weapon preferences, everything necessary to prepare for the forging. The system had then selected this particular figure, deeming him the most optimal forger in its entire database, perfectly suited for the specifications Alec provided and required at this level. Once the blood was received, the forging began. The astral body of the elder threw the old equipment set into the roaring furnace. Melting it down, this wasn't just recycling. It was a symbolic act meant to transfer memories and sentimental bonds Knight had formed with the original set into the upgraded version. In this way, the new equipment wouldn't feel unfamiliar. It would also carry the same essence, merely refined and enhanced. At first, Alec thought the process would be completed in a matter of hours, just like every other spirit equipment set the system had forged before. However, this time, things didn't go as expected. As night approached and the day slipped by, only the initial materials had been processed, were the main ones like the Void Beast bones, the Tier 6 Shadow Stone crystals, and a condensed nether essence. The true forging had yet to begin. Each piece that would become part of the set was laced with spirit enchantments and elemental attunements to match with Earth element, which Knight also had an affinity for. What followed next was the engraving of stealth functionality across various sections of the equipment. For the first time, Alec realized that maybe he wouldn't be getting off this easily. It would still take a good amount of time before the forging process was complete. So he did the one thing he'd been looking forward to for a while now. He went to bed, closed his eyes, and drifted off to sleep. Yes, Alec had slept off, eager to finally claim his loot drop from the body of the red salamander beast. He was also fully assured that no one would be able to enter his house or even use their mental energy to invade the area while the forging was ongoing, which is the reason for his action. For one, he had locked the door before going in. To his inner circle, it simply seemed like Alec had entered another session of secluded cultivation for the tournament in a few days, just like they were doing in the cultivation areas of the academy, even though he had just come out of one seclusion not too long ago. And even if they tried to force their way in, they wouldn't succeed, because the light that covered his room didn't just soundproof it and block all forms of mental invasion, it also served as a system-activated defense mechanism, ensuring that no one could witness anything Alec was doing that might raise difficult questions. This was why Alec felt so confident. He knew the veil wouldn't dissipate until the forging was completed, and from everything he'd observed so far, that moment was getting close anytime soon. Meanwhile, at the logistics department, the dean had gone to discuss the details of their academy's victory over the Royal Mage Academy with Old Man Alderic. Though the old man didn't seem too pleased about the win, he still played it cool. At the Gordons clan, the elders and the patriarch were all seated in the meeting room. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. This time, all the elders were present, including the newly appointed 8th elder, Zach. "Is it true?" George Gordons asked. "Yes," the Grand Elder replied. "The city lord claims we illegally conducted an auction in his city without his permission. As if that wasn't enough, he now demands a 50 share of whatever we earn from our shops in our business district, and claims that before any future auction takes place in Estonia City, which is under his jurisdiction, he insists that his people be allowed to take their picks first. At a 30% discount off the average market price, which is making no sense as the things we provided are not average and cannot be valued as such. He also requested we change all forms of payment back to magic crystals, which is the regular medium of exchange, so another 10 of whatever we make from the next auction must also be handed over, or we should prepare to face the full weight of Estonia City's law." The moment the elders heard the city lord's demands, any trace of calm vanished. Everyone's expressions hardened with fury. "I see," the patriarch said, cracking his knuckles. "I see. It's clear the city hall has done its own investigation into the source of the items we auctioned, and felt we luckily got it all from some type of dungeon because Define all knew those items, if traced, won't lead to any big shot. They must have grown greedy after watching the clans and individuals who bought from us rise in strength. Now they can't help themselves." The first elder began. "I always suspected they'd try to make things difficult for us eventually, but this isn't just about the profits. Alec only collected corpses. That's not under our control. The real income came from the restaurants, which he left under the clan's management. And let me be clear, in all my years managing the clan's finances, this is the wealthiest we've ever been. It's no surprise the city lord is trying to suppress us, as our rising prestige threatens him. In case anyone hasn't noticed," he added, "apart from the few clans that still bear hostility toward us, nearly the entire city now looks to the Gordons clan as some kind of savior after Alec's actions in the last Blood Moon War. All of this is already getting on the city lord's nerves. He's a man with a massive ego who can't stand the thought of anyone becoming more powerful than his city hall. To him, we're a threat to his authority. Now, he's laid a trap for us. We either accept his term switch, in plain language, means slowly weakening as a clan, while everything we build gets siphoned off by him just because he holds the title of city lordor." The first elder paused, his tone hardening. "We reject his terms, offend him, and risk sparking a war with the city hall, and once that begins, others will inevitably join the conflict. The very outcome we've tried so long to delay is now right at our doorstep. If I'm not wrong, he's not acting alone. Someone in a high position must be backing him. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare make such a reckless move or use his imperial authority to propose such outrageous demands. Either way, we're screwed. This city is no longer a safe place for us. It's not like we have to give an answer to his ridiculous demands anytime soon. We'll just stall for time like we've been doing all along," the patriarch began. "For now, do your best to gather the kids back to the clan. The lockdowns will be extended, and for those studying in faraway places like Alec and the others, they'll be safe where they are as the city lord has no powers in those institutions and won't be able to draw us out with such threats. All we need to do is make sure nothing happens during the closures, understood?" he said as everyone nodded to show they understood the role they are faced with. "As for me, I'll be leaving the clan estate in disguise to move through the city and find any valuable information on why things have escalated to this point. then we'll know how best to proceed. If it comes to the worst, we may have to leave this city," George concluded, earning nods from everyone in the room except two elders. Those two were the youngest Draco and Zack. The idea of leaving the city they had lived in all their lives felt foreign, impossible even. When the patriarch mentioned it so casually, Draco couldn't help but speak up. "What do you mean move? We can't just abandon our clan house and decide, hey, it's time to get up and go somewhere else. We'd be losing so much, all because a couple of people got jealous of us," Draco said, hands spread wide, looking completely baffled. "If you're worried about the clan house, you shouldn't be," the Grand Elder replied. "It has a function to shrink so we can carry it with us, just like the other secret features we've explained before. However, that shrinking ability is only to be used in times of war when the clan's fate is uncertain, and it drains a lot of energy from those who activate it, which is why it wasn't mentioned to you or Zack earlier, as no one expected things to reach this point. But if it does comes to it, and the clan has to relocate, this will be our course of action," he continued. Alex stood before the plant holding the red salamander's body. Taking a deep breath, time seemed to stall as he tapped it, prompting a harvesting option that required him to pay 100,000 system points to pop up. Without hesitation, he agreed on the pay option, eager to see his new gains before diving back into the beast forest. Ding 1x memory card, 10x tier 7 cultivation pills, 5x tier 7 mental pills, 2x tier 7 healing pills, 1x random tier 7 astral spell card, 1x high flame element, power crystal, 100x tier 7 bestial spirit equipment, set fragments. The loot was almost identical to what he'd received from the tier 7 goblins, except for the addition of a flaming power crystal. This was an unexpected prize. Elemental power crystals, especially of this caliber, were notoriously difficult to obtain. Even after slaying an elemental demonic beast, there was no guarantee of one dropping, as probability always played a role in getting one, and a very low probability at that. If Alec were to put this tier 7 flaming crystal up for sale, nearby academies would send envoys with offers in an instant. Its applications were too numerous, making it incredibly valuable. However, selling it never crossed his mind. He knew such a crystal could serve as a material for crafting a high-rank spirit equipment set for himself. Normally, he would have to pay an astronomical amount for it in the system store, but having acquired it here meant he could save a significant amount of system points, points that always seem to vanish too quickly these days. With that settled, he summoned all 8 of his golems, who in turn summoned their minions, and sent them charging into the second door of the beast forest after the battle with the red salamander. Alec felt they would be far more useful on the second level than the first. There, they could at least help him farm for system points, beast souls, and carcasses, resources he could convert into points to upgrade both his and Brandon's spirit equipment sets. In Alec's mind, having his minion golems farm points that way was far better than taking them into the third level, where they'd likely become cannon fodder and be wiped out the moment the real battle began. With the minions dispatched, he turned his focus to harvesting the rest of his loot before heading into the third level of the beast forest. Once again, Alec entered the familiar world of the beast forest. This time, as he passed through the third door, he tried visualizing the flaming special regions. However, he only managed to land in the central region. Fortunately, it was still close to the flaming regions. He knew this because he saw it while free-falling from the skies. The moment he arrived, he summoned his 8 golems, better prepared than during his last visit. Having already endured the pressure once before, he knew he wouldn't be left helpless for those critical first seconds again. But when he reached the edge of the region, Alec was surprised. And that was because the place he'd seen from afar and traced turned out not to be the fiery special region at all, but it was a desert-like environment. "Surely I'm not that bad at navigating, right?" Alec muttered, glancing at the golem body the system spirit inhabited. "Emmer, don't talk to me, you unfilially host. You abandoned me in that dark space you call a space pouch for so long," the system spirit replied grumpily. "I apologized, didn't I?" Alec shot back. "Well, it seems this region has some type of gravitational force controlling it. If you wait long enough, another region will replace it. If you're that fixated on this fiery region, head that way. I'm sure after walking for a while, we'll come across it." The system spirit pointed to the right. "Now, I don't think we have that much time. Since we're already here, let's just brace it. It's not like the desert has any environmental pressure that would make it hard for the golems to fight," Alex said, placing his left hand on the Changdao hilt resting at his waist. Just below it hung the bone katana. Alec took the lead, followed by Titan, Oni, and Butcher. Hive Queen and Hunter formed the next line alongside the system's spirit, who they seemed to be protecting. At the rear, Legion, Magneto, and Saint brought up the formation as they crossed the bridge into the desert-like special region. Alec and his golem trekked through the sandy expanse, the wind whipping grit into their faces, until Alec finally wrapped a cloth over his mouth and nose. The swirling sand made every breath a chore. Though this desert-like region lacked the crushing environmental pressure that could hinder most elemental mages, except perhaps those without an earth affinity, however, it was still far from an ideal place for a leisurely stroll. However, that was about to change. Alec's eyes were set on a distant, towering mountain range, a landscape starkly different from the endless dunes. He believed that if he could reach those peaks, he might encounter the earth elemental demonic beasts he was searching for, and that was where he was heading for. But before he could get any closer, the ground beneath him began to shudder violently. The tremors grew so intense that Alec's brow furrowed in alarm. "Master, something's approaching at high speed," Legion reported first, its heat scanner detecting a powerful surge of energy rushing toward them. Yet, despite the warning, nothing appeared ahead. Alec's gaze shifted skyward, but the heavens were empty just as he predicted because he didn't believe any creature could possibly hide its shadow under the blazing artificial sun that lit the sandy wastes. That left only one possibility. The threat was coming from beneath them. "It's underground. Spread out," Alec ordered, but the command came a heartbeat too late. Shayurk. A piercing shriek split the air as a colossal caterpillar-like monstrosity erupted from below, its countless blade-like legs slicing through everything in its path. The system spirit's body reacted instantly, darting away in a swift blur, but Hive Queen and Hunter were caught off guard by its appearance. In an instant, the creature's jagged limbs tore deep into the Hive Queen's midsection. She had narrowly avoided being cleaved in two, as she flinged her hands back and fired a web toward Saint, anchoring them to his handguards. Without a word shared between them, Saint understood her intent instantly, as he twisted his hands around the Hive Queen's sturdy silk, then yanked back with force, dragging her out of range of the caterpillar demon's whirling blade-like legs as it continued to heave itself from the ground. Hunter wasn't as fortunate. He had to sacrifice his entire right arm to escape the deadly sweep of the demonic caterpillar beast. The demon had capitalized on its ambush, though it failed to kill any of the golems. However, it had been able to disable two opponents in a single strike. While some retreated, others surged forward to meet the rising monstrosity head-on. This was due to them being positioned more advantageously when the caterpillar had emerged, and they were also quick to react. Legion, Alec, Titan, Oni, and Butcher moved to intercept. Legion and Alec were the fastest, though Legion had the edge. His scanner had pinpointed the exact emergence point, and he lunged from the rear, with his laser spear driving forward with lethal precision. As Legion targeted the creature's armored plating, Alec went for its exposed underbelly. He sprang upward with the aid of a gravity ring he had manipulated beneath his feet to rebound himself higher into the air. Then he landed lightly on Butcher's shoulder. Using Butcher as a springboard, he launched himself forward, right hand extended like a blade, but he wasn't finished. Mid-tier spell Earth Drill. Earth elemental particles swirled in the air, condensing around his arm to form a rotating, stone-coated weapon. The moment the earth encased him, it began to spin at high speed, ready to bore straight through flesh and armor alike. The spiraling mass grew rapidly until Alec wielded a fully formed earth drill in his hand, driving it straight into the caterpillar demon's body. WHH he is. The drill's menacing whir shifted to a strained wheeze as it bit into the demon's flesh, failing to bore deeply into the thick hide. Alec could already feel the creature's hot, fetid breath washing over him, but before its attention could fully lock onto him, Legion's strike hit from behind. Legion drove his laser spear into the caterpillar's back carapace, but only a harsh scraping sound followed as the unyielding armor repelled the blow, the recoil snapping his right arm back. Without hesitation, his left hand moved deftly, with a massive handgun already assembling from the nano-chip components in his left-hand guard. Bang, 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 3 thunderous shots echoed, but even Legion was surprised to see nothing more than shallow scratches marring the demonic beast's shell. Shirk, the caterpillar's metallic screech rang out in fury. Even a mere scratch had provoked it, and it whipped its massive tail around, smashing into Legion and hurling him through the air. Fortunately, Magneto was there to catch him mid-flight, halting his momentum. Alec, meanwhile, kicked off the demon's body, retreating as the rest of his golem spread out to give it space. Ruar, the beast's deafening roar shook the ground as its upper body fully emerged. Thousands of bladed legs shot outward in a deadly wave. However, the golems were prepared. Defensive formations snapped into place, and Alec took shelter behind Titan, who raised an ice wall in front of them. Intruders. The caterpillar demon's first words grated like metal grinding on metal, its aura flaring violently as all 12 of its eyes locked on Alec and his golems. "What the heck is that?" Alec blurted out, re-evaluating the demonic beast before them. After all, despite their coordinated ambush, the most they had managed was to leave a few shallow scratches. "Master, there seems to be a lot of bad news for us," Legion said. "And what could be worse than facing a troublesome Tier 7 demonic beast that seems to have no opening?" Alec asked, already unsheathing his bloody chando. A split second later, another roar thundered behind him, shaking the ground violently. Without even turning, Alec already knew what was there. "Well, are two Tier 7 demonic beasts not worse?" Legion asked back. However, now wasn't the time for banter between Alec and his golem. Alec scanned the area, only to realize the system spirit golem was nowhere in sight. "Just what I need, him disappearing again," Alec muttered, irritated at how useless the system spirit always seemed in moments like this. Still, he didn't dwell on it. After all, he knew well enough how the spirit acted. "Oni, Butcher, Hunter, you're with me. Titan, Legion, Magneto, Saint, and Hive Queen handle the other one. I don't care how you do it, just make sure you survive and keep that beast away from this second one. Understood?" Alec barked before dashing toward the newly emerged demonic beast caterpillar, looming just meters away. Bloodline ability morph. This time, Alec wasn't going to stall. He immediately called upon the power of his devourer bloodline. After the battle against the red salamander, he had learnt how insufficient his powers are against the Tier 7 demonic beasts of the beast forest, and he had sought a way to push himself beyond his current limits. Among all the options he had considered, only one offered an immediate boost without disastrous side effects: his bloodline. Though at first it seemed only his shadow wolf form was advanced enough to be of any use. However, Alec refused to limit himself to Tat 1 power. He didn't want to be constrained to just the powers of the shadow wolf. He knew that at his current stage, he could contain the souls of 6 different beasts within him. Even if he wasn't in a hurry to fill the remaining slots, he was determined to find a third beast, one that would finally push his bloodline powers into low rank. Hopefully, it would grant him the breakthrough he needed to grow stronger. He hoped every demonic beast soul he acquired would not only complement his abilities, but also amplify his strength. For now, though, he had to make do with what he possessed, so he had been feeding his 2 demonic beast souls in hope of pushing their realm. His body began transforming mid-lunge. The pain of shifting into his werewolf form was agonizing, but Alec was slowly growing used to it. His height increased, muscles swelled, thick fur sprouted across his body, and his face twisted as rows of razor fangs replaced his teeth. New scents assaulted his muzzle, sharper and wilder than before. The moment his transformation finished, he could feel his strength surge to new heights. His body exuded a savage aura, his chi spilling out uncontrollably. Though he knew this power wasn't his alone, it was the merging of his chi with that of the shadow wolf, and it had awakened something primal and feral within him. But while he was still adjusting, the second caterpillar had already launched its attack. Its bladed tail, coated with brown chi energy, sliced through the air like a scythe. Alec's mental senses warned him of the danger. However, unlike before, when his body couldn't keep up with the speed of a Tier 7 demonic beast despite reading into the attack, this time was different. He just pushed off the ground with nothing but his raw physical strength, no mana, no skills, and his body just reacted instantly. In one effortless leap, he cleared the deadly strike, his fur brushing against the bladed tail as it looked like he was performing a flawless Olympic high jump. Oni, Butcher, and Hunter had it easier. Since they weren't as close to the attack, they had enough time to react, each sliding across the ground as the tail swept past above them. Special ability Energy Eyes. Almost instantly, Alec's eyes shifted. His irises, which had turned yellow during his werewolf transformation, now changed again, this time into a piercing light blue as his newly awakened ability activated. His special ability, which layered his vision into a 3-dimensional image, seems to overlap with his normal sight, giving him a sharper, more detailed perception of his surroundings. In his werewolf form, the ability was even more advanced, allowing him to pick up subtle details effortlessly. Without hesitation, Alec plunged his Changdao into his own chest. Second seal unlock. Though he could wield weapons in his werewolf form, however, Alec knew his claws were his strongest strength in his new form. Since he was still unfamiliar with the overwhelming power of his transformed body, he had chosen to unlock the Changdao's second seal to augment his claws further instead. His aura shifted drastically, as his long black claws transformed into a blood-red shade, even his chi now tainted with a crimson hue. Sensing this surge in aura and realm, the caterpillar turned its focus on Alec. But by then, Butcher had already leapt high above its head, dragging his thunder axe downward, lightning crackling wildly as it drew elemental particles from the air. At ground level, Oni gripped his Reaper scythe with both hands, swinging it in a wide arc that unleashed a crescent-shaped wave of dark energy. Meanwhile, mid-range, Hunter launched his hooked left hand toward the caterpillar, aiming for a direct strike. They had coordinated perfectly, each targeting a different point on the beast's body, certain at least one of their attacks would land. But to their shock, the caterpillar did the unexpected. It curled itself into a massive ball, its hardened carapace facing outward to shield its vulnerable parts. Bang. The first strike to connect was Butcher's lightning axe. The moment it smashed against the top of the caterpillar's body, a jarring force shot back at him. His arms trembled with numbness as he felt part of his own power rebound against him, amplified rather than diminished. The lightning element didn't harm him, but the physical backlash was far greater than he expected. The caterpillar's carapace didn't just defend, it reflected, returning attacks with even more intensity. Using the momentum from the rebound, Butcher twisted mid-air and retreated, not wanting to be caught in the range of the demonic beast's next attack. Next came Oni's attack. His dark arc slammed into the beast with a screeching wail, carving a line across its shell. But the energy soon faded, leaving behind only a shallow mark, tinged with residual dark mana. His strike had failed to pierce through as well. However, unlike the others, Hunter found success. His hooked hand shot forward and latched onto a small exposed gap in the caterpillar's body, tearing through its skin. It wasn't deep, but it was Damageth's first real wound inflicted by Alec's group. Screech. The caterpillar shook violently, uncoiling from its ball form. In doing so, the embedded hook was dragged along, yanking Hunter into the air as the beast rose to its full towering length. It wasn't a major wound, but at that moment Alec's energy eyes caught it. A flaw in what had seemed like an impenetrable defense, a weak point had finally been revealed. He observed that whenever the caterpillar prepared to attack or defend, its carapace shifted slightly to accumulate mana, creating a tiny gap in its impenetrable defense. That fleeting space and gaps that appeared just happened to be its weak spot. Though its carapace appeared impenetrable, Alec knew that someone far stronger and in a higher realm could shatter it with ease. However, he and his golems weren't at that level yet, so he had to rely on the only option available, exploiting that momentary weakness. With his energy eyes active, Alec was confident he could land a strike far more effective than anything they had tried so far. He willed his limiters to release. Thud. The 4 limiters strapped across his body fell to the ground, one after another. As his aura surged, his realm rose sharply, climbing until it settled at the high Tier 6 Mage realm. Without hesitation, Alec bent his knees and sprang off the ground with nothing but raw physical strength, feeling the surreal difference of moving unhindered by augmentation. Mid-lunge, he ordered his golems to watch for the fleeting gap in the caterpillar's defenses before it launched its next attack. But before his command could even finish, the caterpillar opened its maw and spat a massive glob of green liquid at him, the stench alone screaming of toxicity. Instinctively, Alex swung his right claw forward, low bloodline ability Shadow Rend. A surge of dark energy burst forth in the direction of his slash, stretching a few meters ahead before expanding into a circular, portal-like rift. Alex's body vanished into it just before the poisonous spit could reach him. Bang. A sharp explosion tore through the air as the venom collided with the shadow portal, spreading a cloud of toxic green smoke. The caterpillar screeched in fury, thrashing its lower body violently in frustration at missing its prey yet again. Hunter, Butcher, and Oni braced themselves against the storm of tail blades, struggling to climb onto the caterpillar's body and secure their footing. Meanwhile, Alec emerged from the nearest shadow, the one cast beneath the caterpillar itself. Because he hadn't set a destination point in his rush to cast Shadow Rend, the ability ejected him at random into the closest shadow nearby. Fortunately, it was still within striking range. Without hesitation, he clawed his way up the caterpillar's massive frame, plunging his claws into a fleeting gap that had opened in the carapace as the caterpillar spat another ball of toxic spit on its body, at the location Oni was in. That little moment, Alec used the opportunity to pierce his claws through. The beast went berserk from the pain, thrashing more violently than before as it couldn't even complete its attack before Alec's action. All 4 of them were forced to dig into its body to keep from being flung off, but the danger only escalated when the caterpillar hurled itself backward, slamming its body into the ground in an attempt to crush and suffocate them beneath its immense weight. Alec felt his consciousness slipping from the suffocating pressure, a fate he could not allow. Summoning every ounce of will, he tightened his grip, channeling his chi into his claws. Cracks splintered through the hardened carapace, the sound sharp and satisfying to his ears. With his newly heightened strength, Alec wrenched back, ripping free a jagged portion of the beast's armor. The caterpillar shrieked in agony, twisting violently as fresh pain coursed through its body. The narrow escape gave Alec and his golems the chance to leap off the demonic beast, none of them daring to remain aboard after experiencing the suffocating sand and the countless bladed legs hacking at them from every angle. Alec's body was riddled with cuts, blood dripping steadily. Though his werewolf regeneration was at work, however, it was clear it would take time before he fully recovered from the caterpillar's devastating assault. Crack! Just as they steadied themselves, something strange occurred. The caterpillar's massive body began to shrink at an alarming speed. Within seconds, its monstrous bulk condensed into a humanoid form. Alec's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed the transformation of a Tier 7 demonic beast into its human-like shape. He knew this was possible after all. Tier 7 beasts were said to gain humanoid forms, but most never controlled the ability properly at such an early stage at the high ranks. And they rarely used it, as their proficiency in this form was lacking. Alec, however, had failed to consider one vital detail. The beasts of the beast forest were nothing like those of beasts in the outer realm. Even their pill quality of the beast he refined from the beast forest was always of superior quality, surpassing those of demonic beasts slain outside and dragged to the amulet space. When the transformation was complete, Alec realized the caterpillar was, in fact, female. Her entire body gleamed in brownish gold armor reminiscent of her carapace. At her belly was a gaping hole, the very spot Alec had torn apart moments ago. A faint reminder of the wound marred her otherwise formidable appearance. On her head, two small, almost inconspicuous antennae twitched faintly, and in her right hand she wielded a whip. Its material was grotesque yet mesmerizing, seemingly crafted from the spinal cord of some other creature. Each segmented length of the weapon moved with a sinuous, eerie grace, exuding a deadly aura all its own. Not only that, but she still had 12 eyes glaring from her head, their eerie glow making Alec's skin crawl. "You'll pay for that," she hissed, lashing her whip toward him. The weapon elongated unnaturally, each jagged bone segment moving with seamless precision under her control. As it closed in, Alec finally grasped the secret behind her weapon. The strangely angled bones weren't connected by strings or any physical bindings at all. Her mana was the invisible force linking them together, animating the whip and making it function like a living, deadly extension of her will. The pain was sharp, but not enough to halt his momentum. Alec pushed forward, launching 2 quick jabs. The caterpillar lady dodged them with ease, countering with a left palm strike aimed at his chest in return. As her hand thrust forward, Alec noticed a slight shift in her armor. Tiny gaps opened along the guard on her left arm, extending up toward her shoulder. Without hesitation, Alec deflected her strike with his left hand, then drove his right claws straight into the opening. His attack tore through with surprising ease, sinking deep and drawing a pained grimace from the caterpillar lady. Her expression twisted, revealing that despite her formidable defenses, her tolerance for pain was unusually low. Alec considered it natural, because creatures born with such powerful protection often grew up facing little that could truly hurt them, aside from enemies vastly stronger than themselves. But Alec didn't care for logic. His only thought was to dig deeper, to pierce straight into her heart. Yet the armor around his claws constricted tightly, trapping his hand and preventing him from pushing further. The lady caterpillar flexed her right arm, and the whip in her grasp began to retract, with each bone segment snapping together in sequence until the weapon reshaped into a massive bone greatsword, jagged and uneven along its edges. However, the blade still radiated a menacing aura. And now she intended to drive its tip straight into Alec's skull. Just as she prepared to thrust her weapon forward, a blue soul chain coiled around her right arm and yanked it back violently. Her eyes trembled. She didn't even need to look to know the pull was strong enough to stop her from finishing Alec. She quickly tried to compensate by striking with her free left hand, which was already close to Alec's head. The only reason she hadn't used it earlier was because it was linked to the part where she had felt pain. But before the blow could land, another chain wrapped tightly around it, halting her movement. "You've been looking down on us this whole time, saying I'd pay, spouting your shit," Alec snarled through gritted teeth. "Guess what? I'm not paying for anything except taking your life." To his right, Oni's soul chains bound her right arm, disrupting her thoughts, while on the left Hunter's hooked hand had snared her arm. His anti-magic domain seeped into her, preventing her from casting any mana-based defensive skills, while Oni's chains further disoriented her mind so she won't react swiftly to Alec. Normally, their restraints would last only a few seconds for someone of her realm. However, that was all Alec needed. Her body was now riddled with openings after their interception. Without hesitation, he tore his hand free from her lower ribs and thrust it upward, claws driving deep into her chest. With her body dragged from both sides and her mind clouded, she didn't even register what had happened until his claws gripped her heart. The sudden surge of pain snapped her back from the daze Oni and Hunter had forced on her, but it was already too late. "Goodbye," Alec growled, crushing her heart in his grasp. Her eyes widened in disbelief, life draining from them. She had only transformed into her humanoid form to fight more freely, never realizing she had made it easier for Alec to reach her most vital weakness, her heart. Even as death claimed her, she could hardly comprehend how it had ended so abruptly. Her weapon was the first to hit the ground before her body slumped backward. Oni and Hunter immediately retracted their chains, but Alec's hand still clutched the crushed heart as the caterpillar's corpse fell. "Scythe," Alec muttered. As if responding to his command, the heart dissolved into blood, merging with the torrent spilling from the gaping wound in her chest. In moments, the blood condensed and crystallized, shaping into a menacing scythe. Its curved blade gleamed with a wicked crimson light, radiating an aura of malice. With the weapon in hand, Alec dashed toward the remaining caterpillar that his other golems were keeping occupied. "Spread out," he ordered as he closed in. The golems quickly shifted aside, clearing his path, as Alec leaped into the air, twisting the scythe as it drew in dark and blood elemental particles in the air towards it. Though it was an earth element region with little pure mana to convert other elements, however, Alec didn't seem to care, as he was drawing on his mana reserve to push the power of his next strike. With a fierce horizontal swing, he unleashed a crescent-shaped slash of reddish-black chi that reeked of destruction. The caterpillar didn't even attempt to defend itself this time. For the first time, it felt genuine fear, a threat that could end its life. Though Alec was only displaying a high Tier 6 mage realm at the moment, however, his battle prowess allowed him to fight far beyond his realm. The caterpillar, too, had strength above its realm, but Alec's weapon was forged from the blood of a Tier 7 demonic beast, its very kin. And with the second seal of the Bloody Changdao unlocked, Alec gained more than just the ability to shape weapons from blood. Every weapon he created came with a bonus effect, one that harmonized with its form. For the scythe, it grants devastating critical damage in accordance to his mastery level, making his strike with it all the more lethal. Alec had only a few minutes left before the Tier 7 weapon prowess granted by the caterpillar's blood would fade, reducing the scythe back to the base strength of the Bloody Changdao. The only way to sustain that overwhelming power surge was to kill again, ideally a Tier 7 lifeform. A Tier 6 opponent could extend it briefly, but anything weaker wouldn't be able to maintain the augmentation. Meanwhile, Alec's energy eyes were still active, providing real-time analysis of the caterpillar's weaknesses. He wasn't as reliant on them now, given that the blood-forged scythe could easily breach the firepower he once lacked, but he knew that striking a revealed weak point would make finishing the beast far easier. Sensing danger, the caterpillar did something unexpected. It burrowed underground at blinding speed. Bang! A thunderous shockwave rippled across the battlefield as Alec's destructive strike slammed into the earth, tearing open a massive crater, yet the caterpillar's body was nowhere to be seen. Hovering in the air, Alec remained uncertain whether his attack had hit it or not. However, the answer he required came swiftly. From behind, a humanoid figure burst out of the ground, clad in armor nearly identical to the caterpillar lady's, but this one was male. Bulkier, taller, and wearing a massive helm, he radiated a brutal presence. With fluid precision, he twisted and turned before he swung the enormous bone battle axe in his hand, and hurled it skyward, sending it spinning toward Alec with lethal intent. However, it wasn't done with its counterattack yet. The male caterpillar advanced with movements like a sword dance, though no blade was in its hand, still yet its arms flowed with precise fluid gestures as it pressed forward. In the next instant, the surrounding sand around it began to stir unnaturally, reacting to its rhythm. Before the golems could fully process what was happening, the creature stomped its right foot into the ground and spread its arms wide. Sandy terrain responded at once, as countless spikes of solidified earth erupted upward, sharpened to lethal points, and launched into the air like arrows. Nearly 100 of them flew toward the golems at blistering speed. Each golem responded instinctively. Titan disconjured his mace as it shattered before he crossed his arms before him, summoning a massive ice shield to absorb the barrage. Legion tossed a small cube forward, which expanded into a glowing energy barrier that encased him completely. One after another, the golems deployed their defensive spells, but even so, the impact sent them staggering backward, flung several meters from where they stood. When their focus snapped back to the caterpillar's position, they realized its form had already changed. Sand had swirled violently around its lower body half, lifting it off the ground in a miniature storm, giving it the eerie look of a genie hovering in midair. The male caterpillar wasn't simply reckless. It showed a frightening degree of intelligence. It had already fought the golems earlier and was aware of how resilient they were firsthand, so definitely it knew that spreading its attack like this wouldn't be enough to truly damage any of them. However, that was never its aim. Its singular purpose has always been Alec. The creature had recognized Alec as the core and master of the golems. It already understood that by eliminating Alec, the golems would lose their power and collapse. That was why it unleashed the spread of Earth's spikes to stall, to buy just enough time to launch itself high into the air and rush directly toward Alec, vengeance blazing in its eyes for the kin Alec had slain. Alec swung his scythe in a backhand arc, deflecting the bone axe hurled toward him, but the instant he did, he realized the caterpillar demonic beast, which was now in its humanoid form, had almost closed the gap between them. It was coming with its fist driving straight at him. Great sword, Alec commanded, and the blood scythe warped instantly, reshaping into a massive great sword, a mirror of the weapon he had pictured in his mind. Swordsmanship Intermediate LVL 4. Weapon speed plus 45. Without hesitation, Alec raised the great sword like a shield before him, just as a colossal hand of solidified sand, larger than his entire body, slammed into him. The impact detonated with a thunderous boom, blasting Alec downwards. as a streak of black light traced across the sky as he plummeted, like a meteor crashing to Earth. High above, the caterpillar extended its right hand, causing the bone axe, which had been spinning freely in midair, abruptly halted and curved back toward its master, gripping it once more. The creature swung downward, aiming to strike directly into the crater where Alec had crashed into. A titan burst from the ground, dragging his reconstructed ice mace behind him. He launched upward, knowing full well he lacked the momentum and brute force of the caterpillar, whose swing carried the weight of gravity from above and the fury of a Tier 7 demonic beast. Yet Titan cared nothing for odds, only for his master's survival. Ice clashed against bone in midair as sparks of raw energy erupted. Titan's side shimmered with pale blue light, while the caterpillar's side radiated deep, earthen brown. Titan's arms quivered violently under the pressure, cracks snaking across his ice mace as the caterpillar pressed harder. "I'll break you back into pieces." The caterpillar snarled, its bone axe glowing with a dense brown chi that surged with crushing force. But Titan wasn't simply holding on. Black ice had already begun to creep along the axe's surface, seeping into its very structure, spreading its corruption inch by inch. "Legion, fuck you. How long do you plan to waste time?" Titan roared, completely ignoring the caterpillar's taunts as he cursed at Legion, the partner he had prepared a combo attack with. A few meters away, Legion grinned, his grenade launcher humming in cryo mode, powered by a massive surge of ice mana. "I'm ready now, you can disengage." Legion shouted back, causing the caterpillar demonic beasts to snap its head in his direction. Suddenly realizing it had completely ignored the other golems in its bloodlust for Alec, it snorted lightly. "Where are you looking when you're still fighting me?" Titan growled, his battered mace, which was on the verge of shattering, suddenly flared with a brilliant icy blue glow. Mid-tier spell ice explosion. Bang, the weapon detonated in a violent burst after Titan self-destructed it, instead of waiting for it to crack. The shock wave blasted Titan's body down into the earth, as icy fog swallowed the entire battlefield air where the clash had taken place. Ag. A guttural cry rang out as brown chi surged in all directions. Scattering the fog, the humanoid caterpillar figure emerged, its right arm completely encased in blue ice, while black frost crept across part of its bone axe, weighing it down slightly. Still, the beast tightened its grip, determined to keep fighting despite the burden. This was the reason Titan's black ice hadn't spread further, as the beast's reliance was on chi not mana, which reduced its vulnerability. Even so, Titan's sacrifice had slowed its momentum, halting the killing blow aimed at Alec. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the caterpillar tried to flood its right arm with chi to melt away the encasing frost, a muffled series of detonations rumbled across the battlefield, forcing its attention back toward Legion. Legion had just fired his weapon thrice, and each shot launched 3 shells that arched through the air toward the caterpillar. Unaware of what dangers the shells had, the humanoid caterpillar demonic beast casually swiped its left hand, using it mana to conjure a massive and durable earth shield to block the funny-looking projectiles. Even if they seemed odd, the caterpillar wasn't about to take the hit head-on, but the moment it used mana to bolster its defense, the black ice on his battle axe, which he was gripping with its right arm, spread slightly after draining some of the mana that spread across its body, dragging the limb lower as the bone axe's weight caught it off guard. That was when the first shell landed. Boom. The explosion shook the air, shards of ice scattering from the impact, yet before the creature could stabilize, the second and third shells slammed into the same spot in rapid succession. Boom, boom. When the final blast subsided, the aftermath revealed a frozen figure plummeting from the sky, its entire body encased in jagged frost, like a living ice statue. Bang, the caterpillar's body slammed into the ground with a deafening crash. Elsewhere, Alec was already climbing out of the crater where he had fallen. His werewolf transformation had been undone, and the bloody Changdao had reverted from its second seal lying somewhere in the crater. Alec spat out a mouthful of blood, his body trembling. During the fall, he had tried to manipulate gravity to soften the impact, but even then the landing was brutal. He could feel countless bones in his body creaking under the strain, some broken beyond what his regeneration could handle in minutes. "So this is what it feels like to face a beast with a prowess nearing Tier 8 power," Alec muttered, gazing toward the spot where the caterpillar had landed, only to see it already standing again, the ice that once encased it cracked. The creature's body bore several injuries, though none inflicted by Alec himself. They were the work of his golems. For the first time, Alec regretted shouldering most of the attacks the entire fight alone instead of relying more heavily on his golems. At that moment he started to feel perhaps, if he had shared the burden, he might have stood a chance to win without ending in his current situation. As it was, Alec knew he could no longer pose a real threat to the humanoid caterpillar. His organs were in disarray, his mana reserves drained from powering his bloodline, and his mental reserves were almost depleted after the prolonged strain of his energy eyes. For the first time, he realized how much of a toll the energy eyes truly took, draining vast amounts of mental energy when used continuously in battle. "I'll flay you slowly, make you feel pain beyond comprehension," the caterpillar snarled. Swinging its bone axe, it slammed the weapon into the ground. Its chi surged through the weapon, cracking apart the layers of black ice that had weighed it down. With such a higher realm energy targeting it, the black ice was crushed. Freed from the restrictions, the axe was lighter again, though visibly damaged. But before Alec's eyes, the caterpillar poured even more chi into it, the bones shifting, locking back into place. Within moments, the axe had restored itself, just as menacing and deadly as it had been before. The humanoid caterpillar demonic beast rested its axe on its shoulder and began walking toward Alec with slow, deliberate steps, exuding the confidence of one who believed the battle was already won. Alec quickly scanned the battlefield and realized the source of that arrogance. Hive Queen and Magneto had perished. Titan was sprawled helplessly on the ground, unable to move after his last confrontation against the humanoid caterpillar. Legion, meanwhile, was completely drained of mana. Legion had suffered the most since the ambient mana in the air was barely 10%, while the remaining 90% of the mana in the air was earth element. Replenishing became painstakingly slow for him despite his high recovery. Alec knew defeat was likely, but he wasn't willing to fall without resistance. With his body too broken to fight directly, he resolved to rely fully on his golems once more. "Butcher," Alec whispered, sending a direct mental command to the thunder-wielding golem. He didn't want the caterpillar to catch even a hint of his intentions. Activating his energy eyes again, Alec closed his eyes, surrendering himself to the dark void filled with streaks of blue light and three-dimensional outlines. Butcher stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Alec, with his thunder axe resting on his shoulder. He mirrored the caterpillar's stance, almost taunting it. Seeing this defiance, the caterpillar abandoned its casual pace and broke into a sprint. Butcher responded instantly, his body vanishing in a spark of lightning before reappearing midair as he swung his thunder axe down with terrifying force. The caterpillar, caught momentarily at a disadvantage, quickly adjusted. It pushed its bone axe forward, gripping it in the middle, and rotated it smoothly, meeting Butcher's strike head-on. Bang! Butcher's thunderous strike landed, but the force of the caterpillar's defense repelled him, sending him flying back through the air. He swiftly twisted mid-air and steadied himself before hitting the ground. From the left, Oni's scythe swept in, aiming to hook the caterpillar's head clean off, but just before the curved blade could meet its mark, the beast raised its left hand and caught the weapon, halting its deadly arc. Though the scythe cut deep into its hand, however, it refused to let it move any further. While it was distracted, Saint appeared silently on its right. With no warning, he drove a broadsword deep into its chest with no flashy moves. All 12 of the caterpillar's humanoid eyes bulged in shock as it turned toward Saint. It hadn't even realized he was there, even as its life drained. Its mind held only one thought, and that was to kill Alec. Argh. It roared, causing a violent surge of energy to erupt from its body, flinging the golems away just with the shockwave. Behind it, a massive mental image of a monstrous caterpillar began to manifest. This spectral form bore golden-covered scales and 2 horns on its head, clearly hinting that this might be a form for its next evolution, seeing as it was something more fearsome than its current form of the caterpillar in its bestial form. Though on the brink of death, its dying resolve gave it one last burst of strength. With everything it had left, the beast hurled its massive axe toward Alec, the weapon spinning violently as it cut through the air. Oni and Butcher lunged to intercept, but the weapon's speed was too great. Puchai, the axe embedded itself deep into Alec's chest, causing his eyes to snap open, meeting the dying caterpillar's face. It wore a twisted smile, satisfied that it had slain him before succumbing itself. Alec, however, could only sigh at the irony. The beast didn't know the truth. He would simply respawn back in his world. Regardless, Alec acknowledged the progress he had made today. Hunting down not 1 but 2 Tier 7 demonic beasts was no small feat. He was edging closer to his ultimate goal, becoming strong enough to stand his ground against a true Tier 7 demonic beast in a head-on battle, and with each killed. Tier 7 demonic beast Alec believed he was getting closer. Alec jolted upright from his bed, his body drenched in sweat and his chest weighed down by the lingering ache of how he had died. Exhaustion washed over him, and he slumped back against the sheets, too drained to even move at the moment. The backlash from using his energy eyes for such a prolonged time during battle was still gnawing at him even after his consciousness returned back to his body. After briefly reflecting on what he could do differently in the future against the caterpillar-like beast, Alec turned his gaze toward Knight's ongoing spirit equipment refinement. What he saw startled him. The astral image of the human elder was no longer alone. By his side were two additional human figures of the same astral form now hovered beside it, working as though they were assistants aiding the elder in the forging process, with things like rune engravings and some other enchantments. For the first time, Alec realized the system was capable of manifesting more than one astral helper during a forging refinement of a spirit equipment set. And his best guess was the only reason this was the first time he was seeing it was because he hadn't created a spirit equipment set that required one before. Even so, the process seemed to be dragging on, though parts of Knight's spirit equipment had already taken shape. Alec could tell from experience that the crafting was far from complete. Bored, Alec decided to attempt something he had never tried before, forging two spirit equipment sets simultaneously. Though his room wasn't that large, however, he felt there was still enough space to work with. He placed Agnes Wolven-Tide spirit equipment set onto a clear ground and began channeling his mana into it. Instantly, a notification popped up, prompting him to select the upgrade rank, and without hesitation, Alec chose the Tier 6 option. 5 million system points vanished from his balance again, and soon the same process that Knight's spirit equipment set went through at the beginning was undergoing for Agnes as well. Exactly 48 hours later from when Alec accepted to pay for Knight's spirit equipment to be forged, he finally stood, staring dazed at the first finished product, Knight's spirit equipment set. Just looking at it sent a chill crawling down his spine. It was an undeniable improvement from what it had once been, radiating power and menace in equal measure. Out of curiosity, he quickly activated his inspect skill on the armor. Voidclaw set Tier 6 spirit equipment set bounded. Fangs of the Void Wolf dual daggers, 150 agility, 80 power. All attacks against peak Tier 5 and below equipment or lifeforms deal 30 extra damage. Increases all shadow element attacks by 40. Successful strikes have a 25 chance to apply Soul Wither, reducing the target's defense and agility for 5 seconds. While within shadowed or dark environments, all attacks gain an additional 10 critical damage. Nightwolf's Eclipse Hide Shadow Armor 120 mana 60 agility. All physical attacks below Tier 6 realm are nullified. Mana Regeneration X3. Greatly reduces sound and presence in dim or no light areas. Reduces flame, earth, and shadow element damage by 60 for peak Tier 5 and below sources. Grants passive Shadow Merge, becoming partially invisible when standing still or moving slowly in darkness. Mantle of the Black Fang Shadow Cloak 100 agility 50 endurance. Increases effectiveness of all stealth and shadow-based abilities by 40. Grants Phase Drift, allows the wearer to phase partially into shadow, ignoring all physical attacks for 5 seconds cooldown, 3 minutes. Camouflage scales with the density of surrounding shadows. Chance to cause confusion or misdirection to enemies targeting the user within shadow fields or illusion zones. Howl of Duskfang Short Sword 100 agility 70 strength. Gains 1 stack of Void Pulse on each hit at 5 stacks. The next attack causes a micro-explosion of shadow energy around the target. When dual-wielded with any other weapon in the Voidclaw set, grants a 15 increase to attack speed and 20 boost to shadow element penetration. Mask of the Silent Fang Void Ninja Mask 40 agility. Slightly reduces detection radius from enemies, especially under low light conditions. Muffles breathing and footsteps automatically. Grants passive resistance to visual-based tracking or illusions. Complete set bonus Shadow Sovereignty 25 bonus to all shadow element and physical attacks. 30 increase to mana and mana regeneration. Plus 10 to all mental stats. Passive effect Shadow Echo, every 7 seconds, creates a delayed shadow afterimage that mimics the user's previous movement and actions for 2 seconds, distracting enemies and potentially landing ghost hits. Ultimate effect Umberfang Ascension. For 15 seconds, the user enters a heightened shadow state, gaining true invisibility, double attack speed, and all attacks ignore armor and resistances from peak Tier 5 and below targets. Cooldown 20 minutes. Updated Voidclaw set full equipment list. 1 Fangs of the Void Wolf Dual Daggers 2, Howl of Duskfang Short Sword 3, Nightwolf's Eclipse Hide Armor 4, Mantle of the Black Fang Cloak 5, Mask of the Silent Fang Mask. Alec took a deep breath after seeing the sheer power Knight's new equipment set offered. At that moment, he truly wished he could also elevate his own gear to Tier 6, because the bonuses from Knight's Voidclaw spirit equipment set made him nearly untouchable against anyone at the peak of Tier 5 and below. He couldn't help but anticipate just how much Knight's battle prowess would grow once he equipped the set on. The Voidclaw ensemble was sleek and deadly with the armor forged from shadow-infused bone of shadow wolves and void-woven material. The chest plate curved with fang-like ribs, supported by claw-marked greaves and sinew-wrapped gauntlets. At his sides rested a jagged, curved short sword and twin daggers that pulsed faintly with dark energy. Draped across his back was a torn, rune-etched cloak trailing with gray mist, crowned by the mask of the Silent Fang, a black ninja-style face guard that muffled presence and concealed identity. Altogether, the set radiated silent menace, like a wolf-shaped shadow ready to strike unseen, an upgrade that suited Knight perfectly. After carefully securing the Voidclaw spirit equipment set in a protected corner, Alec ventured into the amulet world again as it was time. This time, he stumbled into a region unlike any he had seen before, a special region where the mana particles in the air were completely pure, without any elemental affinity superiority. This meant he could absorb the raw energy and freely convert it into whichever elemental affinity he desired. For a brief moment, Alec was ecstatic. He finally thought he had found a special zone where both he and his golems could hunt Tier 7 demonic beasts without a disadvantage. But his excitement was short-lived. Barely a minute into exploring the breathtaking Nature's Cape, he and his golems were ambushed by several Tier 7 demonic beasts in humanoid form. What unsettled Alec most wasn't the ambush itself. It was that none of their abilities resembled the basic elemental affinities he was used to countering. Instead, they wielded strange powers that looked more like unique bloodlines or special abilities, making them even more dangerous than he expected. Normally, this would have left him in deep thought, but his focus was already fixed on a particular humanoid demonic beast he had encountered in that strange region where no element dominated. This one had caught his attention because it specialized in controlling blood. Alec had been searching for the third beast soul that would finally complete the requirements for pushing his devourer bloodline to the low rank properly, and he was convinced this creature was the perfect fit. Through it, he had learned to drain blood from defeated enemies, to empower the blade, and even rupture their hearts to forge blood weapons when his Changdao's second seal was activated. While those abilities were undeniably powerful, Alec had always felt restricted, as if he were only a contractor channeling the weapon's will, rather than a true manipulator of blood. His hunger for more only grew because he had watched how Damien Soren wielded blood with absolute mastery, bending it directly to his will. Compared to that, Alec's control felt incomplete. The Changdao remained a mystery, granting him abilities beyond his affinities, because he has never heard of any mage who possessed a weapon that could bestow its owner elemental or special abilities outside their natural affinity. Only the Changdao did this, and Alec could only conclude it was because of its divine nature, and he believed his limited control was because the weapon was still undergoing restoration. He had countless questions about the blade's origins and true powers, but those would have to wait until he could ask his grandfather, who he believed was still back at the Gordon's clan. For now, his mind was set. The blood-controlling Tier 7 demonic beast would be his next target, and its soul would be the third pillar to push his devourer bloodline into a new stage. First of all, Alec felt it had the potential to become his strongest soul beast very fast, and that was because if he managed to slay one successfully, it meant he would be consuming the soul of a high-ranked beast, and that would provide unmatched power. At the very least, Alec felt at the forming stage the beast's soul could stabilize at either the mid or high Tier 6 realm upon absorption, which was already a massive leap in quality. From there, raising its level further would be much easier, granting him a powerful ally that could help him take down a Tier 7 beast without forcing him to suffer excessive losses or endure crippling strain like he always does. It wasn't as if Alec was abandoning the other soul beasts bound to his bloodline, far from it. On the contrary, he had been doing everything possible to push each of them to the peak of the Tier 6 realm, believing that once they reached that level, he could easily slay a low Tier 7 demonic beast in the beast forest after morphing with them. At that time it won't matter, which he would be free to change therefore, making his battle style quite versatile. What Alec failed to dwell on, however, was that the demonic beasts he was attempting to challenge already possessed battle prowess equivalent to a low Tier 8 mage in the real world, and if he managed to defeat them while still at the Tier 6 mage realm, this would no longer be a matter of simply fighting above his level. He would be fighting two entire realms above his own and over his rank. To put it into perspective, even his master Terran, the one called Prince of Earth, had earned his title because he could slay low Tier 8 lifeforms while still in the peak Tier 7 mage realm. Terran was recognized with a title usually reserved for Tier 8 mages, as his strength was considered to border on their level. Alec, still at Tier 6, were to display a comparable feat like what his master has done while being in a lower realm, then the shockwaves of his achievement would spread far and wide, reaching even beyond the influence of what the War God Mage Academy can contain. That said, Alec was not reckless, though he knew he could potentially take down a low Tier 8 opponent if he poured in everything he had to it. However, he had no intention of doing so in the real world, unless forced into a life or death battle. His principle was simple. He would only step onto the battlefield when he was absolutely certain of crushing his opponent. Though battles always came with unpredictable factors, Alec ensured that he kept himself within the range of situations he could fully control. It was mainly because of his calculated mind that Alec often challenged those stronger than him, while others believed he was reckless, and biting off more than he could chew. Alec's confidence came from surviving countless life and death battles and simulations within the amulet world that had honed him for such moments. What looked reckless to others was, in reality, the product of Alec analyzing his options hundreds of times until he could see himself winning 99 battles out of 100, with the last ending in a draw. The only time he would even consider recklessly confronting a Tier 8 mage in the real world was if he was absolutely certain he could first defeat a Tier 7 demonic beast of the Beast Forest without suffering crippling repercussions. With those thoughts pushed aside, Alec turned his focus back to the present. He was finally ready to see what attributes Agnes' new spirit equipment set would possess and how it might differ from Knight's. After all, both sets had been crafted by the same human forger. Yes, to Alec's surprise, the exact astral figure of the human elder who had forged Knight's spirit equipment was the one that was once again conjured before him the time he tried to double forge an entirely new equipment set for Agnes. Tidefang Legacy Set Tier 6 Spirit Equipment Set Bounded. Tidefang Conduit Wand Staff, Bow Shape-Shifting Weapon 120 Power 100 Agility. Can shift between wand precision casting, staff-wide elemental surges, and bow long-range elemental strikes. Increases water and earth element attacks by 40. Every 5th spell cast triggers elemental resonance, boosting the next water or earth spell by 50. In staff form can unleash a seismic tide pulsia shockwave of water and stone cooldown, 3 minutes. In bow form, arrows manifest from condensed water and hardened stone, each shot dealing splash damage. Fully charged shots can easily ignore all defensive actions up to peak Tier 5 and create tidal craters upon impact cooldown, 90 seconds. Robe of the Flowing Howl Elemental Robe, 100 Endurance, 80 Mana. All attacks below Tier 6 realm are nullified. Mana Regeneration X3 reduces water and earth elemental damage taken by 50. Passive Elemental Weave shortens spell cooldowns by 15. Ebstride Boots 150 Agility 50 Endurance. Immune to terrain effects mud, floods, quakes, shifting ground. Movement speed increases by 20 when in contact with water or stone surfaces. Grants Stoneflow Dash allows the wearer to glide across water or travel briefly through stone cooldown, 45 seconds. Tidefang Bracers Handguards 60 Power 60 Agility. Enhances water-earth channeling, increasing casting speed by 20. Blocking parrying when the bracers are equipped activates Ripple Guard, dispersing incoming force into harmless waves cooldown, 90 seconds. Crest of the Moonfang Hooded Mantle 50 Endurance 50 Mana. Improves concentration and perception of water-earth flows in the battlefield. Increases resistance to mind and spirit interference by 20. Passive Tidal Harmony. When fighting near natural water or rocky terrain, elemental attacks gain an additional 15 strength. Complete set bonus Dominion of Tide Stone 25 bonus to all water and earth element attacks. 20 bonus to physical attacks stackable with elemental. 30 increase to mana and mana regeneration. Plus 10 to mental stats. Passive effect Elemental Fusion. Water and earth spells can be fused to generate new combined techniques, spell or skills e.g. Mudflows, Petrifying Tides. Ultimate effect Cataclysmic Tidefang summons a massive wave of water reinforced with stone shards, crashing down on all enemies in range. Cooldown 20 minutes. The Tidefang Legacy Spirit Equipment set radiated a regal, elemental presence, as each piece was crafted from ivory wolf bone bound with the essence of Tier 6 water and earth power stones. The robe flowed like a living tide, layered with fang-shaped ridges of pale bone that carried the weight of stone, while the boots bore ripple etch trims that seemed to channel the steady force of rivers pressing over unyielding ground. The bracers, carved with tidal runes, pulsed faintly between a soft blue glow and a muted earth-brown hue, as though the ebb of streams and the rumble of quakes resonated through them. At the set's core stood the Tidefang Conduit, a versatile weapon that shifted seamlessly between wand, staff, and bow. Its surface was veined with sapphire streams and jagged stone lines, embodying the marriage of fluidity and solidity. Draped above it all was the mantle of the Moonfang, a hooded cloak woven from Tier 6 elemental threads drawn from demonic beast hides, its folds crafted by astral forgers to drift like mist and scatter like stone dust stirred by the tide. It latched naturally onto the central robe, forming a bluish-green mantle that completed the ensemble. Together, the set radiated perfect equilibrium, the ceaseless flow of water clashing yet harmonizing with the immovable force of earth. It was a worthy upgrade, one even Alec could not complain about. To him, It felt as if the blood offered during forging served not only to bind the equipment to its future host, but also to grant the astral forger insight into the wielder's essence. Though Alec knew he had provided some descriptions during the process to the system, however, even he doubted his words alone could have inspired such a fitting creation. Capitulo 926, A Little Bloodline Push. With the crafting of Agnes' spirit equipment set completed, Alec carefully arranged it in the corner where he had earlier placed the voidclaw set. With everything settled and his room back to normal, he finally lay down to rest, slipping back into the amulet world, however this time with clear excitement in his chest, for he now had a new goal in mind, and that was acquiring his third soul demonic beast to completely put his devourer bloodline at the proper number needed for the low-rank classification. Ding. 2x memory cards, 20x tier 7 cultivation pills, 10x tier 7 mental pills, 4x tier 7 healing pills, 2x random tier 7 astral spell cards, 2x high earth element power crystals, 200x tier 7 bestial spirit equipment set fragments. However, before venturing deeper into the third level of the beast forest, Alec eagerly sorted through his loot. Like a child unwrapping gifts on Christmas morning, he dove first into the rewards from the 2 tier 7 caterpillar demonic beasts. His haul was remarkable, as he now has a new pair of high-rank power crystals, and they just happen to be that of earth element. That discovery sparked a thought in him, that perhaps refining the body of every high-rank demonic beast from the beast forest would always yield such a crystal in accordance to the elemental affinity of the beast slain. For now at least, Alec chose to believe it true. Afterward, he turned to devouring the souls of tier 6 shadow wolves the minion golems had hunted the day before. Alec had given specific orders to his main golems, so they would relay it to their minions in order for them to target the golden horn drakes and shadow wolves demonic beast in particular when they hunted in the second level. All this was because he was aiming to push both soul beasts to the peak of the tier 6 realm, and his plan worked soon. Both had advanced to that point, ready for him to test their power once he morphed with them. But Alec wasn't satisfied yet. Hungry for more strength, he started sacrificing the souls of demonic beasts he didn't need, including the 2 tier 7 caterpillars he didn't see a need for presently. Each sacrifice of the tier 7 souls earned him a staggering 1,000,000 bloodline points. With that vast reservoir of points, Alec focused on refining and leveling the skills of his bloodline beasts and reinforcing his own body. Unlike system points, bloodline points were entirely specialized, versatile in their own way, yet bound strictly to matters of the bloodline. Like many of the Shadow Wolf's abilities, most had awakened while it was still in the low ranks. Though its raw power had grown tremendously, however its skills had not evolved to match its current realm. Against weaker foes, this wasn't a problem, but when facing a truly powerful opponent, such as the demonic caterpillar, those techniques provided little advantage. That was why Alec had seemed so restricted when facing the caterpillar in its human form. Despite his overwhelming power after he merged with the Shadow Wolf, it was all because his werewolf-derived skills simply couldn't leave a dent on the caterpillar's carapace. Fortunately, his energy eyes and the bloody Changdao's second seal allowed him to bridge that power gap. Still, Alec knew this was only a temporary solution. Eventually, he would have to face mid- and high-ranked tier 7 demonic beasts in the beast forest, and when that time came, he feared he would once again lack the firepower needed to truly compete. Being someone who constantly adapted, Alec began to shift his focus more toward developing his bloodline powers. When Alec had first learned how to use bloodline points, he had carefully leveled up the mutated parts of his soul beasts, pushing them to level 5, which he believed was their limit back then. Now, upon checking their status tabs again, he realized they had advanced to level 7 entirely on their own, which was the true limit, even without his intervention. The discovery baffled him. He started to consider several possibilities of how it leveled up on its own. Perhaps there had been hidden restrictions on their growth back then, requiring his soul beast to reach mid-rank before advancing further. Whatever the reason, it confirmed to Alec that his beasts were evolving naturally, in ways even he didn't yet fully understand. However, he dismissed the thought when he remembered that back then, the Shadow Wolf had only been in the mid-ranks. Still confused, Alec decided to consult the system spirit, who explained that the option hadn't appeared earlier simply because Alec hadn't possessed enough bloodline points to fund the increase in level, and because he has been using the skills pretty much they have leveled up on their own. That answer eased one of the doubts gnawing at him, and with over 2,000,000 bloodline points now in his possession, Alec wasn't planning to stop at just upgrading a few mutated parts. He intended to push as much as he can and test the limits of mid-rank mutations, beginning with Zenith Scales. He tapped the Scales option under the Golden Horn Drake, and a prompt appeared. Scales reached maximum level for low rank. Evolve to mid-rank will cost 50,000 bloodline points. YN. Without hesitation, Alec pressed Y. By the time he was finished, Alec had already burned through 350,000 points from his pool of just over 2 million. It was then he realized a hard truth, that no matter how vast a fortune of system currency he thought he had, it was never nearly enough. However, he wasn't disheartened. If anything, he was more than pleased. At last, he had a clear path forward. Shifting over to Midnight's status tab, Alec decided that, given the steep costs, he would only focus on mutating 2 body parts this time. After careful thought, he chose the claws and fur hide, pushing them both until they maxed out at mid-LVL7. For Zenith, Alec selected the tail as the second body part to advance to mid-peak. Afterward, he directed his bloodline points into skills, elevating both Umbral Fang's Midnight and Tail Lash Zenith into the mid-ranks. Each skill required 100,000 points to evolve, followed by 50,000 points per level, until they capped at mid-LVL5. By the end of it, he had spent 1.4 million points on mutated parts and 400,000 points on skills, leaving him with just over 200,000 bloodline points. What once felt like an overwhelming fortune now looked like pocket change. Still, Alec didn't sulk. He was content with the progress made. When he reopened the status tabs of his soul demonic beasts that were tied to his devourer bloodline, the results left him grinning. Alec finally stepped into the 3rd level of the beast forest, this time brimming with confidence that things would be entirely different from his last 2 hunts. He slipped through the portal and, as always, found himself plummeting from the sky, but unlike before, there was no panic. He was already used to this descent. Calmly, his sharp gaze swept across the vast expanse, searching for the unique region that housed demonic beasts with rare special abilities. It didn't take long before he located it. In midair, Alec twisted his body, adjusting his fall until he aligned with the direction of the special region. Then bright crimson flames burst forth beneath his feet, stabilizing his dive and propelling him forward with explosive force. Bang! Every demonic beast in the central region turned its head skyward, as they saw the blazing fire streaking across the skies, tearing toward one of the special zones. Many sneered inwardly, as they thought of who would be so reckless as to flaunt their presence like that in the skies of the central region. To them, such arrogance could only lead to misfortune. And indeed, it didn't take long before Alec's bold flight attracted an avian demonic beast. With its colossal wingspan, the bird screeched furiously, challenged by his audacity. Among avian-type beasts, the skies were sacred territory. Ever since they divided the central region among themselves, no other beast dared to soar so brazenly without being ripped apart by the sky's overlords. The bird's appearance reminded Alec of his first entry into the 2nd level, but unlike then, hesitation didn't cross his mind. He simply raised his right hand like he was swinging out his blade and unleashed a savage blade chi that tore through the sky with ruthless precision. The avian beast was cleaved in an instant, its massive body split apart as Alec's blazing figure streaked onward, cutting across the skies undisturbed. Just that one move had already exposed his aura, making countless demonic beasts in the central region realize exactly who was passing. Alec had long earned a name, Harith Human Demon. It wasn't a title given lightly. To the demonic beast in the central region, he was the strange human who always descended from the skies, cutting through the air with merciless intent before heading straight toward the special regions to challenge high-ranked demonic beasts. What unsettled them most was that, despite their expectations, he never stayed confined to one place. Normally, when a beast reached the high rank, it would migrate into the special region aligned with its affinity or ability. There, it could cultivate and grow stronger. Yet Alec was different. He reappeared again and again in the central region, as though no region could truly contain him, and that inconsistency terrified them. None dared to cross his path. They only prayed he would continue on peacefully as he always had. Alec, however, only smiled at the way they avoided him, as he realized that perhaps releasing his aura outright wasn't a bad tactic after Alec certainly saved him the stress of unnecessary interruptions. Normally, he had no desire to provoke the sky's predators or intrude into the no-fly zones jealously guarded by the avian overlords. But today he was pressed for time, and his terrible sense of direction in the 3rd level didn't help matters, which was why he was flying towards the special region. He knew that all the special regions revolved slowly around the central region, yet he still didn't trust himself to navigate properly at the ground level. This time, however, he was determined he would claim a new soul demonic beast. That conviction burned within him stronger than ever. After about 15 minutes of flight, Alec finally reached the edge of the central region from the point where he had first dropped. He had briefly hoped that the system would spawn him directly near the unique special region. However, even with that, he was still far off the exact location of the special region. This only goes to confirm how massive the central expanse truly was. Still, that meant little to Alec. None of it mattered, not the distance, not the vastness of the forest. What mattered was that he now stood firmly on solid ground, gazing at the bridge that marked the way into the special region. his next step was clear. Alec passed through the shimmering bubbles and immediately felt the mana currents in the air triple compared to the central region. This was one of the greatest advantages of stepping into a special region. The density of mana here was far greater, and the deeper one ventured into the special region, the more intense it became. But this richness came with danger. The deeper levels of the special region were being guarded by demonic beasts with higher realms who considered these places their sacred training grounds, allowing no intruder they deemed unworthy to pass. Without hesitation, Alec summoned all his golems, each spread out in different directions, scanning their surroundings, alert for ambushes. He hadn't forgotten the last time he was nearly caught off guard by fighting demonic beasts. This time, he wasn't taking chances. Still, now that he had arrived, he was at a loss on how to locate the blood-controlling beast he sought. Master, there's a mana frequency in that direction. It feels like two demonic beasts are clashing, Legion reported, perched atop a tree, his spear pointing toward the disturbance. Alec frowned, deep in thought. Should he continue searching for his true target or investigate this battle? After a brief 5 seconds of deliberation, he chose to move toward the signal. He wasn't arrogant enough to think of himself as an untouchable hunter who could roam freely without caution. Stealth was key, and besides, he couldn't just wait idly for the blood beast to appear. He still needed to hunt Tier 7 demonic beasts regardless. Within a minute, Alec and his golems crouched behind a barricade of massive tree roots, their eyes fixed on the clash unfolding ahead. A pack of 5 white-furred demonic wolves was surrounding and attacking a colossal bull beast. Though the bull was a mid-tier 7 lifeform and should have held the advantage, the wolves fought in perfect synchronization. Their movements were calculated, relentless, and cunning, clearly aiming to grind the bull down in a battle of endurance rather than brute force. Alec crouched in his hiding spot, suppressing every trace of his chi and mana. He was the only one radiating life force. His golems, perfectly still and silent, blended seamlessly into the surroundings. Unless they released mana, no mage's probing sense would ever distinguish them from mere inanimate statues. Yet, despite his concealment, unease gnawed at him as he watched the 5 white wolves circle their prey. Closing his eyes, he slipped into that familiar inner void. Darkness stretched endlessly around him, and there, his shadow wolf manifested in soul form, a shape of drifting, living smoke. The beast let out guttural sounds, raw and animalistic, but somehow Alec understood them as though they were words carved directly into his mind. Light wolf soul compatible kill. Alec's eyes snapped open, his thoughts rattled by the message. He had already learned that his soul beasts needed to consume the soul of their own kind in higher realms to break through after reaching their peak in a current rank. However, his original plan had been simple. Once he secured the blood-controlling beast, he would eventually venture into the shadow-specialized region and hunt down a stronger shadow wolf to fuel Midnight's next evolution. But this was different. His shadow wolf wasn't asking for another of its own kind. It wanted the light wolvicit's elemental opposite. The revelation unsettled him. He had never considered this path, never imagined that compatibility could extend beyond affinity, across elements within the same beast type. The idea of fusing darkness with light, predator with its mirror image, sent a shiver through his mind. What would happen if he gave Midnight the light wolf's soul? What new evolution would it trigger? The thought refused to leave him, clouding his mind with possibilities both dangerous and thrilling. After weighing his options, Alec finally decided he couldn't reveal himself just yet, as stepping out too early would mean being torn apart by the 5 light wolf demonic beasts. But he also knew waiting until they finished the demonic bull would strip him of any chance of surviving a battle with all 5 of them, no matter what the aftermath of their battle with the demonic bull leads to. The wolves were moving as one, anticipating each other's strikes with uncanny precision. The bull, though powerful, couldn't match that coordination while surrounded on all sides. Alec realized the only way the bull could tip the scales was if some of the wolves were separated from their pack. "We'll have to help the demonic bull," Alec muttered. Titan and Legion, who were standing on either side of him, stiffened at the command, visibly shaken, as this was the first time their master had ever chosen to aid a beast of the forest. Turning, he caught their bewildered stares and understood their hesitation. "Look at it this way, if we step in, we gain the chance to kill more than one wolf. I know we can't take on more than 2 at once if we want an easier battle, but with the bull's help, we would only be indirectly helping ourselves," Alec explained, his voice steady. With that, Alec stepped out of hiding and let his aura flare. Instantly, all 5 wolves' gazes snapped toward him, ears pricked, hackles raised. Even the bull's blazing red eyes turned his way, and for the first time, Alec saw it fully. The beast was massive. Its muscular body looked carved from stone, its frame refusing to buckle despite the bleeding gashes etched across its hide. The wolves had been methodically deepening its wounds, yet the bull still stood strong, pawing the ground as smoke snorted from its nostrils. Its horns, curved and deadly, gleamed with a fury that promised carnage. Many of the demonic beasts I've encountered in this forest seem to possess high intelligence and even the ability of speech, so I'll assume you can understand the next words I'm about to say, Alec began. I'll help you deal with the light wolves, but in return, when this is over, you must promise not to come after me. His eyes narrowed as he activated his analyze skill on the beast before him. Even with just the basic stats, Alec had to admit, the Iron Blood demonic bull looked far more enticing as a potential soul beast for his bloodline than the wolves. Still, he meant what he said, and for now, he was hoping the bull understood his words, because in all the attack scenarios he ran through his head, he didn't see a way to take on all 5 wolves alone if the bull rejected his offer. To his relief, the bull gave a slow, deliberate nod, signaling it understood, though confusion lingered in its eyes, clearly wondering where Alec's confidence came from, but with its energy already waning, it wasn't in a position to refuse any help. Before Alec could act further, a booming laugh echoed across the battlefield, drawing his gaze towards the lead wolf. Such foolish words, you, an ordinary tier 6 human, think you can interfere with our hunt, the wolf sneered. Its mental aura flared, washing over Alec as if peeling him apart piece by piece. For 3 long seconds the wolf probed, searching for signs of concealment. When the aura dissipated, its lips curled in and it was shocked after it had confirmed Alec's realm. It felt the human before it was truly nothing more than a mid-tier 6 mage. The shock on the wolf's face was undeniable. You're just a mid-rank mage. How is it possible you managed to enter one of the special regions without being a high rank? The lead wolf demanded, but it didn't wait for Alec's reply. Once it fully confirmed that Alec was nothing more than a mid-tier 6 human mage, its interest in him as a threat vanished. Well, it doesn't matter, you're just another pest to be weeded out for stepping into sacred ground. Only high-rank lifeforms deserve to enter the special regions. Kill him. At its command, one of the light wolves dashed toward Alec, its intent clear. In an instant, it became a streak of golden afterimages, closing the distance with frightening speed. The beast lunged, jaws wide open, aiming to clamp down on Alec's neck. Its confidence in its speed was absolute. It believed Alec, who is a tier 6 mage, hadn't even reacted to his move, certain it was about to rip a chunk out of Alec. But that confidence was the very reason it failed. Butcher, Alec called calmly, his hands still clasped behind his back, his eyes fixed not on the wolf attacking him, but on the one who seemed like the leader of the small wolf pack. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning tore across the air. The lunging wolf caught it from the corner of its eye, but it was already mid-air, already committed, and dodging just seems impossible at that point. The lightning crossed the distance in a blink, slamming into the beast before it could even register what happened. SDRRRRRRR. The lightning bolt struck hard, its crackling energy ripping through the wolf's body. Its limbs convulsed uncontrollably as the searing current ravaged every vein and muscle, leaving it numb and twitching. The beast lost control mid-air, crashing down behind the branches, right where Alec stood calmly, hands still folded behind his back. The wolf struggled, regaining control of its body just as rage boiled in its eyes, humiliation burned in its chest, and it tensed to lunge again at Alec. But then, in that split second, its instinct froze it. As it glanced around, it realized exactly where it had landed, and right in front of it was a strange, ominous weapon now leveled directly at its head. Though the weapon looked strange, however, the wolf couldn't deny the suffocating aura of death pressing down on it. Everyone knew, when a weapon was that close to the head, it meant a fatal blow. Only with its situation did it take a second to think, and then it realized that the lightning which had paralyzed it hadn't come from the human mage who was calmly standing on the branch above, but from one of the eerie golems surrounding it. Legion, Alec called, his eyes still fixed on the 4 remaining light wolves. Yes, boss, kill it. The command was barely spoken before a deafening bang shook the air. Silence followed, chilling and absolute, as Alec, the wolves, and even the Iron Blood bull froze for a heartbeat. A second later, a thud sound rang out, followed by Legion's cold voice. Objective executed. The bull turned, locking its blazing eyes on Alec. What it saw was the boy doubled over, with his right hand covering half his face, laughter spilling from his lips. Alec had been so focused on his own growth that he'd almost overlooked one crucial truth. When he leveled up, so did his golems. And at this moment, Titan was no longer the only golem in the peak tier 6 realm again. Oni, Butcher, Saint, and Legion had all broken through as well, each carrying the weight of countless battles. Alec knew the gulf between his tier 6 golems and tier 7 demonic beast of the beast forest was vast, nearly insurmountable due to the fact that they had abnormal battle prowess that surpassed their realm. However, his eyes had been opened. He remembered watching Titan clash head-on with the furious humanoid transformed caterpillar beast, a monster of overwhelming might in his last visit to the beast forest. Even while outmatched, Titan had endured. That same day, they had managed to slay 2 high-ranked demonic beasts. For his golems, which were already lingering at the high and mid-tier 6 realms, all they had needed was the right push. Alec then gave the order to his system spirit for it to help, distributing all the exp they gained, and even his own experience points to whichever golems were closest to a breakthrough to the peak of the Tier 6 realm. If one ascended, the surplus would flow to the next in line. That is how Alec managed to push 4 more of his golems to the peak of the Tier 6 realm. His gamble had paid off. He wasn't a battle mage in the traditional sense. Instead of investing solely in himself, he poured just as much into his creations. His reasoning was simple. If a single peak Tier 6 golem struggled against a Tier 7 beast of the forest that much, what about 5? And now, he had his answer. With their coordinated attacks, even low Tier 7 demonic beasts with weaker elemental affinities were no longer insurmountable threats to his golems in the peak Tier 6 realm. You said earlier that I'm just an ordinary Tier 6 human, unworthy to interfere with your hunt, didn't you? Alec asked, his tone calm yet sharp, half of his face still covered as his golems began stepping out from behind the branch. Legion emerged first, his left hand clutching the limp body of the slain light wolf, while his right casually rested the fragment shotgun against his shoulder, as if it hadn't just blown a hole through the beast's skull. Titan followed, towering with his massive black mace. Oni came next, cloaked in menace, gripping his scythe, while 4 other blades were gripped by 4 dark hands that he materialized like fangs at his side. Saint strode forward, wielding a long Changdao chain to his right arm, the links coiling and rattling like a serpent eager to strike. Butcher appeared last, arcs of lightning surging in his hands, morphing between jagged swords and raw lightning bolts, while his thunder axe strapped across his back like a silent threat. The other golems also stepped into view, though their auras couldn't compare to the suffocating weight of the 5 elites which have entered the peak of the Tier 6 realm, with just a thin line separating them from the high ranks. What about now? Alec finished, his words carrying like a knife through the tense air. Even the Iron Blood Bull, who had agreed to Alec's terms, looked shaken, not because Alec suddenly had 8 allies at his side, but because the oppressive auras radiating from them belonged to mere Tier 6 beings, their presence pressed down with the weight of something far more dangerous. When it had accepted Alec's help, the Iron Blood Bull had done so with ulterior motives. It hadn't truly expected Alec to make a difference. It only wanted him to draw some of the wolves' attention away long enough for it to land a critical strike, killing one of the wolves and escaping. If Alec managed to split their focus, the wolves wouldn't risk chasing too fiercely, since they wouldn't want one of their own carcasses devoured by another beast, and they would want to punish the human in the worst way possible. But now, watching Alec reveal his terrifying hand, the bull realized it might need to rethink its entire plan. Agnes returned from her archery drills, climbing the mountain peak where she spotted Knight lounging against a tree, his gaze fixed on Alec's locked room. He's still not out, even when tomorrow is the day of the Origin tournament. Agnes asked, her voice rising in disbelief. She hadn't expected Alec to stay hidden away for so long. Knight nodded before offering his thoughts. I'm not really worried about that. You of all people should know Alec by now. He might be late, but he always shows up. And when he does, it's worth the wait. Agnes frowned. If you're not worried about him being late, then what are you worried about? I wouldn't call it worry. Remember when Alec asked us to unsummon our spirit equipment sets and hand them to him? Knight admitted, his tone more curious than concerned. Yes, I do, Agnes said slowly. I've got a feeling he's planning something big, maybe an upgrade, like what he did for Brandon. Just imagining the possibility of a Tier 5 spirit equipment set has me restless. I can't even focus on training without wondering what I'll get, Knight confessed. Agnes shook her head at his excitement. I didn't think about it that way, but if he really intends to forge us new sets, I doubt 4 days is enough to prepare 2 Tier 5 spirit equipment sets. Do you even know how much those are worth? It's so costly that even the ancient clans only reserve one for their chosen heirs. Either way, Alec probably just wants to upgrade ours to Tier 4. That's more realistic, Agnes said, dousing Knight's expectations with her practical reasoning. Well, Alec has always pulled off miracles before. I'm counting on that again this time, Knight muttered as he walked alongside her. Neither mage realized how far off their guesses truly were. Alec wasn't planning a simple Tier 4 upgrade, nor even a Tier 5. He was forging something beyond their wildest imaginations, a Tier 6 spirit equipment set. Something so rare that even the great clans struggled to produce one. The leap in rarity and power from Tier 5 to Tier 6 was immeasurable, and the attributes of their soon-to-be forged sets would make them nearly invincible compared to anything they had known. Capitulo 930, a wolf's grudge one. The light wolf leader looked utterly perplexed. On one hand, its pack had the demonic bull encircled, yet now it had to account for Alec and his golems looming nearby. No matter how it calculated the outcome of the fight, it didn't look good for its pack. It longed to finish the bull with full force, but the sudden appearance of this human and his golems had shifted everything. Worse, Alec had already killed one of its pack members, and the urge for revenge gnawed at it. Still, the leader couldn't find a clear path forward. Sending just one wolf against Alec while it and the remaining two wolves engaged the bull seems pointless, as Alec's golems had proven too deadly, and even though the remaining three wolves were stronger than the one that died, the leader couldn't afford to waste them as cannon fodder. Meanwhile, the bull showed no signs of falling anytime soon. Fall back, it finally commanded after heavy contemplation. The hunt wasn't worth the risk anymore. The other wolves exchanged shocked looks but obeyed, edging slowly into the bush without ever turning their backs on Alec or the bull. From his perch on the branch, Alec felt a sting of disappointment that they hadn't chosen to fight. Still, he didn't mind too much. He had already killed one light wolf, and that was enough to claim its soul. This isn't over. As long as you remain in this region, you will never know peace, the wolf leader snarled before vanishing into the forest with its pack. And with that, its body twitched violently before blending into the bushes with the rest of its pack. Even after the wolves were gone, Alec still didn't like the threat left hanging in the air. From what he had seen, the wolf leader seems to carry deep grudges, and now that it had marked him, Alec knew this run through the special region would be different, as every step would now demand extra vigilance. The bull's eyes narrowed, its expression clouded with confusion. It's nothing too troublesome. I just want to know where the blood-controlling demonic beasts reside. The bull's tense frame eased at first, but stiffened again at the end of Alec's request. What would you want with those troublesome bats? I must warn you, they are not the type to communicate, especially with humans. The second they see you, they'll attack without hesitation. The bull responded through another mental message, its tone laced with genuine concern. Alec, however, welcomed that hostility. He preferred dealing with openly aggressive foes rather than cautious ones like this bull. In truth, it made his task simpler. If they would never listen, he had no reason to hesitate about killing them. Believe me when I say this, death is the least of my concerns in this region, Alec answered, this time sending his own mental message. He felt if the bull preferred that method of communication, then he would meet it halfway. Well, if you're that set on finding them, you'll need to move deeper into the higher part of the outer rings, head in that direction, and eventually you'll come across their settlement, the bull said, pointing with its horn. Alec followed the gesture, then turned to Legion. Commit every detail to memory. He hated admitting it. However, his bad sense of direction only grew worse inside the third level of Beast Forest, which is bigger than the other two he had been in. So in order not to lose his way and stumble into another set of Tier 7 demonic beasts that he had no business fighting because it wasn't an option, he left the navigation to Legion, who was far sharper than anyone else in his squad. After passing along the information, the bull turned and started heading opposite the direction the wolves had gone. Alec found himself perplexed by the bull's apparent trust in him, though he didn't dwell on it for long. What mattered was that he now had a lead on the blood-controlling beast, and from the bull's words, it seemed its animal form was a bat. The more Alec thought about it, the more sense it made. In folklore, bats were often tied to vampires and blood, and he doubted the bull would bother lying about something so trivial. All he hoped was that he wouldn't end up facing a whole colony of them. Before leaving, however, he had one last thing to do. Alec glanced at Legion, who tossed him the corpse of the light wolf he'd been holding on to. Catching the body, Alec spread his mouth wide and inhaled deeply. Low bloodline skill devour. This was the first time Alec had attempted to devour a demonic beast's soul directly, bypassing the amulet's usual process. Something inside him urged him to try. His bloodline instincts called for it, and with curiosity gnawing at him, he didn't want to waste any more time, as he was extremely curious to see what would happen if he used the soul of a light wolf to push his shadow wolf to the high rank. Eventually, the soul of the light wolf was dragged out of its body, glowing in a pure white form, so unlike the typical blue hue most souls carried. It was then that Alec realized even the two Tier 7 caterpillar souls he had sacrificed earlier for bloodline points had appeared brown. The discovery made him wonder if this difference in color was another distinction unique to high-ranked demonic beasts. The thought lingered, and after some deliberation, Alec resolved to examine the red salamander soul that he had stored later on when he left the beast forest, curious whether it would shine in the usual blue hue or display a color of its own. Though the light wolf's soul resisted violently, struggling as if to break free, however it was ultimately pulled into Alec's mouth, swallowed as though by an invisible black hole that it couldn't defy. Once the soul was consumed, Alec sank into a cross-legged position, eyes closed, entering a cultivation state. It wasn't the ideal place to attempt something so risky, yet he had already come this far and couldn't suppress the urge. At once his 8 golems closed in tightly, forming a protective circle around their master. Their eyes gleamed with unshakable resolve, as none would allow a single THR eat near him while he remained in that trance. While Alec closed his eyes, he was drawn once more into the dark space. this time, however, to witness the brutal clash between the souls of the Light Wolf and his Shadow Wolf. Since he had attempted to use the Light Wolf to push his Shadow Wolf's evolution, the two beasts were now forced to battle, each vying for conscious dominance, one to claim control, the other destined for annihilation. If the opponent had been of equal or lower realm, Midnight would have devoured it swiftly without resistance. But here the struggle was fiercer for two clear reasons. First, the Light Wolf was of a higher realm, unwilling to surrender to a weaker soul. Second, Midnight had not been the one to personally slay it, which made the contest of ownership inevitable, as only the victor of this soul battle could emerge from their fusion, carrying forward a new beast in the Tier 7 realm. Yet Alec remained utterly calm, not out of indifference, but because of his unshakable confidence in Midnight. He knew this fight wasn't solely about the realm of the beasts, but also about the strength of the soul itself. And while the Light Wolf shone brighter in rank, the Shadow Wolf's form appeared more solid, its presence denser and sharper. This resilience was the result of Alec feeding it countless souls of other Shadow Wolves, fortifying its essence far beyond what a typical low-tier 7 beast should possess. The battle has been rigged from the start. When the fight began, the Light Wolf initially dominated, using its higher realm to knock Midnight down, but each time Midnight rose, it returned more ferocious, sinking its fangs deeper into the Light Wolf, every bite draining its opponent, weakening it bit by bit. Before long, the Light Wolf faltered, its strikes losing precision, its resistance crumbling. In the end, the Shadow Wolf clamped down with a decisive bite, devouring the Light Wolf's soul entirely. The once blinding white form dissolved into darkness, consumed by Midnight's relentless hunger. The moment the Light Wolf's soul vanished into Midnight, Alec's eyes snapped back open to reality. This time, the air around him grew tense, his aura sharp and oppressive. He immediately noticed that he and his golems were already encircled by the 4 Light Wolves that had retreated earlier. He had no idea why they had returned, but their presence made his gut twist in displeasure. With the demonic bull gone, his advantage had all but vanished. Alec didn't truly believe he would lose, but he despised the thought of ending the fight in a weakened state, especially when his true goal still lay ahead, which is hunting the bat-type demonic beast to claim as his third soul demonic beast. "You should have just left while you had the chance," Alec said coldly, glaring at the wolves. The lead wolf snarled back, lips curled into a vicious sneer. "You think you're frightening without that bull on your corner again. For daring to interrupt our hunt, you'll pay dearly." With that, all 4 wolves lunged in unison, striking from every direction, their leader targeting Alec directly. Alec immediately tried to summon Midnight, his Shadow Wolf, but instead of the familiar of the dark aura and fur hovering him, a notification window flared before his eyes: Shadow Wolf undergoing evolution. Time-limited mission generated. The Shadow Wolf has devoured the soul of a Light Wolf to push itself to the next rank. However, if 4 more Light Wolf souls are consumed, its evolution will complete in a mutated path. Not only will it advance to the Tier 7 realm, but it will also awaken the Light Affinity, mutating into a new breed of wolf demonic beast. Light Wolf demonic beast soul acquired. 04. Timer 5958. Alec froze, unsure whether to curse the system for its cruelty or grit his teeth and rise to the challenge. He had anticipated that Midnight would evolve into the Tier 7 realm, but he never expected that one Light Wolf soul wouldn't be enough to allow it mutate. The system was forcing him past his limits. Still, a spark of madness lit his eyes. If he succeeded in slaying all 4 wolves within the hour, Midnight would become something unprecedented, a hybrid wolf of shadow and light, a creature far stronger than its current race could ever dream of becoming. And for that prize, Alec was willing to risk everything. However, if he failed, Midnight would still ascend into the Tier 7 realm, but only as a pure shadow wolf, not the mutated hybrid Alec craved. That possibility alone lit a fire under him. With fresh determination, Alec snapped into command mode, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Titan front line, keep that wolf off me. Legion Magneed, intercept the one lunging from the east. Hive Queen, Saint, take the third. Butcher, Oni, Hunter, the last one is yours. I want it dead as fast as possible." His orders came sharp and fast, with the golems responding instantly, scattering into formation as Alec kicked off the ground, retreating a step while Titan raised his massive shield in front of him. Titan layered an immense ice shield across the line for good measure. But the Light Wolf leader didn't slow. It sprinted straight through the frozen barrier as though it weren't even there. Alec's eyes widened as he watched the creature's body phase clean through solid ice before its claws slammed into Titan's chest, hurling the giant golem backward. "Damn it, why the hell can this bastard phase through physical matter?" Alec cursed, already moving. Realizing Midnight was locked in evolution, he had no choice but to summon his second bloodline. Low bloodline skill merge golden horned drake. Golden scales erupted across his body, gleaming brighter than ever. His bloody Changdao extended in his grip as he lunged, aiming a piercing strike at the wolf. But before the blade could land, the beast snapped its jaws wide not to bite, but to gather light particles in the air powered by a pull-like skill. Brilliant particles swirled into its maw, condensing into a blazing sphere, a light beam bomb. Shit. Alex spat, flipping his stance. He turned with his back facing the light wolf leader, with jagged metallic spikes protruding out of his back down to his elongated draconic tail, which lashed out in the last second. His scales glowed with renewed intensity, but there was no time to marvel at the new mutations he had done using his bloodline points. All that mattered was bracing himself for what was coming. Boom! The world erupted in blinding light as the wolf unleashed its devastating blast. The light beam struck Alex squarely, blasting him backward more than 10 meters. Yet instead of the searing agony he had braced for, he felt only a jarring force reverberate through his body. His golden scales, which had been hardened and enhanced from their recent mutated upgrade, absorbed the brunt of the impact. The shimmering golden scale dispersed most of the light's destructive energy, leaving Alec rattled but far from broken. His boots dug trenches into the ground as he skidded to a halt, smoke rising from the faint scorch marks etched into his glowing scales. He flexed his shoulders, testing his body, and a faint grin tugged at his lips, golden light flickering ominously across his lesser draconic form. Even as the backlash from the blast rippled through him, Alec was surprised to find that part of the attack's force dispersed harmlessly through his body, while another portion was repelled outright. While most of Alec's golems were straining and fighting recklessly just to gain an advantage against the Tier 7 light wolves, one front actually had the advantage, and it was where Hunter, Oni, and Butcher fought. The wolf assigned to them was the weakest of the four. Alec knew this because he had already scanned each of them with his analysis skill, gauging their relative strength by elemental affinity rather than realm alone. The light wolf lashed out, sending claw beams of searing radiance through the air, as both Butcher and Oni split to either side, looking to attack it from the flanks, while Hunter charged headlong into the incoming attack. Mid-tier spell nullify. The instant the light claws entered Hunter's spell range, their elemental force bled away, leaving only the raw bestial chi behind it as a driving force. The damage was reduced substantially, but not negated as mana wasn't the only thing used to push it forward. Knowing it was still a Tier 7 strike, Hunter braced himself as he twisted his shoulders and raised his right arm to absorb the blow. 4 long gashes ripped across his forearm, the force driving him back, his boots skidding furrows in the earth, yet he refused to be flung away. The wolf sprang forward, intent on finishing the job and tearing Hunter apart. However, its instinct suddenly screamed, forcing it to jerk sideways. As Butcher's lightning axe smashed into the ground where it would have stood, splitting the earth with a deafening crack, but evading one threat only led it into another. Its desperate sway carried it straight into Oni's trap, his scythe already low and waiting, the perfect upward arc ready to strike. Oni swung his scythe upward the moment the light wolf strayed into range, the blade just short of hooking beneath its neck. This move caught the wolf off guard. However, it was still fast to react and braced its limbs while forcing chi to harden around its throat area, forming a protective chi barrier to keep the scythe from biting too deep into its fur. Oni planted his feet and tightened his grip with both hands, locking eyes with the snarling beast as they fought for control. The wolf's confidence grew when it felt Oni's muscles twitch, convincing itself the Tier 6 golem wouldn't last long. But then the facial expression on Oni's mask shifted, its solemn face twisting into a crazed, demonic grin, tongue lolling mockingly. Unease prickled through the wolf's instincts, but before it could process the feeling, Butcher rejoined the fray. Having regained his stance, he charged in with his thunder axe raised high. Ah! With a roar he unleashed a burst of energy, propelling his strike downward with terrifying force. The wolf swiftly spread out its energy to reinforce its chi brace around its whole neck, but still yet Butcher's axe slammed onto it, hooking above the neck, while Oni's scythe was driving upward from below the neck, both of them locking the wolf's neck in place and driving the beast into the dirt under their combined weight. On the other side, Oni's body bulged with power as 4 phantom arms materialized, merging into his real limbs. His muscles swelled, pulsing with raw strength as he bore down. Butcher bellowed, his voice echoing like a mad war cry. The wolf strained desperately, pouring everything into its chi defense, but the barrier began to crack as the combined pull of scythe and axe was too much. Lines of fracture spiderwebbed across its chi protective shield, signaling its imminent collapse. The wolf's eyes widened with dread, already knowing its end was near. Just as it clung to hope for a miracle, a hook latched onto one of its forelimbs and yanked hard, pulling it off balance. Hunter stood ahead, dragging the wolf toward him. That single lapse in concentration was enough, as Oni and Butcher, who had been pressing for the kill all along, swung with merciless precision. In the next instant, the wolf's head was torn clean from its body. Without wasting a second, the three golems pivoted to aid the others, certain their victory would tip the balance further in Alec's favor. But before they could charge in, they spotted Legion driving his laser spear straight through another light wolf's skull. The beast's body was already riddled with metallic shards, and nearby, Magneto slumped against a tree, completely drained. It was then that they realized their fight had been far too easy. Legion shook the wolf's corpse off his spear and turned, glaring at Oni and Butcher. His tone was sharp, edged with frustration. For two golems at peak tier 6 realm, you sure fight leisurely. See, I even finished mine right after you, he snapped sarcastically, already reassembling his weapon. Nano components folded and clicked together, reshaping the shattered spear into a compact cube brimming with energy. With deft precision, Legion morphed the construct again, this time into a sleek assault rifle, as the cube locked into place within the weapon, humming as crimson lines pulsed across its adamantine frame. Ignoring his comrades, Legion shifted his focus toward where Saint and Hive Queen were locked in battle with another light wolf. Saint clashed head-on with the beast, his chain Changdao locking against the light claws as they went around the place like blurs, but Saint still kept it at bay, while Hive Queen darted about, weaving traps and restraining the wolf's claws with webbing couple of times to allow Saint escape soul-critical strikes. Even though they were weaker overall, each golem had played to their advantage, steadily wearing the wolves down in a reckless but calculated fight. Legion braced his rifle, right hand on the trigger and left hand steadying the frame. Trig. Laser bullets rained down in rapid bursts, hammering into the hind legs of the light wolf. The recoil slammed the weapon's stock into his shoulder, but Legion absorbed it without flinching, advancing step by step with cold precision. The wolf staggered under the barrage, its movements faltering. As it slashed wildly with its claws, Saint met the strike head-on, deflecting the blow before driving his chain Changdao deep into the beast's skull. With that final thrust, the last of the three subordinate wolves collapsed, with only Teehee leader remaining, locked in a fierce struggle against Alec and Titan. The other golems who were now free itched to join the battle, however Alec quickly raised his hand, signaling them to stay back. This was his fight alongside Titan. Together, they squared off against the light wolf leader. The wolf no longer cared about anything else, it had just lost its entire pack in a battle it thought would be an easy victory. I'll kill you, the light wolf leader howled, its voice trembling with rage. Its bloodshot eyes locked onto Alec, unable to comprehend how everything had collapsed so swiftly. Hatred burned in its heart, but regret weighed heavier. It cursed its decision to turn back for revenge. Yet no amount of regret could change the truth that its comrades and kin were dead, gone forever, and there was nothing it or anyone could do about it. Unfortunately for you, I have no intention of dying today, Alec shouted, whipping his spiked tail forward to meet the wolf's claw striking in head-on clash. Light claw and a golden hue chi-covered tail collided. The wolf's strike was reinforced with light mana, and chi-causing sparks of light burst to appear as the spikes along Alec's tail scraped against the wolf's claws, halting its advance. Even so, the wolf's raw physical power was overwhelming for him in such a head-on confrontation, which ended up forcing Alec backward. As he felt himself lose ground in the clash flying backwards, he raised his left hand slightly, summoning a massive pillar of sand that erupted from the earth behind him to cushion the momentum behind the remnant of the strike he just defended against. As Alec's body hurtled through the air, an ice chain shot in from the side, curling tightly around the wolf's neck. The sudden and unexpected tug halted its pursuit and disrupted the gathering of light elemental particles in the air to perform a beam attack. But the wolf's body blurred with violent tremors, and with a savage shake, it broke free of the ice chain which fell to the ground as it surged forward again, appearing before Alec in the blink of an eye. Bang. Another explosion resounded, however this time not because Alec was being flung away this time, but because of the clash of raw strength between them both as he met the wolf head-on, by gripping his bloody Changdao that he summoned. His current form made swordplay awkward for him, far less fluent than his usual self. However, the weapon's natural enhancements gave him the crucial edge he needed to hold against the beast in a showdown of strength. Worse still, Alec was adapting to its battle style. He had begun reading its movements, countering with increasing precision. Enraged, the wolf lunged in desperation, clamping its jaws down hard on Alec's left shoulder. Ah! Alec roared in pain, his vision clouding as dizziness set in, but he endured, and in that agony he saw his chance. Releasing his Changdao and letting it follow the ground, he dropped his guard, letting the wolf's right claw plunge deep into his body. But Alec no longer cared. His hand snapped up, locking tight around the beast's neck as his own claws sank deep into its flesh, blood dripping. He bared the monstrous fangs of his bestial form, his voice low and guttural as he forced the words out. Mid-bloodline spell tail lash. Alec unleashed his skill, his mutated tail, which was now at the peak of mid-rank in mutations combining with a perfected mid-tier skill inherited from the golden horn drake demonic beast. The effect was beyond anything even he had anticipated. For the first time, Alec felt complete control over his tail. Every movement was his to command, every strike precise. Back when the skill had only been at low rank, the best he could manage was a wild horizontal lash, like a crude, pre-programmed motion. But now it was sharp, deliberate, and devastating. "Fuck you, Titano," Alec roared, his fury boiling over as he whipped his tail above his head and drove it straight into the towering wolf. The spiked end pierced into the beast's eye, followed by the spikes that protruded along the tail, grinding forward in a brutal attempt to burrow into its brain. The wolf shrieked in agony, blood streaming down its ruined left eye. Its chi flared violently, thrashing in panic, and though Alec tried to drive his tail deeper, the beast's surging energy kept it locked in place. His claws tightened around its neck, but the struggle became a deadlock. Everything froze in that tense moment until Titan struck. While the wolf's focus was locked on Alec, Titan descended from above, both hands gripping a massive mace. The head of the weapon, once ordinary ice, had already transformed into a core of pitch-black ice radiating crushing power. With a roar, Titan brought it down. For a heartbeat, silence. Thankyas. A deafening sonic boom tore through the battlefield, shockwaves rippling outward from the impact point with Alec, Titan, and the wolf at the center. The light wolf's legs buckled, its body driven down under the unbearable weight pressing on it. It cursed inwardly, despairing as Titan's unnatural ice power was devouring its elemental strength just from the mace being in contact with his skin, converting what was stolen into sheer, merciless force of unimaginable weight. The wolf knew the truth. If it dropped the elemental flare cloaking its body, it would die in less than a second. Its chi alone couldn't stop Alec's tail from drilling into its brain. However, it had misunderstood something crucial. Titan could strike again. The instant it felt the mace lifting from its head, dread filled its heart, yet by then it was already too late. The second slam crashed down. This time, blood poured not only from the wolf's ears but also from Alec himself, who was close by and still clinging onto it. Yet when the wolf glanced at Alec from the corner of its eye, what it saw terrified it more than pain. Alec was smiling. In that moment, the wolf finally realized the horrifying truth. Alec didn't care if he died. He actually looked like he was ready to sacrifice everything if it meant dragging the wolf down with him. That thought had never crossed the beast's mind, and now it was living it. It scared it dearly to think of dying. The wolf bit deeper into Alec's shoulder, a desperate threat to tell Alec that if it was to die, then Alec would die too, but Alec refused to yield. He groaned, blood dripping, yet pushed harder, forcing his tail deeper. It was far too late for the wolf to wonder what might have been. If it hadn't turned back, its pack would still be alive. If it hadn't chased vengeance, it might have been hunting another demonic beast instead of being trapped in this nightmare. Though time wasted on the demonic bull would have not still matched them losing one of them, but he kinder of was the one broke the unsaid agreement between it, the bull and Alec. But regrets meant nothing now. The third slam fell, shattering everything, and like dominoes collapsing, the weight of Titan's mace crushed the wolf's body. Its protective chi barrier splintered and fell apart. All the defenses it had held onto so desperately crumbled to dust. Alec's tail pierced through at last, driving deep into the beast's skull. The wolf's body stiffened, its rage extinguished in an instant. Ding, mission completed. Level up. As the wolf's body hit the ground with a heavy thud, Alec staggered, nearly collapsing. The moment the wolf's claws pulled free from his flesh, blood gushed from his wounds in torrents, far more than was safe. Before he could lose his footing completely, Titan was already there, catching him and letting Alec lean against his icy frame like a wall of stone. Gritting his teeth, Alec pressed his left hand against his torn stomach, conjuring red flames that seared his own skin, cauterizing the wound and halting the bleeding for now. He had hoped to finish this battle unscathed, but things never went as planned, forcing his weary body to move. He dragged himself toward the wolf's carcass. Despite his exhaustion, he pulled its massive head closer, groaning through the effort. Low bloodline skill devour. Alec opened his mouth, and the astral form of the light wolf's soul was wrenched from its body. No matter how violently it thrashed against the unseen pull, it could not resist as it was drawn into him. Despite its struggle, the inevitable came. The soul was devoured. As it passed into Alec, he felt part of its energy splinter away, spreading throughout his body before reaching the cocoon of darkness deep within his cosmic universe. That energy washed over him with an unexpected coolness, numbing the agony that had been tearing at his body. As his pain dulled, his breath steadied, and for a fleeting moment it almost felt bearable. More than that, he sensed something else. His regenerative powers, inherited from the golden horn drake, seemed to surge, climbing to a level higher than before. Though his wounds hadn't visibly closed yet, however, the burden of pain lifted, allowing him to move more freely. At his silent command, his golems dragged the corpses of the other 3 light wolves before him. One by one, through clenched teeth and fading strength, Alec repeated the process of devouring their souls. After devouring the souls of the 3 light wolves, Alec shut his eyes and entered the inner space of to view the shadow wolf. There he saw that the shadow cocoon had not only grown larger, but was now radiating a far more potent aura. The power waves it released were stronger than ever. Seeing its progress, Alec was certain he was on the right track, and soon, his first Tier 7 soul demonic beast would be born. And not just any beast, but a mutated hybrid. The thought alone filled him with anticipation, and he could hardly wait to see what it would become. When he finished checking on the shadow wolf, he noticed something remarkable. Most of his wounds were closing up. The deep fang bite on his left shoulder had nearly sealed, leaving only faint marks behind, and the claw wound on his stomach had healed completely. Knowing the chaos from the battle with the light wolf pack would definitely draw other demonic beasts eager to seize an opportunity, Alec wasted no time, as he decided to withdraw from the area before any arrived. A few minutes later, following the bull's directions, with Legion leading the way, Alec finally arrived at the location the demonic bull had described. To move swiftly and avoid interruptions, he unsummoned all his golems except Legion and the Hive Queen. There were 2 reasons for this. First, he wanted to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. A large group of golems marching through the forest would be too obvious, potentially sparking the curiosity of other demonic beasts. Second, Legion's keen senses made him invaluable for navigating and detecting heat signatures, allowing them to steer clear of unwanted encounters. With just the 2 by his side, Alec could move quickly and silently, avoiding distractions that might delay or sabotage the plans ahead. The Hive Queen had remained unsummoned, because she had the responsibility of carrying Alec on her back as he slowly healed. Now that they had reached their destination, Alec slid down to the ground, steadying himself as he took in the surroundings. Deep in the forest, this place was unlike any other domain he had seen so far in the unique region. This was a sinister domain. The trees here twisted unnaturally, their bark stained a dark reddish hue, as though they had drunk blood from the very earth. The canopy was so dense that sunlight could not pierce through, leaving the land in a perpetual twilight. The air hung heavy with the metallic scent of iron, and thin veils of red mist drifted sluggishly around the tangled roots. At the center stood a massive ancient tree, hollowed and split open like a festering wound, its interior serving as a lair. Around it dangled bones and shattered carcasses, strung along branches like grotesque trophies. The forest floor was damp and soft, stained with dried pools of blood that never faded. Whenever the wind stirred, faint echoes of bat shrieks rode the air. Unlike the rest of the forest, where life hummed with rustles and chirps, this place was eerily silent, broken only by the flap of distant wings or the drip of unseen liquid. It was accursed territory, a place so dreadful that even some predator-class demonic beasts avoided it. And it was here precisely that Alec intended to hunt his 3rd soul demonic beast, and he knew he had found it, for high above, one of the creatures slumbered. Hanging upside down from a thick branch, the beast's powerful legs clamped onto the wood like iron locks, its leathery wings wrapped around its body like a shroud, its hideous form partly concealed. The wings were nothing but stretched skin, with little fur to soften the grotesque sight. Its ears were long and sharp, attuned to the faintest sound. But Alec needed no guesswork to know he had finally seen a blood-controlling beast, and that was because the status tab hovering before his eyes confirmed it. Status tab. Though the bat-type demonic beast appeared to be fast asleep, Alec could sense its strong mental powers spreading a few meters around it, and anyone who crossed that invisible boundary around it without caution would instantly alert the beast to their presence. The sight made Alec tense as he racked his brain for a way to eliminate the creature quickly before it could summon its comrades. The more he thought about it, however, the heavier his head felt, until he realized he had only one chance and he couldn't afford to waste it. Gradually, his thoughts strayed beyond the usual approach, and a faint smile curved his lips. "Legion, I'll be going out alone," Alec announced, catching his golem off guard. Legion's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected such a decision from his master. He had assumed Alec would summon the full squad of golems to overwhelm the beast before it could raise an alarm. After all, the golems were confident they've slain Tier 7 wolves. He believed dispatching such demonic beasts like the bat before it was able to call for help would be no problem. And even if it did manage to summon reinforcements, they only needed to kill it before Alec fell, allowing him to devour its soul and form his 3rd demonic beast soul. To Legion, that plan was the most logical. But Alec was thinking differently. He had noticed a pattern in the 3rd level of the beast forest. Every demonic beast here could see into his realm easily, and when those Tier 7 demonic beasts saw that his cultivation realm was only at the Tier 6 mage realm, they tended to underestimate him. It was as though Tier 7 beasts carried an ingrained arrogance, dismissing him outright without his golems beside him. they would never regard him with true vigilance, and Alec was ready to exploit that weakness. He was ready to use that arrogance to his advantage. From what he had learned from the bull demon, Alec knew that to the bat-type demonic beast, a human flesh and blood was considered a rare delicacy. All he had to do was play into its pride, hoping it would believe it could handle him alone and thus avoid calling its comrades, as it would be unwilling to share its prey. Alec stepped into the open, feigning clumsiness. His left shoulder wound, freshly reopened, dripped blood, an intentional act to lure the beast closer. He had deliberately exposed the injury, baiting the bat into action. The moment he entered the range of its mental senses, the creature's body trembled. Alec froze, looking up with an expression of dread. He held his act as best he could, and after 2 tense seconds, the beast's twitching stilled. Alec sighed in feigned relief and began moving toward another direction, pretending to retreat from the domain of blood. Inside, however, he was smirking. The lesser Sanguirian had taken the bait. Its initial tremor had revealed that it sensed him, but upon recognizing Alec as merely a Tier 6 demonic beast, it chose not to sound an alarm. To it, Alec was nothing more than easy prey, so it pretended to drift back into slumber, hoping to lower Alec's guard. The moment Alec turned his back, the bat's wings spread wide, its eyes glowing with a sinister red hue. Once it confirmed that Alec had completely relaxed, its body shimmered with a layer of colorless chi. Then, unhooking its legs from the branch, it dropped with eerie grace, gliding silently toward him from behind. Just as it closed in, fangs ready to sink into Alec's bleeding shoulder, a thunderous bang shattered the silence. Legion, who had been waiting, fired from his hiding place. The Sanguirian's long-range vision was poor, but its sensitivity to sound was unmatched. Before the bullet even made it halfway, the beast snapped its body backward in a swift motion, the shot whizzing past and embedding itself in the tree it had been resting on. That single shot stirred the blood domain awake, screeches echoing from a nearby location. But Alec and Legion had never intended for the bullet to be the killing blow. It was merely a signal, a latch point Alec had set to manipulate the beast's movements. Every reaction so far had played exactly as Alec predicted. The lesser Sanguirian glared at him, realizing too late that the human mage it once dismissed as mere prey had changed. Alec now stood facing it, his expression stripped of all fear. What remained was pure focus, determined, hardened, and intent on slaying the bat-like demonic beast with as little wasted movement as possible. His arms stretched out in his right hand, the bloody Changdao rested, and in his left, the heart of a slain light wolf, harvested by his golems. He had taken the wolves' hearts for this very moment, a power-up against a Tier 7 beast. Now it proved the right choice. Turning the blade inward, Alec plunged the Changdao through his own chest. The Sanguirian's eyes widened in shock at Alec's action as the blade turned into blood mist and dissolved into his body, but despite all this, only the intoxicating flood of blood overwhelmed the Sanguirian's senses. It charged recklessly, abandoning all caution. Alec smirked at its action. Clearly he had underestimated the beast's addiction to blood, but this only worked in his favor. As now he didn't need to think of how to close the distance. Second seal unlock. Battle axe. The moment Alec cast the second seal, the first weapon he summoned was a battle axe. He crushed the heart in his left hand to act as the fuel for creating the weapon he wanted. Blood erupted outward, yet instead of scattering, it fused with mana and chi, shaping into a massive axe before him. Low tier spell ignite. Without pause, Alec infused the weapon with the ignite spell, as black flames engulfed the crimson, ruby-like axe, giving it the aura of a demonic weapon. The sight drove the bat to rush in, aiming to close the distance instantly. But Alec was ready. With a mighty swing from his left hand in an horizontal way, he hurled the axe in a devastating arc. The bat instinctively lashed out, one wing slicing through the air to deflect the blazing weapon. Changdao. By then, Alec had already crushed the second heart, forging a blade identical to his main weapon. And this time he was not alone. Oni stood at his left, Hive Queen at his right, and Legion hovered in the air, laser spear in hand. The bat froze, startled by the sudden appearance of these golems it hadn't even sensed. It tried to screech, but a blue soul chain coiled tightly around its neck. Oni yanked the chain, choking the beast and dragging it to the ground. Oni didn't know if it was about to let out a sonic attack or call for reinforcement, but Oni wasn't letting any happen. As the Sanguirian's vision blurred, Alec vanished from its sight. Desperation made the bat thrash, wings beating furiously, but silver webs spread across its span, binding them in place so it couldn't launch an attack with them too, while the chains at its throat only tightened, leaving it struggling in vain. Ting. From above, spear chi rained down like judgment, piercing the trapped creature and pinning it to the earth. Its eyes grew wild, bloodlust consuming it. In a frenzy, it bit into its own flesh, and an invisible force wrenched the blood outward, condensing it into a sharp, jagged blood stake. Its body was bound and helpless, so it tried to turn its own blood into a weapon, but the instant it did, its movements halted. Looking down in disbelief, it saw a bloody Changdao piercing through its chest. From beginning to end, it had danced to Alec's tune, never managing to accomplish anything of significance. This was Alec elevating his tactical awareness to an entirely new level with his energy sight slightly in play to predict the beast's next movements. And just before its consciousness slipped fully into darkness, it heard Alec's voice. The words carried the weight of a natural predator, seeping into its suel and igniting a primal, inescapable fear. Low bloodline spell devour. The bat beast's soul was dragged out, its hue shifting between black and red. It thrashed in resistance, but like the others before it, the struggle was futile, as the pull from Alec's mouth consumed it whole, and he devoured the soul. The instant Alec swallowed the soul of the lesser Sangurian, his eyes shut, and his head snapped back as the raw energy derived from the soul surged violently through him. Even with clenched lips, a low groan slipped out. The infernal blaze mantle, which usually clung simply to cover his body in the beast forest, faltered under the interference of the energy that was being consumed by his body, causing his upper garments to dissolve into nothing, leaving him bare-chested as streaks of red and black soul energies pulsed visibly through his veins, the energy concentrated heavily on his back. And on his left hand, dense black fog coiled around, staining the skin there in darkness. At his lower back, the tattoo of the golden horned drake seems to be in an awakened state, its form curled like a sleeping lesser dragon. Its golden scales gleamed brilliantly, reflecting the sunlight of the amulet world that shone it, while its spiked tail wrapped protectively around its body just above his waist. The surging energy continued to gather where the shadow wolf had once resided, across the upper half of Alec's back. Slowly, an image began to manifest, stretching toward his shoulders, though incomplete. However, even Legion, who was levitating in the air, could already discern its shape. It was forming into a wing. But just as Legion and the other two golems were observing their master's transformation, something unforeseen jolted fear into them. Alec was still in a deep state of comprehension when 5 lesser Sangurian demonic beasts emerged, surrounding them from every direction, drawn by the earlier gunshot. The creatures had finally tracked the intruder to their domain. The moment they saw the shriveled corpse of one of their kin, the lesser Sangurians burned with rage. They longed to tear Alec and his golems apart, to feast on Alec's blood until nothing remained. Yet that wasn't what made Legion's core tremble. It was the appearance of a 6th bat. Unlike the others, this one's wingspan was far greater, its presence far more oppressive. When it landed, its body began to twist violently. In less than 2 seconds, the monstrous form vanished, replaced by a pale, dark-haired man whose aura carried an ancient weight despite his youthful appearance. This humanoid transformation was unlike anything Legion had ever witnessed. It was near perfect streamlined, natural, and unsettlingly human. Only faint bestial traits betrayed its true nature, subtle enough that, should it enter the human realm, infiltrating would be effortless. Unlike the crude transformations of other demonic beasts that were riddled with grotesque mutations like multiple eyes or protruding fangs, this being's human form radiated elegance and menace in equal measure. Well. What do we have here? The Sangurian in humanoid form rasped, his voice low and coarse. A cloak of brown beast fur draped his frame as his smirk deepened. His gaze swept over Legion, Hive Queen, and Oni with a predator's curiosity. But when his eyes fell on Alec, his expression froze in shock. Meanwhile, Alec remained lost within his microcosmic universe, oblivious to the threat outside. He was immersed in watching the reconstruction of the Sangurian's body, as each fragment knitted together with terrifying speed. The flow of energy fueling the process was far beyond what he anticipated, accelerating its restoration. Even so, the pace granted him enough time to turn his attention toward the shadow wolf at his side, who was undergoing his own evolution toward the higher ranks in a black cocoon. It was going to be Alec's first high-ranked demonic beast soul, and even though he had already read the description and knew Midnight would become a hybrid, he couldn't contain his excitement. The thought alone made his heart race. Since everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, he decided to glance over some of his earlier system notifications. Ding! Congratulations on finally breaching the limit of your bloodline at the low rank. New skill awakened. Mutation. New skill awakened. Partial transformation. Seeing this confirmed Alec's suspicion that by completing the required number of beast souls at the low rank, he wouldn't just unlock new skills and something much bigger awaited him. He couldn't wait to test them out, but just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly felt his consciousness being wrenched away from his microcosmic space. This wasn't the natural withdrawal he was used to. Something was forcefully dragging him back. In the next instant, his awareness snapped into his body. When Alec's eyes opened, shock gripped him. His neck was bound tightly by the grasp of a strange man with glowing red eyes. In that instant, Alec's sharp gaze took in every detail, feathers draped over the figure like a robe, faint bestial traits that mirrored the Sangurians behind him, and the suffocating aura that erased any doubt. This was the humanoid form of a Sangurian demonic beast. You finally decided to join the party, the creature rasped, its tone dripping with mockery. I was beginning to pity your magical constructs. They tried so hard to save you, only for their master to be a dead weight. That was what I thought. However, it seems I was wrong. You did wake up after all. His smirk widened, eyes narrowing as he studied Alec. I know for certain you killed one of my kin. What I can't understand yet is why you now carry the same aura we do. Stranger still, you bear the aura of other beasts as well, and one I cannot even recognize. How many secrets do you hide, little human? I want to tear them open. After all, it has been a long time since one of your kind dared to step foot here. Let's see what makes you so special. The humanoid Sangurian kept talking without sparing Alec much thought. After hearing its words, Alec turned his gaze toward Legion and Oni, both within his line of sight. They were destroyed beyond recognition. The sight alone made it clear that the demonic beast before him was on a level far beyond anything he could handle if it could dismantle his golems so completely. He couldn't even tell where the Hive Queen had been thrown. His first instinct was to check the status of the humanoid beast. The moment Alec saw the beast's details, he didn't hesitate. He raised his right hand, now engulfed in black flames, and drove it straight into his own chest, choosing death over waiting to see what a Tier 8 Sangurian planned for him. As his vision dimmed into darkness, he caught the flicker of shock on the Sangurian's face. Clearly, it hadn't expected this. To it, humans were creatures who clung desperately to life, they who would beg or crawl rather than choosing such an end. Yet Alec had killed himself without hesitation, leaving it baffled. Only Alec understood his choice, though he would not truly die, as his consciousness would awaken back in his body within the Earth realm. Still, the pain of tearing his own life away was still excruciating. The next day came swiftly, and this time it wasn't only Alec's inner circle that gathered outside his cabin. It was the entire team representing the War God Mage Academy that stood waiting just a few meters outside his door. Terran glanced at the group of young mages who now dominated the Academy's Earth ranking list, all assembled on his mountain peak. He couldn't fathom why Alec held such sway over them. He was certain that if the Academy itself had summoned them at such time, they wouldn't have arrived this early. Curious, he pulled Agnes aside to ask why they were all camped so close to Alec's room, and she explained that Alec had promised them something and had specifically asked everyone to see him before leaving the Academy. Only then did it click for Terran why even proud scions of ancient clans like Lucas, Pale, and Beatrice had shown up. Because if a single gift had such an effect on him, then he could easily understand why the lure of Alec's promise had drawn all these arrogant geniuses to his door. Creak, the door to Alec's room finally swung open. Instantly, a faint surge of mana pressed outward, making everyone turn sharply toward the entrance. A moment later, Alec stepped out. He wore one of his custom kimono uniforms, with the number 1 etched boldly on the back like an inscription burned into the fabric. His student badge hung at his waist, jingling as he moved. Strapped to his left side were both his changdao and his bone katana, the latter resting higher on his hip. Alec's hand lingered casually on the katana's hilt as he pushed forward, radiating quiet dominance. He no longer wore a blindfold, as he could now control his energy eyes abilities, nor was the limiter device strapped to him. The limiter worked in a cruel way once fused with a mage. The longer it stayed off, the harsher the electrifying backlash when worn again. It was designed as punishment, a deterrent to stop mages from ever removing it during training period, as the pain simply wasn't worth the risk. But Alec knew he was about to face the finest talents of the sects, guilds, academies, and ancient clans across the 5 kingdom continents. For that, he believed he needed his full strength. The moment he stepped out the door, the team didn't just look at him with their eyes alone, their mental strength pressed against him. Prying, testing, only his inner circle refrained, already aware he had advanced to the Tier 6 mage reel. "Good morning to you all," Alec said to their prying behavior, running his fingers through his crimson hair with black and brown tips, its sheen giving him an unnatural allure that left Beatrice staring. As he lowered his arm, the others caught glimpses beneath his kimono sleeve. His left arm was covered in dark tattoo markings, an intricate painting that hadn't been there 5 days ago. They couldn't make out the details, but one fact was undeniable. Alec had changed in ways none of them could yet grasp how. Then with a simple swipe of his right hand toward Knight and Agnes, the Void Claw set and the Tidefang Legacy set shot through the air in a blur. Before anyone could react, the new Tier 6 spirit equipment sank into their rightful masters. Since their blood had been used in the forging and the old versions served as the base for the new spirit equipment set, it required no rebinding, as they recognized only Knight and Agnes as their masters. That was why, when Alec pulled the spirit equipment sets from his space ring, they instantly recognized their master's life signs and flew to merge into their bodies. The new runic tattoos, which marked the upgraded spirit equipment set, glowed faintly for a second before vanishing into their skin as though nothing had happened at all, yet despite the speed of the fusion, every mage present had caught it. Hale and Lucas looked utterly flabbergasted, while Taryn could only frown in confusion. Old man Alderic had instructed him to watch Alec closely, to see if the Gordons clan had ways of secretly communicating with him. But after seeing two Tier 6 spirit equipment sets appear from nowhere, and without his knowledge, Taryn began to wonder if it was more than communication, if Alec actually had a way to meet other clansmen of his clan while he was in the academy grounds. He was more inclined to believe this more than the fact that a clan like the Gordons would let such priceless treasures be left in the hands of one so young. His doubts actually deepened when Alec casually tossed a pill bottle to each of them. In each bottle, Alec began, "There's 1 Tier 7 mental pill, 1 Tier 7 cultivation pill, and 10 Tier 6 cultivation pills, just like I did during our last competition. I hope these will help you grow stronger. I don't know how powerful our opponents truly are, but I know we're far stronger than we were before, and this time no one should dare look down on us." He paused, letting his gaze sweep across the team. Use the Tier 7 pills only when you're at the critical point of your cultivation, like when you're ready to step into the Tier 7 realm. It may seem distant now, but this is my gift to you all. Now, if you don't mind, let's make our way to the arena, as the dean must be waiting. After receiving the pill bottles, Lucas was the first to cup his fist toward Alec in gratitude, followed closely by Katie, though Pale was a little bit slower, as he was busy ogling the cultivation pills. But even with his unreasonable nature, he wasn't foolish enough to not acknowledge that the debt he now owed Alec could never be repaid, as not even his clan treated him this good. He eventually joined in as well when he saw Katie beside him showing her appreciation. Beatrice, however, stood frozen in place, unsure of what to do, until Agnes slipped an arm around her shoulder and gently guided her forward. The gesture made it clear she didn't need to mimic the others. As they continued walking, Alec's inner circle deliberately stayed at the back while Alec casually tossed another bottle to his master, who caught it with his right hand. When he opened his palm and saw what he had received, his eyes trembled. 5 Tier 7 mental pills. His heart surged with joy, but by the time he looked up again, Alec's back had already disappeared from sight as the group descended the peak. Alec and his group finally reached the center of the arena, only to realize that the dean wasn't the only one waiting for them there, as old man Alderic stood calmly at his side. The moment Alec and his companions saw him, a sharp glint passed through their eyes, especially Alec's. In an instant, he closed the distance, moving so swiftly that it looked as though he was slipping through space itself. Old man Alderic. Alec greeted with slightly raised brows, his expression carrying the unspoken question of why it seemed like the elder was planning to accompany them to the capital. However, before Alec could say more, Alderic cut him off. "It's just been a few days since I last saw you, yet you've already grown much stronger while still in the same realm. Small boy, you're nothing short of a monster." The old man's voice carried both curiosity and admiration as he stroked his beard, as though peering into depths hidden from ordinary sight. Lucas and Pale, hearing this, didn't think Alderic was exaggerating. After all, when Alec stepped out earlier, they had felt a brief oppressive aura spread from him. It had vanished almost instantly, but the sensation alone had convinced them he had made incredible progress, even if they couldn't pinpoint where. Now hearing Alderic confirm it only cemented their suspicions. "Oh, I see," Alderic said with a sly smile. "Alec boy, when do you plan to do business with me regarding Tier 6 spirit equipment sets?" His gaze slid toward Agnes and Knight, making his shameless intent clear. Alec visibly cringed at his behavior that was feeling extremely similar to that of his grandfather, and he was unable to hide his distaste. "Never," he shot back without hesitation. "Don't be like that, put the Academy's interests in your thoughts." Alderic chuckled, undeterred. He had once considered dropping the matter after Alec's earlier rejection when he asked him after Taryn told him of the Gordon's auction items, but seeing through the merged sets that Knight and Agnes now possessed, his determination only deepened. As the leader of the logistics department of the War God Mage Academy, it was frustrating for him not to have access to a top-grade spirit equipment set for display. Now, seeing two Gordon's younger generation wielding merged spirit equipment sets seemingly customized to their strengths, he was certain that with the right persistence and knocking on the right doors, he might soon obtain such a set himself. What he didn't know was the true process behind it all. He, Taryn, and most of the elders of the Academy who were aware of Alec's priority status within the logistics department had long assumed the Gordon's clan housed top-ranking professional specialists such as an alchemist, a forger, a rune master, and an inscription master. The mere idea that a mid-rank clan could boast 4 masters of such professions was more fantasy than reality, considering even many ancient clans struggled to produce 2. Yet the evidence was undeniable before them, as Alec had consistently produced extraordinary items, feats that should have been impossible. To the academy, it was far more believable that the Gordons nurtured several masters who had reached extreme heights in their crafts than to imagine a mid-rank clan in a mid-rank city simply having enough fortune to purchase such treasures, especially since even some weaker high-ranking clans couldn't afford them, let alone allow a junior to flaunt them so openly. "So will we be traveling to the capital through your space door again, Dean?" Agnes suddenly spoke, her voice deliberately cutting through the chatter between Alec and Old Man Alderic. To craft even an ordinary Tier 6 set required an astronomical amount of beast bodies of the same race, abilities, or type to synchronize the equipment properly. On top of that, he would need an additional large stockpile of beast carcasses to sacrifice in exchange for the system points that served as currency for the crafting process. At the current stage, when the Academy had only just begun mandating students to submit beast corpses after a visit to the second dimension, it was obvious they could never meet the cost he required to create a Tier 6 spirit equipment set yet. Even for him, there was little profit to gain from such an endeavor, so he had no intention of humoring Old Man Alderic's suggestions. "Yes, but unlike last time, I doubt anyone will try to stop us from entering the stadium with a spatial lock," the dean said. "As we're not the only ones heading there today, geniuses from across all 5 kingdoms will be present, so let's secure a good spot and make sure the War God Mage Academy's name is put on the radar." His attempt to rally the group fell flat, but they still followed when he activated his space door. One by one, they passed through until only the dean and Old Man Alderic remained. The purple portal, which was suspended mid-air, was etched with ancient runes. It eventually shimmered before vanishing with a soft swoosh after their departure. The royal family's guard mages were under immense strain, tasked with providing accommodations for the countless mages arriving to participate in the origin competition. This time, the capital was overflowing, 5 times more crowded than it had been during the Northern Kingdom's Inter Academy tournament. Inns, rest houses, and every rentable space had long since been filled by visiting mages from the other 4 kingdoms, who had the wealth and power to make the long journey just to witness the grand event. This was the kind of exposure the king of the Central Kingdom desired, which was why he had lobbied so hard for his kingdom to host the competition. Unfortunately, his plans fell through, as the senior envoy refused to grant him the privilege since it wasn't his kingdom right. Though the capital was already overflowing with visitors, the true gathering point was at the 4 great gates leading to the royal palace. There, the largest water screens had been erected to broadcast the entire event to the citizens. The same happened when academies from the other kingdoms arrived, though the cheers were noticeably softer. The locals took immense pride in their great 8 academy geniuses. Women were screaming the loudest whenever the captains they admired appeared, while men roared with excitement for the mages they backed, eager to end bragging rights for their next round of pub debates. Eventually, most of the groups had appeared, including several academies that the citizens of the Northern Kingdom had never seen before. Each academy showcased unique styles, cultures, and weapons, some so foreign that they are considered rare in the Northern Kingdom. However, it seemed like common gear to these foreign geniuses from the other 4 kingdoms. But soon, the excitement began to fade as fewer and fewer groups appeared, signaling that the arrivals were nearing their end. Just when everyone thought it was over, a purple spatial door materialized in the center of the arena, drawing all eyes toward it. The crowd murmured in anticipation, wondering which academy would emerge next. Citizens of the capital tried to recall if there were still any northern academies left unannounced, while visitors from other kingdoms mentally listed which guilds, sects, or ancient clans hadn't yet shown up. Then the first figure stepped out and the entire arena fell silent. For those from the other kingdoms, the silence came from confusion. The academy insignia on the boy's kimono was unfamiliar. Its design was unlike any they had seen before. They turned to one another for answers, only to find the same look of confusion mirrored on every face. That was when they realized the silence that came from the capital's citizens themselves was different. It was a chilling, heavy, and the quietness blanketed the whole crowd as they recognized who these mages were. The newcomers belonged to an academy from the Northern Kingdom. What baffled them, however, was the reaction of the capital's own people. Even they seemed stunned to see these mages stepping out of the spatial gate. And truly, who could blame them? After the chaos of the last Inter Academy competition, most believed the War God Mage Academy would never again be allowed to stand in the spotlight, especially not under the royal clan's watch. Right before everyone's eyes stood the unmistakable figure of Alec Gordons, the mage many had hailed as the strongest contender from the last Northern Inter Academy competition. Alec lifted his head, his expression calm and unreadable, while the other academies stared curiously at the new arrivals, puzzled by the eerie silence that greeted them. For a brief moment, it seemed as if the crowd had forgotten how to breathe. Then Alec's lips curved into a small smile as his voice echoed through the arena. "It's nice to be here again. Northern Capital, the War God Mages greet you. Like a spark hitting dry tinder, the entire crowd outside the viewing screen erupted into deafening cheers. Cries of Golem Prince, an ice-cold marionette beauty, filled the air, shaking the ground beneath their feet. The number of people cheering might have been the same as usual, but the intensity and the passion was beyond anything any other team had received. The War God Mage Academy represented defiance and hope, the belief that even the underestimated could rise above the great. They were the academy everyone had dismissed, yet they had proven that strength was not reserved for the so-called Great Eight Academies alone. Though stripped of their champion title, it didn't change the truth, and the people still loved them. Even some nobles couldn't help but clap, as their pride overridden by reason, whether they liked it or not. The kingdom needed its strongest squad to stand a chance in the competition, and everyone knew that the Northern Kingdom's strength wouldn't be complete without the War God Mage Academy in the fray. Without wasting time, the Dean and Old Man Alderic began leading the team toward their seats, as the group levitated gracefully through the air, every eye in the arena tracking them. Their uniforms black with crimson-rimmed edges, it gleamed under the light, with each member proudly displaying a student badge that marked their rank. The War God Mages had arrived, and the capital couldn't look away. While waiting, Alec and his team exchanged glances with many familiar faces from past encounters, and a few new ones that immediately caught their attention. Among them were elites from the Central Kingdom, such as the Blades clan, warriors said to be blessed with weapon mastery from birth, the Axis Arcanum Academy, famous for fusing multiple elemental affinities and creating new hybrid spells, and the Shaolin Temple Academy, a martial spiritual institute that taught perfect harmony between body and mana. Its students, through relentless physical discipline and meditation, learned to channel elemental energy through motion, turning their very bodies into vessels of magic. Only the hosting kingdom was granted a vast share of the arena. This was another privilege the king of the Central Kingdom had fought hard to secure, but lost. The Eastern Kingdom's delegation included the School of Silent Blades, an academy of assassins and shadow ninjas, the Crimson Dawn Academy, where mages trained in the path of slaughter and blood magic, and Shinsei Academy, dedicated to the art of spirit binding. From the Western Kingdom came the Arcani's Dominion, masters of runes and arcane structures, Solarium Sanctum, an academy of light magic with branches in divine restoration and holy flames, and the Argent Guild, a massive citadel that accepted all disciplines and doubled as a mercenary institution, sending its students out into the world to gain real combat experience. Representing the Southern Kingdom were the Ashmo Academy, renowned for its bloodline tamers and beast masters, and the Ember Citadel, home of the fiercest battle mages, with elemental and crafting paths as secondary disciplines. After scanning the competition, Alec's group quickly realized that this tournament would be far more challenging than any before. The sheer diversity of schools, each carrying their own unique specialization, made the air thrum with tension and expectation. Then a booming voice echoed from the third level, where the VIPs were seated. "I believe everyone is here already." The War God Mage team instinctively looked up, and their expressions hardened, because standing above them in the third level was none other than the young king of the Northern Kingdom himself. Beside him stood the man who just spoke, and he looked to be in his early 40s, yet the aura surrounding him spoke of a much older, far more ancient being. "If anyone isn't here by now, it means that individual or their entire team has been automatically disqualified," the man announced, his voice calm but absolute. A ripple of murmurs spread through the arena as students and spectators alike glanced around, trying to see who might be missing. The man waited about 15 seconds, letting the tension settle before casually waving his hand. In an instant, dozens of round metallic badges shot through the air like streaks of light, each landing perfectly in front of participating mages. Alec, like everyone else, instinctively reached out his hand and caught one. The badge was warm to the touch, pulsing faintly with mana as if alive. "The first round begins now," the mage declared, offering no further explanation. Confused whispers and exclamations broke out among the students, until a sudden, overwhelming suction force pulled at their bodies. In neat rows, mages began lifting off the ground, drawn upward by an unseen energy. One after another, they vanished mid-air before reaching the shimmering barrier that had appeared above the arena. Alec's eyes widened as realization struck. So that's it. The capital isn't the battlefield. Thy's entire arena is just the gateway. Before he could steady himself, a beam of light enveloped his body. The pull was too strong to resist, and within seconds, Alec was lifted off his feet and swallowed by the blinding glow. It all happened so suddenly that Alec couldn't even mount any resistance. As he was teleported, one moment he was sitting beside the Dean and Old Man Alderic, and the next second he was somewhere else entirely. From the feel of it, he knew this wasn't an illusion or the Royal Arena's soul essence mechanism that retrieves a mage soul after defeat. When he'd seen that light hauling mages into the air and teleporting them, he'd assumed that it was meant to root out the worthy and discard those riding on their stronger teammates, so he'd half expected them to be separated. However, his entire squad stood in front of him, and not just them, all the participants had been teleported to the same place, and the space was crowded as people looked around the new environment. That was when they noticed an ancient-looking staircase rising high into the sky before them. Though there were only 100 steps, however, the first tread was wide enough to hold at least 30 people side by side, but the higher the stairs climbed, the less space each step offered, and the etched markings suggested there would be traps set along the way. At a glance, Alec decided that if it wasn't a trap array, then it was an illusion array. He just felt that with a setup like this, it had to be one of the two. Just as the students began chattering among themselves, some even moved closer to the staircase for a better look, until 3 elderly men in white robes appeared, with hands clasped behind their backs as they levitated above the crowd, looking down with clear authority. "I will give the instructions for the first round now. All you have to do to pass is climb the stairs. Anyone who cannot reach the 26th step should stop waiting for the round to finish and leave through that portal to return to the capital, as you will be automatically disqualified," the man in the middle said, pointing to a circular portal nearby that the participants hadn't noticed before. As for the other rules, they are as follows. Each stone step can hold only a certain number of people. If you arrive at a step that is already full, you may either challenge someone occupying it to take over their position or skip ahead to a higher step directly, because the higher you climb, the greater the rewards. You'll understand once you begin. He paused. "If there are no questions, you may start climbing now." With that, the man in the middle ended his explanation. It was a bland briefing, full of loopholes, and it was obvious he didn't care what anyone thought. He even used a silencing spell to shut down any question that would be directed at him, showing just how little he cared whether they made progress or not. Alec frowned at that, because from the moment the badges were handed out in the capital, that envoy had claimed the first round had already begun. He was sure there was more to this 100 steps test than they were saying, because he just didn't believe it was as simple as climbing to a certain step and calling it done. "Alec, I don't know what rewards are tied to this first round, but I doubt simply by passing the base mark, which is the 26th step, will allow anyone to earn anything. I feel only those who secure places on the steps and can stay on it to the end will likely be rewarded. Based on what that elder said, anyone who reaches the 26th step is technically qualified, but each step has limited capacity, and the higher someone goes, the fewer people it can hold. So I believe only those strong enough to keep their spots at the end of the higher steps will receive rewards," Agnes said, standing beside Alec as she laid out her reasoning. Hearing her explanation, Alec's eyes flickered with understanding, as it made more sense to him now why they hadn't separated the teams. This round was about individual brilliance. Teamwork might help, but only if those who were working together had power levels that were comparable to each other, because the stronger mage would naturally have to climb farther than the weaker one, therefore laying bare the gap between ordinary talents and the so-called heaven chosen. While Alec's group and several others were still digesting the elder's words, a number of impatient mages decided not to wait. They surged toward the staircase in a rush that bordered on a stampede, seeing the flood of bodies, several clan geniuses who couldn't hold back and joined in, unwilling to be left behind. But the instant their feet touched the first step, a thunderous bang erupted, as a powerful shockwave rebounded across the crowd, hurling countless mages backward. Many who were caught were definitely unprepared for the backlash, and suffered internal injuries from the impact instantly. In fact, one of the mages who'd been sent flying hurtled toward the war god mage group, only for Agnes to thrust out her right hand, sending out a pulse of water forward, cushioning his fall and deflecting him to the side away from their group. "Ha ha ha, simpletons. Did you really think moving first would let you surpass everyone? Only the truly strong ones can climb these stairs." A dark-skinned, handsome young mage laughed, mocking the first wave that had rushed ahead. When the crowd looked his way, they noticed the insignia of the Ember Citadel, one of the 2 premier academies of the Southern Kingdom, on his robe. He was looking well-built and about 6 feet tall. Seeing all the attention now on him, he proceeded to step onto the first stair without hesitation. When the rebound force lashed at him, he wasn't flung away like the others had been. His body only trembled slightly as he followed with his second foot, settling fully on the first step and cementing himself as the first mage to stand on the staircase without embarrassing himself. He then smiled mischievously as his bluff had worked perfectly.